Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage your MC for the day, Gabe Biderman.
Thank you, everyone. Wow, wow. Build is certainly back. We've got a packed house in here. We've got an overflow room over there that's also packed. They're being streamed in there. Let's say hello to everyone in the overflow room. Hey, everyone, we wish you're here. You are here. We're all here under one roof. So I've already been outside and been welcoming people in, and I see so many familiar faces, as well as, I'm very happy to say, a lot of new faces. And, you know, I want to do the largest selfie that's ever been done at Build. So you gonna help me? You game? All right. I'm gonna come out to you. Everyone stand up, stand up. I'm gonna grab my 360 camera. All right, let's go. All right, come on, yes. All right, we got our keynote speaker, Mitty, coming to join us. All right, everyone, we're gonna come on up. Let's see, I wish I had the 16-foot pole here. All right, we're gonna face back like this. Wow, all right, here we go.
Look alive, everybody.
Ready? Here we go. Ready? Everyone look at the camera. 3, 2, 1. Woohoo! Build! Yeah! I think we got it. We got it? Yeah, it's working. It's working. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Gotta love technology. Thank you for making the world's biggest Build selfie. All right. All right, so who here was at Build 2023? We see a show of hands? All right, actually, we have a lot of new people. Let's give a shout out to all the new people that are here. Build 2025. Nice, nice. We're so excited to have our alumni back, as well as the wonderful new people that just heard about Build or have been trying to come. The schedule worked out. Whatever it may be, we're here for 2 amazing, epic, wonderful educational days here under this Javits roof here. The original Build 2 years ago was built around B&H's 50th anniversary. You know, we knew this anniversary was coming up. We wanted to create something to give back to you, the people that helped make B&H run for so many years. We never dreamed how wildly successful it would be. At the end of the show, the first thing we're getting emails and comments right at the end from our vendors down at the expo floor, from our customers giving us feedback, when's the next one? Well, you know, you only celebrate that 50th anniversary once. We really hadn't planned on that. Made a call to Javits, got the next booking that we could get, which is here a year and a half later. So really, really thrilled. Thank you again for making Build 2025 happen. We're back, and we are bigger than ever. We doubled the expo floor. That opens up at 10 o'clock. That's gonna be going to 10 to 5 each day. More vendors, more experiences on that. And we went from 4 stages to 7 stages of education, right? So we have themed photo experiences, 275 vendors on the expo floor. There's the Kodak room experience. You can calibrate your laptop here. So many things that you can do. You know, the question is, you know, choosing. How do you choose between all of these options here? We also have over 100 speakers here on the 4th floor, as well as many of them will be going down to the expo floor to talk. Cristina Mittermeier, Thandiwe, Muriu, Brandon Wolf, just some of the few speakers that we have that we're so thrilled to share their stories with you. There are gonna be 3 dedicated tracks. Each one of you on your badge has sort of a color to be assigned: that blue photo track, the yellow content creation track, or the purple, I guess, filmmaking track. What I'll say is, you don't have to stay on track, right? You don't have to stay on track. If you see a speaker, if you see a subject of another thing that you want to go, I want to learn. It's really important for photographers to be learning from cinematographers and filmmakers, and then short form content creation. We all need to learn from one each other. So do me a favor, don't stay on track. Okay? Beyond that, we have a ton of experiences. Our popular photo walks are back. We've got rooms dedicated to lighting, lighting demos, post-processing, film loading. We have our audio experience room as well as and our portfolio reviews. On the expo floor, you'll find the disco experience. Anyone wear any big collars, bell bottoms, or anything like that? You can jump on the dance floor. Roller skates are welcome. We've got a video camera shootout. The Sportrait, those of you interested in taking sports portraits, new word, being entered into Webster, the Sportrait experience. Thandiwe Muriu, who's going to be one of our speakers on the main stage, she also has her dedicated photo booth downstairs as well. As soon as you walk in, the Joy, Power, Love experience embraces you to work with models and props to tell your story. There's also a macro experience and a studio experience to learn about that high-end cinematography workflow. So here we are on the 4th floor, okay? This is where the core education is happening. Right here, we're in the main stage. For those of you, you're in one of the overflow stages, which again, we've got the photo, we've got the filmmaking, and the content creation. If you walk out here, take a right, and head down the pavilion hallway. That's where you'll find the Kodak experience. And for those of you who are shooting film, this is really more for filmmaking, not still film. That Kodak experience is more for 16 millimeter, 8 millimeter filmmakers. But they're going to do an 8 millimeter photo walk, 16 millimeter film loading. So tons of things to, again, learn about something maybe you don't know about. Also, there's our portfolio reviews, the post-processing stage, the create and capture stage, and we have a lighting demo room. That demo room is going to be open for open shooting from 9 to 11, and then starting from 11 to 5. Just like the stages, it'll have hourly lighting education from some of the top, again, lighting creators out there right now. So definitely want to check that out. It's really a choose your own adventure, right? And you can use the app, you can use your show book you've got in your bag, or let your feet wander and explore. There are people here to help you everywhere. We have B&H t-shirts. Anyone with a B&H turquoise t-shirt out in the hallways on both levels, they're here to guide you, help you get to where you want to go, or talk to you about something that might be important to you, okay? All stages will be recorded except for that live lighting room. So again, maybe that will help you make that decision. Which speaker do you want to experience live? Everything will be recorded, and then a few weeks after Build, B&H will release all of the videos free again on our YouTube channel for you to watch and rewatch that over and over, okay? So, you know, the most difficult choice you have is you will need to make some choices. There's just lots of them. Moving down to the expo floor on the 3rd floor, where most of you needed to go to registration. The expo floor, again, opens at 10 o'clock, goes to 5. Photo, video, lighting, audio, drones, mobile, binoculars and optics, computers, hardware, software, so many solutions, so much inspirations. Many of these vendors have new releases dedicated to being launched at Build. So this is the first time you can get your hands on many of those products, okay? Here's sort of a breakout. Again, this map is going to be on the app and in your show book. And again, 200 plus square feet of that expo floor. We've also got more stages down there from several of the vendors. Adobe, Canon, Nikon, and Sony are all also going to be doing hourly programming with their speakers as well. So 8 dedicated experiences there, the photo booths and such, tons of models for you to work with. And definitely want to take advantage, B&H, in each one of your bags, you've got a show special booklet of all these great, wonderful deals that are going on for a week. Take advantage of those. B&H, we brought the store to Javits, and we've got over 20 salespeople down there to help you make the right decisions on your next purchase. And then there's a lot of walking around. There's a lot of adventuring to do. We've also got the Peibu Lounge. Take a moment to chill out down there. That's where the food pavilion is as well. So you can relax, get a bite to eat, get some water, recharge, and get ready for your next adventure. Because at 5 o'clock, it doesn't stop. At 6 o'clock, it doesn't stop. It continues to the night tonight. We've got tons of options and opportunities on buses, on boats, and then we've got a rooftop reception tomorrow night as well. Let's get the details on this because we've had a few questions about this. The boats, typically when we've done an event here, we get one boat. They told us we'd need a bigger boat. So we got 3 boats. A B&H boat, we've got a Canon boat, and we've got an OM Systems boat. So 3 boats. For those of you who registered, when you registered, you had the option to choose one of these evening activities. You will be notified today by email or by text, whatever you chose, by 1 p.m. So you'll know if you registered for the boat or the bus, you'll be notified for the boat by 1 p.m. And then you want to take that QR code that you get, take that down to the info desk downstairs in registration. They'll help you get the wristband that'll get you on the boat, okay? Right, so there it is. You want to pick up that wristband by 4:30, okay? Because at 5 o'clock, any wristbands that have not been picked up are going to be open to the public. So if you didn't get a wristband to the boat, you want to check in probably a little bit before, soon after 4:30, but they will be releasing those at 5 o'clock if you're really interested in going on that boat. The boats will be leaving the Circle Line. It's not too far from here. It's about a 20 or 30-minute walk up on the pier. And they are about 2 hours, two and a half hours altogether. So just think of that commitment as well. They'll be launching around 6:37, between 6 and 7. And so it'll be great light for us to enjoy the New York landscape, okay? If you miss out on that, or you want to explore the inner cityscapes of New York City, we've got 6 buses. Thank you, Fujifilm, for bringing the buses. And those will be bobbing and weaving throughout New York City. You'll get, I should also mention, at both the boats and the buses, you'll be given a food and a drink there as well. So I hope everyone bring their cameras. Everyone bring their cameras? All right. So get ready to get clicking on any of these adventures as well as here throughout the Build trade show, okay? Then it's hard to imagine, we're just kicking things off, it's hard to imagine that things will go pretty fast and furious. And in the 2 days at 6 o'clock, we'll be closing down, but we'll be kicking off our farewell party. So I hope you've all made plans to stay for both days, because we're gonna celebrate with one heck of a closing after party. It's brought to you by the B&H creators. That's also gonna be happening. We go out to the right, down the pavilion. It's a wonderful outdoor space. There'll be roof access as well there. So bring your cameras. We'll also have a renowned photographer and Nikon ambassador, Thandiwe. He'll be capturing portraits with a very cool, immersive installation designed just for this event. We've got many giveaways. I've already been asked about the giveaways. You enter these big giveaways. These kicked off at registration. You could choose to be which one of these you could enter. That's now closed. We'll be notifying you soon on that. But there's going to be tons of raffles. Tag B&H Photo. Tag the B&H creators during your experience showing off Build, and you'll be entered to win. There's over 100 sweepstakes for that as well. Yes? Okay, so if you haven't registered, make sure you have, because we obviously have in walk-in. That goes until 2 o'clock. Thank you for that. Free for everyone, we give you the gift of Wi-Fi. Supposedly it's strong Wi-Fi, but if we got these packed rooms, don't stream the videos, is what we'll say. But you can log in, go to Wi-Fi, select the Snapdragon. Big shout out to Snapdragon. They are supplying Wi-Fi, that you can help you, again, make sure you're staying connected, making sure that you're posting here at Build. All right, that's the housekeeping. I also wanted to share B&H and Build. This theme this year is storytelling, okay? again, under this roof for the next 2 days, there's going to be so much inspiration, creativity, and community. Are you ready to seize it? That was okay. Are you ready to seize it? Yes, that's it, that's it. So we have a My B&H story. There's going to be a little area outside that you were able to share your story, whether that's your first story, your first experience with B&H, your last experience with B&H, one of your favorite experiences with B&H. Share that with us, okay? We deal with so many people and help so many different challenges and problems and everything. We want to hear your story. Don't be shy. In fact, here, I'll go first, help you, all right? I was first introduced to B&H back in the film days. I was living in San Francisco. I had a point-and-shoot camera, you know, but I was doing pretty good with that. I was getting good compositions, and a professional photographer came up to me and said, look, if you want to be serious about this, you need to get, at that time, the Pentax K1000 and a brick of Tri-X film, and you get it from B&H. So he gave me that at the time, the catalog was a newsprint B&H catalog. I called them, I ordered that, and then that was it. I was in monthly calls to B&H to get more film, more darkroom equipment, and my fate was sealed, okay? I moved here to New York City. This is, I moved here to New York City and applied to B&H. This is my badge. I'm employee number 1,564 with hair. This is pre-hat Gabe. I asked one of the new employees here what his number was, and we are approaching 10,000 if we haven't already. Can you imagine that? B&H, a small mom-and-pop camera store, has employed 10,000 people here in New York City over the last 52 years. It's so... And I will say it is a little bit of a challenge working at B&H. I love it, but especially at the beginning. So if those of you who are interested in applying to B&H, I'm going to warn you that your first few paychecks just go right back to B&H because you're just surrounded by all this cool gear, and you just keep, you know, you're like, oh, so don't, if you apply for B&H, hopefully you've got enough money stored up already that you can pay rent for the next 3 months. That's my advice to you, okay? All joking aside, I love B&H. I started in the bag and tripod department, and later became the manager on the store. A few of you remember me being the manager in the store, the manager of the photo department, the digital department, and the Superstore is awesome. I love going into the Superstore. I don't work there now, I work in the corporate offices, but I love going on. I love the energy. I love seeing 300 bags, 300 tripods, getting to see that, getting to talk with the staff there and learn about that latest gear out there. Also, the cool thing is you bump into celebrities while you're there. This, for those of you who don't know, there's me with the blue vest as a manager. That's Rick Ocasek, the lead singer of the Cars, who was an idol of mine growing up, an incredibly talented music producer. He came in during the holiday season. I helped him get a gift for his wife, Paulina, who was a famous model back in the day, and here she is. She came in the next week, and we helped get a gift for Rick that next weekend. I had to tell her, I was like, I know what you're getting. You know, so, but that was amazing. So we have tons of celebrities, tons of people. Everyone has got to go to B&H, right? But it's the people, really. What is B&H? It's the people that make B&H what it is. The photographers, the filmmakers, the DJs, the creators, in each department, experts in their field. Many of them working gigs during their time off. This is when I was first working in the store, we would get together every month, give ourselves challenges, have gallery shows to celebrate and to keep us on our toes creatively. Now, the B&H HR department, you can submit images as an employee and they'll make the walls of the corporate offices, they'll make the screensavers on your desk. I love this shot. This is a shout out to Steve Moore, who's been a longtime B&Her, works in the store. Every year, he takes pictures of all the B&H employees and makes these wonderful, wonderful collages. I'm sure many of you are familiar. These people have possibly helped you either live chat in the store or over the phone. About 4 years into working in the store, I was recruited to join the road marketing team. And that's, again, supporting and producing events that are supporting the educators and the industry out there. This is our latest image from WP PPI, yes, in Las Vegas. This is our team now. I was the 6th person on that road marketing team. We have now a whole floor dedicated to B2B events, studio events, ADU, education, all that. So it's amazing. And when we go to these shows, we're meeting with our family that goes to these events religiously. And we see them and we welcome them. It's like a family reunion, and we meet the new people. This inspired us to create this event build. We were going around and supporting events and getting so much love that we knew that we also had to create something here in our hometown to really celebrate. We couldn't fit, we tried to fit everyone in the store, and the store was too small. And so we had to create something like this. So on the road, at the store, and here at Build, we are here to help photographers, cinematographers, and podcasters have you covered with your needs. All right, I want to just close with a couple shots with this that also in my off time, I wore many hats. B&H allowed me the time and support to pursue my own passion for night photography. So I wanted to share a couple of these images. Here's something local. Obviously, many times in Vegas, go out. Instead of like going back to the hotel room or going out to bars, we would go out and take pictures. The creativity that you'd find everywhere you go, using the gear, 6-stop neutral density filter to create this car trail shot, and then finding the parks, finding the dark skies of the parks. That was just magical and really made my passion for night photography explode throughout my personal universe. Every place I go, I try to interpret the soul of that place differently, and each one is its own challenge that I hope to succeed in. So, in closing, thank you for listening to my little tiny planet of my story. I invite you to share your story socially right outside at the My B&H Story. We would not be here without you. So explore B&H to its fullest in the next 2 days, and don't forget, listen to each other. From the classrooms to the conversations, we all have something to learn from one another, okay? And we all can share with each other, and bottom line, let's build together. All right. So I think we're going to go intermission. Well, folks don't want to leave now because we have our keynote speaker right here. Very proud to introduce. Our intermission is minuscule. It's over. All right, so we're going to jump right to it. Our first presentation is from one of the most celebrated conservation photographers of our time. Cristina Mittermeier has spent her career documenting the intersection of culture, wildlife, and climate. Her talk, Between Two Worlds, will take us into this emotional landscape where storytelling and activism collide. Please join me in welcoming Cristina Mittermeier to the Bild main stage.
Thank you. Is my mic live? Can you guys hear me? You know, I've been a part of this Build and before of Optic for many, many years. So I want to say a huge thank you to Gabriel because he's the one who's brought me here. So thank you, Gabe, and thank you to the B&H family for making me the keynote, because the job of the keynote speaker is really to set the tone for a couple of days like this. And the fact that they've chosen to bring purpose into the work that we all do is really meaningful. And it's a lot of fun to be in New York. I've been traveling the world, and I always love coming back to this amazing city. And I've been a B&H shopper for 30 years. If your career is as long as mine, you're going to be spending a lot of money at B&H. But the other people that I want to thank is Sony, because I've been a Sony artisan since 2008. And people like Neil Manowitz and Yang Chang and Teresa Delasio that are here, Callum Barrett, Michaela Ion, and Kayla Lindquist, they've made my career possible. They not just support me as an ambassador with money and cameras, they are firmly behind my mission to try to create a better planet. So thank you to Sony. Thank you, Sony, yeah. So I want to tell you about this photo because it's a funny story. One day the phone rang in my office, and I'm usually not the person in front of the camera, but this time it was a gentleman named Emmanuel El Chivo Lubezki, Mexican like me, and one of the most celebrated cinematographers in history. He has 5 Oscars for movies like The Revenant and Gravity, and he wanted to make a photograph of me because he said to me that I was an influencer. And I said, no, I may be, I'm influential. And he had this idea that I was going to be in a bikini and it was going to be 2 manta rays. And I'm thinking, I wonder if he knows that I'm almost 60. So anyway, we ended up making this photo, which I think is so much more appropriate. It's my tribute to the Mexican artisanal fishermen. And before I tell you why I do what I do, I want to show you how I do it, because believe it or not, after all these years, people still believe that my husband makes my pictures for me. I know. So anyway, I want to show you how I do my work. Yeah, it's a pretty good job. And no, I'm not an influencer, but I am pretty influential. And it is an amazing thing that being a conservation wildlife photographer, I am one of the 2 female photographers with the most followers on Instagram. Yeah. The other one is my dear friend, Amy Vitale, who's here somewhere, and she's speaking tomorrow. And if you don't follow Amy, please give her a follow. And if you don't follow me, well, shame on you. But I want to take you back to the very beginning, because there's a lot of new photographers here, and those first few years being a photographer are so daunting. So I want to share with you one of my first experiences traveling to the Amazon. I was sent there when I was working for Conservation International, and it was the first time that I had an experience to be on assignment. And it was truly one of those fake it till you make it kind of situations. I didn't know what I was doing. But I got on an airplane and I traveled to Brazil, and then on a small Cessna to the middle of the Amazon, until I arrived to this little small village in the middle of nowhere called Kenjam, 150 people. And I had been sent there because the government of Brazil was planning on building the 3rd largest hydroelectric dam in the world, in the middle of the Amazon. So if you can imagine the Amazon, it's pretty flat, so the water doesn't really run with any energy. They had to build a 16-kilometer long wall to retain the water. And what was going to happen is that below the dam, the river was going to become dry. And the many, many indigenous communities that live alongside the river were going to become isolated. There's not a lot of roads. There's very few airstrips. So people move by boat. And I had been sent there to make a portrait of the people that live there. When I say to you hydroelectric dam, you imagine this cement wall. But what they wanted me to bring back was the faces and the lives of the people that were going to be affected. So I traveled all the way there to photograph just how intimately interdependent the people and the river are, and how their lives were going to be affected. After traveling 24 hours, I finally got to this village, middle of nowhere, and the chief said to me, at this point I don't speak Portuguese, I learned later, good lesson for anybody doing this kind of work, learn the language. And he said to me, you're gonna be living with my daughter, and she gave me the hammock way in the back. And I was so exhausted that I just wrapped myself in a blanket and I went to sleep. And I don't know if this has ever happened to you, where you're traveling to somewhere and you wake up in the middle of the night and it's pitch black and you have no idea where you are. I could hear voices and people touching me. And so I got up in the morning and they explained to me that they were very worried that I was there without my husband or my children. And they were so concerned that I was going to be lonely, so they were keeping me company. I know, really extraordinary people, but I was a very immature photographer, so I thought that the best thing to photograph would be the animals in the village, and every household kept some kind of creature. In the house where I was living, they had these little tiny pygmy owl. They're about 6 inches tall, completely nocturnal. You hear them calling, but you never get to see them. And here was one, just living in my house. So I started going house to house, and you realize that people keep small forest pigs, and they keep monkeys and animals like this. You guys know what this is? Oh my God, you guys are such geeks. Yes, a baby capybara. One thing that I learned very quickly is that in the Amazon, and in fact, in many of these remote villages, you cannot get too attached to animals because the line between pet and food is really blurry. But every household had one of these, a lot of birds, a lot of macaws and parrots, because they cut their flight feathers so they cannot fly away. And these birds are just jumping around the village, playing with the children, with the dogs. And every few weeks, they pluck a few feathers and let them live, because they make these beautiful headdresses for the chiefs. And the chiefs of every one of the communities in this massive area of the Amazon had traveled by foot or by boat to this one village to talk about the future of their community. These are some of the most fearsome warriors you will ever meet. The Kayapo people of the Amazon are still fighting for the integrity of their forest, and there's in fact a brand new movie produced by Leonardo DiCaprio about what's happening in the Amazon. But anyway, back to photography. I thought that one of the most interesting things that was happening in this village was the fact that people did all these body painting. Initially, I thought that they were tattoos, but then I realized, that they paint themselves. And the way that they do it is really interesting. It's an ink made with a fruit from a tree in the forest called the jenipap. It's about the size of a baseball, and they send the children up to the tree. They come down with a fruit and cut it open, and then they mash the flesh of the fruit and mix it with ash. And it creates this semi-permanent ink. It lasts about 2 weeks. And they spend hours painting each other, just the enormous detail. And to see a child that's 6 or 7 years old, for hours sitting there patiently being painted. Because the painting tells you a lot about who a person is. You can learn if somebody's married or single or whose household they belong to. And it's really interesting because boys are really simple. They like to be painted like animals. So you'll see them covered in dots like the jaguar or completely black like the monkeys. The girls, however, are way more sophisticated. And they like very intricate paintings. They like basketry and weaving and nets. And they also, if you notice, they shave their eyebrows and they shave the top of their head. And these are all signs of beauty. So when you arrive in these villages, they immediately want to make you beautiful like them. And you have to learn how to establish boundaries fairly quickly because it's kind of hard to explain at the jerks at the TSA when you come back through Miami, what's going on with all this. Anyway, one of the most important things that you can do when you visit remote places like this is just have the courtesy of learning a few words in the local language. And one of the most important words is the word for hello. In Kayapo, you say me komene. And it has a simple meaning. It means hi, good morning, but it also has a much more profound meaning. It literally translates to I see you. And in a community of 150 people in the middle of nowhere, seeing your neighbors eye to eye is really important because it means that your life depends on them and you're accountable to them as well. So me komene is really important. Anyway, I'm making pictures and I'm feeling pretty good about myself. And one day I'm standing in the middle of the village. It's a massive village in a circle. And I see a group of women coming up from the river. And they are talking to each other and gossiping, and they have a tiny baby with them. And I'm standing there and I'm thinking, oh, I wonder what happened. You know, they probably just took these, they had a brand new baby, took him to the river for the baby's first bath. And I thought, oh, that would have been a really cool picture that shows how the fate of this child will be forever tied to the fate of the river. But of course, I had missed it. So being clever as I am, I thought, you know, no problem. In the morning, I'll ask the mother if she might take the baby back down to the river. We'll just reenact the whole thing, take my photos. But when we woke up in the morning in the village, we realized that the baby had not lived through the night. And as it happens in many of these remote places where there's no medical services, there's a lot of child mortality. Because I didn't speak the language or understand the culture, by the time I figured out what was happening, they had already buried the baby. And there was nothing for me to photograph. At this point, I'm feeling sorry for myself. I'm thinking, man, I wish they had sent a photographer with more experience, somebody who would understand these cultural nuances and be able to make these difficult photographs. And I'm there beating myself in the middle of the village when I hear a noise. And it is a woman walking straight into the middle of the village. And she is sobbing. And people are getting out of her way, and she's marching straight to where I'm standing. And she has a machete in her hand. And with the blunt side of the machete, she's hitting her forehead, and so there's blood everywhere. And as she gets closer, I see that she is carrying something. She's covered in mud. So this poor woman, in her sorrow, had gone and she had dug up the body of her baby, and she was carrying it around. And she's coming straight at me, and I'm standing there with my cameras petrified. Because all I can think about is my own children back home, and how would I feel if a stranger shoved the camera in my face when I just lost my baby? So I didn't take any pictures. A few weeks later, we learned that the hydroelectric dam had been approved and construction was to begin immediately. And I thought about the people in those villages and how I had lacked the courage to do the job that I was sent to do. And that day really changed my life, because I realized that if my photography is going to be about purpose and giving a voice to the voiceless, well, it's going to require a lot of courage. The courage to take the pictures that are uncomfortable, to talk to the people you don't want to talk to put yourself in situations that are really disagreeable. But that's the job. And so for the last 30 years, that's what I've been doing. Luckily, I have been able to go back to many of those villages and give a voice to many of these indigenous communities. And I want to tell you why they're so important. But before I do that, I want to take you back way to the beginning. I grew up in Mexico City. I'm part of a Catholic family, 5 children. My parents were just professionists, and they were not particularly outdoorsy. So we never went camping, or we didn't have, wild pets. But I read a lot of books, and I was subscribed to National Geographic. And I just loved animals. And I think that every child on this planet is born with an innate curiosity and love for animals. And it is our parents and our teachers that teach us to be afraid or to dismiss or to think that these things are not important or not profitable. I was lucky, though, because my mom really, really loves animals as well, so she always encouraged it. And so I would beg her, I wanted to see dolphins, and so she took me to this lake in the middle of Mexico City. It's called Lake Xochimilco. It's one of the most polluted lakes in the world. But I swear to you that in my childhood imagination, there were dolphins and manatees there. So my mom encouraged me, and I went on to study marine biology in university. And again, I went off to school, thinking that I was going to be swimming with dolphins and whales. None of that. I spent 4 years looking at the ocean through a microscope and learning about plankton and learning about why the ocean is the engine of our planet, which I think a lot of people don't think about every day. So I wanted to spend time with animals like this. This is an orca in the northern fjords of Lofoten. This is part of a project that my husband, Paul Nicklin, and I did to try to keep big oil away from these fjords where thousands of orcas come in every winter following the herring. And we succeeded. We worked with a youth group, and they were able to pass a moratorium on big oil coming in here. Yeah. Photography has tremendous power to galvanize public action. Or a photograph like this. This is a rain wolf. This is not a timber wolf. This is a unique species that only lives on the coast of British Columbia. They just recently described it as new, and it's the equivalent of finding like an albino species of lion in Africa. You think it'd be protected, but it's not. So people can just buy a $5 license and shoot at it from boats. So Sea Legacy, my husband and I, we rallied with 100 other photographers, and we raised money, and we bought every single hunting license in an enormous tenure. So now so now if people want to go and kill a wolf, they have to call me. Or a photograph like these. These are greater flamingos on the coast of the Yucatan in my home country of Mexico. For me, being a photographer was really just the selfish pursuit of being in nature with animals. But one of the first things I learned is that animals don't always want to have their picture taken. And for the geeks in the room, yeah, that was an A900. That was one of Sony's first cameras, way back when. But it allowed me to make photographs like this. Because for me, all animals are important. They are the building blocks of life on Earth. So whereas it's a freshwater crab from Madagascar or one of the largest tuskers left on our planet, this is Craig, one of the giant elephants of Amboseli. For me, you know, every single creature on this planet really matters. What I really wanted to do was to find a way to take my camera underwater. Who here is an underwater photographer? It is, look at that, 3, 4 people. It is incredibly expensive. It is technically challenging. It's just difficult access. So how do you bring your cameras underwater? Oh my God, Sony loves this clip. Because I just put the cameras back in a box and I send them back to Neil Manowitz with a little note that says, they work, they just need cleaning. Anyway, it's to be able to make photographs like this. This is a loggerhead sea turtle, and I photographed it off the coast of Portugal in the North Atlantic. The water temperature was 10 degrees Celsius. It was pretty cold. And there were a lot of these sea turtles floating around. And when I got in the water, I was sure that this sea turtle was going to be spooked and swim away, but it didn't. It just kind of hung around there. So I was able to swim all the way around and look at its little fish that it had with it. And in its fin, it had a little tag, science tag, that told me that this turtle was born in West Palm Beach, Florida. 8,000 kilometers, 5,000 miles from where I found it. Who knows, you know, how it came out of a little shell and wandered off the beach into the ocean and then caught probably a ride on one of the big currents and ended up here in the middle of the North Atlantic. But one day, for only reasons that only she knows, she will make a U-turn and she will go back to the same beach where it was born, following an invisible map that exists only in its head. See, to me, animals are not just creatures that are here to entertain or for us to exploit. They're our fellow passengers on Spaceship Earth, and we don't know the role that they play. But I think they're all very, very important. Animals like this is a stellar sea lion. I photographed this right in front of my house in the Salish Sea in British Columbia. And these animals migrate. They go to the Aleutian Islands, and then they come back in the spring, following the herring and following the females. The males get there first, and you know they fight for territory, and then after a few days, they get bored. And so if you're a diver and you get in the water with them, they just are so curious and so excited to come and hang out. But they are terribly abused by fishermen. You know, they get thrown bombs at, and they get poked with sticks. So they're very shy. So if you have one hour of air in your tank, you have to be so patient to hang out behind the rock and wait for these animals to trust you enough to come close to where the strobes, your light is going to hit it. But it's worth it to take pictures like this. So I want to talk to you about the title of my presentation because it's called Between Two Worlds. In my entire career, I have been caught between this passion for indigenous knowledge and wildlife. And it was my mother who helped me clarify, you know, what my career was going to be. I was a young mother myself. I have 3 children. And I wanted to disappear into the jungle and just take my cameras with me, but I had these 3 little ones that I had to take care of. So I talked to my mom, and my mom said, you know, why don't you look into this? this concept, ikigai. It's a Japanese concept, and it means the purpose of your life. And she said to me, in order to find your ikigai, the reason why you get out of bed every morning, you have to make 4 lists. The first list is the things that you love. The second one is the things that you're good at. The third one, very important so we can shop at B&H, is what gets you paid. But the last one is perhaps the most important, and I think it's where a lot of people fall short, and that is what the world needs. And when you find the confluence of these 4 things, you will find your passion, your mission, your profession, your vocation, your reason for getting out of bed every morning. And I was pretty lucky that I found my ikigai very early on, because it was not an easy thing. This photograph was taken 20 years ago. Now my son, my oldest one, is 40 years old. My youngest one, sleeping down there, she's 28. But, you know, understanding that maybe wildlife was not going to be, or underwater was not going to be the first path, led me to start photographing indigenous people. And this career of mine, 30 years photographing indigenous people, has given me so much in terms of rewards. What you're looking at here is not just a nice showcase of indigenous cultures and people that are disappearing, and it's also not an effort to exoticize or other indigenous people. It is 30 years of trying to elevate and highlight the imperative of protecting the sovereign rights of indigenous people, because what they know is really important. The problem is that the knowledge that they have doesn't exist in textbooks. It is whispered from generation to generation around campfires all over the world, in their stories and their songs and their traditions and their rituals. And what they know is pretty important, because from the Amazon to the Arctic, from Patagonia to Papua New Guinea, indigenous people don't just live with nature. They are interwoven into every one of the last remaining ecosystems on planet Earth. And this knowledge is critical for our own survival. It doesn't matter where you look, indigenous people are already confronted with climate change. And they are adapting with grace and courage and moral clarity and incredibly fierce advocacy for change. So as we think our own adaptation plans, we should be listening to indigenous people. Yeah, with curiosity and good humor, right? I mean, it's not all gloom and doom. So standing up for the sovereign rights of indigenous people is not an act of charity. It's an act of survival, because what they know is it's not just, you know, spiritual smoke, mumbo jumbo, feathers and tattoos and superstitions. It is a series of ethical and moral guidelines for how to be a good human on planet Earth. And that's what I've been doing for the last 30 years. So yeah, it's not an act of charity. It's an act of survival, standing up for indigenous people. But I want to take us back to the ocean, because for 30 years, I have spent half of my life underwater. This is a photograph of me that Paul Hawaii. And the ocean truly is the most magnificent spectacle on planet Earth. It is also pretty important. It is the largest and the most defining ecosystem on our planet. It's 70% of planet Earth. Can you imagine that more people have been to the surface of the moon than have been to the bottom of the ocean? There's no human ever that has gone down all 7 miles to the bottom of the ocean and stood outside of a vehicle. So, you know, Elon might go to Mars, but he cannot go to the bottom of the ocean. But the ocean is important for other reasons. It produces half of the oxygen that we breathe, and it absorbs 25% of the carbon emissions in the atmosphere. Were it not for the ocean, we would already be cooked alive, because it has also absorbed 90% of the excess heat in the atmosphere. And it does this because it's alive. When you go to the beach and you get tumbled by a wave and you take a big gulp of water, you're not just drinking water, you're drinking a rich broth of microorganisms. From microscopic plants to eggs and larvae, animals that grow up to be like this big egg yolk jellyfish that I photographed in British Columbia. The ocean is alive, and it's doing the job of keeping this planet alive. It truly is the engine of our planet. And it's creatures like this. Who here knows what a rebreather diving apparatus is? A handful of people. Scuba, when you breathe, it's compressed air and you breathe bubbles out. And bubbles are pretty scary for most underwater animals. So in order to get close to wildlife, a rebreather is a really useful tool. You rebreathe your breath over and over and over again. You don't have bubbles, but you're producing CO2, which needs to be scrubbed, and you need more oxygen, O2, that needs to be injected. It's a dangerous machine, but it makes you invisible. It's like Harry Potter. Animals don't know that you're there. So I was in Raja Ampat a couple of months ago, and we were doing night diving because the temperature of the ocean water is so warm that most of the fish have, moved really deeper, and there was nothing for us to photograph. So we started diving at night and photographing mackerel. And it's an incredibly fun thing to do. You put your head in the muck, and an hour later you emerge with amazing pictures of tiny creatures. But one of the problems of having no bubbles is that it's easy to lose your dive buddies. So I'm diving, I look up, and everybody's gone. I'm all alone. And I'm thinking, I'm only 40 feet deep, I'll keep diving. And at this point, it's pitch black, and I'm a little worried. I'm a little, unnerved. It's very dark, and I'm all alone. And somebody had told me that divers have been attacked by crocodiles here. So that's what's in the back of my mind. And so I'm back to photographing when I feel like somebody's watching me. And sure enough, I look over my shoulder, and I see movement, and I turn around with my camera, and there he is, this little guy, that big. And he's just kind of looking over my shoulder, seeing what I'm doing. And when he sees the lights of my strobes, he gets all excited. And then he just starts emitting light from his skin. And he's just putting up this show. And then he gets a glimpse of himself in the dome of my underwater housing. And then he gets truly excited. And he starts reaching out with his tentacles. I spent the most fascinating half an hour with this tiny creature, just him and I in the bottom of the ocean. And I kept thinking, most of us will only know this as calamari, and we'll only meet him swimming in mayonnaise. But these are the magical creatures that we share our planet with, because it's not just the phytoplankton, it's biomes like seagrass meadows and kelp forests that are the rainforests of the underwater world. And we're just beginning to understand the role that big animals like whales play in the carbon cycle. Whales, I didn't know until fairly recently, are like giant earthworms. They swim on top of the ocean, and then they dive, sometimes 2-3 miles to look for food. And down there, where there's lots of mineral-rich food, they feed, and then they come up to the surface again, and they poop. And that poop is fertilizer for the phytoplankton. So it is this loop that's keeping our oceans alive. And scientists are telling us, that after the whaling years, we have lost so many of the great big whales. And we need them as allies to combat climate change, so we should be protecting them. And yet, there are many countries, including Norway and Denmark and Iceland and Japan, still killing whales for food. And this is important because the ocean is not just important for climate and for food, it's also important because it provides sustenance for 3.5 billion people on this planet who live on the edge of the sea, including New York. Shipping, commerce, food, all of these things, tourism, really important. And yet, in the last 50 years, we have extracted already 90% of the big fish on the ocean, the big tuna, the big sharks. I don't understand how we normalize the idea of underwater slaughter. If we were to do the same on land, it would be like taking machine guns to the Serengeti and just mowing down elephants and leopards and putting that in the grocery shelves. And fish are pretty important in keeping the ocean alive, especially in places like coral reefs. The reefs of our planet harbor 25% of all the life in the ocean, but they too are in trouble. Just this is what a live, living coral should look like. These are soft corals in Raja Ampat, but this is what's happening. The temperature of the water is so warm that corals cannot survive. So they die, they bleach, and then they disintegrate. They become sand. And I was talking to the CEO of a big company and explaining that 90% of the Great Barrier Reef bleached this year. 54 countries reported bleaching around the globe. I don't think the temperature is going to get any cooler. And so we should expect to lose coral reefs in the next 10 to 15 years. We have already sentenced our children to a planet without coral reefs. And I'm explaining this to the CEO, a very important man. You know what he said to me? Oh, I'm glad I didn't get my scuba certification. I know. And And I think that's part of the problem. We think this is not our problem. But you can imagine what happens with so many people lose their livelihood when coastlines lose the protection of coral reefs and everybody becomes a refugee. And it's not just, the stuff that we're taking out or the temperature of the ocean, it's the amount of trash that we're putting in the ocean. This is the beach of Bali in front of the Four Seasons on New Year's Day. And this was like 2 miles down the beach, just this deep, trash everywhere. And so when people say to me, what can I do? I shouldn't even have to tell you, but we are in a lot of trouble because the temperatures of our planet are not just affecting, the tropical regions. In the polar regions, it's pretty serious as well. Antarctica is warming 4 times faster than anywhere else on the planet. And one of the things that's happening is there's a change in regime. It doesn't snow so much anymore. Now it rains. And the baby chicks, they're used to cleaning off the snow off their feathers. But the mucky mess that is created when it rains is something they cannot cope with. So they get caked in this mud, and when the temperature drops at night, they die of hypothermia. And the Arctic is no different. The Arctic is warming even faster. In the next 15 to 20 years, there's going to be no sea ice in the summer months in the Arctic. And countries see this as a great opportunity. Now we can put oil rigs there, and we can exploit minerals. But this is going to have enormous consequences, not just for polar bears, for everybody. So, pretty grim, huh? I am going to confess to you that some days it's really hard to be in the front lines of all of this and to be so aware. And it's easy to feel hopeless and to feel desperate, especially when you talk to young people and they're so aware. But my job is to remain hopeful and inspiring and optimistic. So a year ago, I started writing a book. And I thought, I'm going to write this for myself. This is going to be my life raft. When I'm feeling hopeless and I need to hold on to something, I'm going to look at the work and the deeds and the courage of others. Because the battle that we're in is grim, it's nasty. But we're like a choir. And when you're in a choir, we're all singing. And on the dark days when you need to take a break and catch your breath, the music doesn't stop. Somebody else is still singing. Somebody else is still doing the good fight. So that's what this book means to me. I want to briefly talk to you about Sea Legacy. This is an organization that my husband and I started, a nonprofit, because we wanted to put our skills and our talents as photographers and storytellers in service of our planet. And we struggled a little while, what stories do you tell? So we decided to start telling the stories of the heroes on the front lines. The thousands of organizations, mom and pop operations that are cleaning up beaches, they're replanting corals, they're saving sea turtles, but they're invisible. Nobody knows about them because they're in Indonesia or they're in Mexico. And so what we do is we travel around the world, we point our lenses and our social media accounts to their work, and we help them raise money and raise awareness. So if you follow Sea Legacy, just please comment, share, and like. It really helps these people that are holding the avalanche of destruction in the front lines. I want to close by bragging a little bit. We are nominated for an Emmy for a series that we did with National Geographic. Thank you. The Emmys are next week, and we're competing against a wonderful story of a man that's in love with his little otter. We're not going to win, but, but it's worth watching. And this is a series that was done for National Geographic. It's called Photographer. And it was filmed by Jimmy Chin and Chai Vazirhali, amazing filmmakers. And I just want to show you the 1-minute teaser for this. And you can watch this on Disney+. The only way you can change the world is with stories. And the bigger your legend becomes, the easier it is to share the story. People want to hear it, they want to listen.
Winds to 35 knots or higher possible in thunderstorms. Showers and thunderstorms.
We are in an environmental emergency. And having this vessel out there telling these stories is actually really hopeful and inspiring.
It looks like somebody just dropped a frickin' chandelier right on the ocean.
Yeah.
You don't realize the size and the scale of this oil rig. It's a floating city. Now we're on this mission to chase big oil out of the Bahamas, just using our cameras. All right, this is it.
Ah. Did we chase big oil out of the Bahamas? Did we turn another page in history? You have to watch. For those of you who know me, I'm married to a Canadian photographer, Paul Nicklin, so I live in Canada now, and I'm learning how to be Canadian. I've also learned over the last 30 years that one of the biggest mistakes we have made in the environmental movement is assuming that somebody else is going to stand up and do something about the mess we're in. And so I came up with an acronym. I call it SELFIE. It stands for someone else is likely fixing it, eh? To remind us that nobody else is coming to fix it. You know, Elon is not going to Mars, and there's no spaceship coming to fix this mess. This one is on us. It's going to be each and every one of us standing for each other to create a better planet, not giving up, not expecting that a handful of us are going to do all the work that is going to turn this ship around. And don't ask me what you can do. There's so much that we already know, so let's just do it. And the biggest thing that we can do as storytellers, as creators, as influencers, is to put on the superhero suit every morning, pick up a cause, and use your camera to actually make this planet a better place, so that when we look around a room like this, we can actually see each other in the eye and say, I am accountable to you, and I will be so for the rest of my life. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
Do you wanna do questions?
We have time.
We have time.
We are ahead of time, so we have time for questions. Kyle is going to be running around with a mic here. If you have a question, raise your hand. Kyle will get to you. We got a couple over here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you,
Cristina,
Gabe,
for
for
sharing
bringing
your powerful,
me back.
important, and hopefully inspiring. Let's all get out. We can all make a difference. You are inspiring us to do this.
Oh my God,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi,
Yes.
Cristina, that was incredible, of course. I
Thank you.
flew here to see you. That was great. Thank you so much. You're going to be in a panel tomorrow.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
want to know if we want to catch up with you in the meantime. Where are you going to be
I'm
bouncing
going to
around
be
here?
around. I'm going at 10 o'clock. We're opening the expo. There's new gear. I want a new camera bag. So I'm going to be around, yes. And tomorrow, 11 o'clock, I'm in a panel with Franz Lanting and Amy
Yes.
Vitale, two other
Yes.
heroes for our planet.
Yes.
And we're having a wonderful conversation with Lauren Walsh about the realities of what's out there.
Okay.
So we're hoping to be short, succinct, so there's a lot of time for conversation. So
Excellent.
do come tomorrow, 11.
Thank you.
I'll also add to that after this, we're going to the Sony booth, right?
Oh my God, well, I have a very busy schedule.
You do have a very, I know your
what
schedule.
He knows where I'm
So right after she's done on the stage, she's going to head down to the Sony booth. You guys we're going to try to get as many questions, but if you want to continue the conversation with Mitty, go down to the Sony booth on the expo floor.
Hi. So I'm entering as a sophomore in college, and I had a question. You briefly mentioned Elon Musk. I wrote an essay a while back, kind of criticizing the idea that we're reaching out to space, trying to figure out whether or not Mars is able to habitat humans, and the fact that pre-industrial revolution, we didn't know about global warming or even carbon or something. And the idea that we still, well, to be blunt, we still found a way to fuck it up.
That's right.
So I'm wondering, why are we reaching out to, what is your opinion on the fact that we're trying to habitate Mars, but we're not trying to fix our own planet? Because theoretically, if we get to Mars, won't the same thing happen? Won't it just loop and loop and loop?
What a great question. Thank you for that. You know, I think human ego is one of the most dangerous things on this planet, and Elon has an abundance of that. But there's just something really silly about his idea that people are going to go to Mars. Because who here has a ticket to go with Elon? Who's going? Oh, no, we're not invited. We're not going. We're staying here. So he may go, and frankly, good riddance, you know. Help me say goodbye. The truth of the matter is, as far as we know, there is no life anywhere else in this galaxy or elsewhere. We are a tiny spaceship traveling alone across the universe. This is all we have. This is all we will ever have. And the fact of the matter is that the pilots, the captains of the spaceship, have no clue what they're doing. They don't understand how the systems work. They don't even know where the engine is. And so we need people like indigenous people and biologists and young people to remind us on how to steer the ship in the right direction. So yeah, I think Elon is mad, and I think we pay too much attention to the things that he does. And I think it's just a matter of having a big ego. So let's not have a big ego, right? Let's be humble. Thanks for that question.
Can I ask you, so can you talk about the ILCP and how we can aggregate photographers, scientists, and people to work together, collaborative for conservation?
Yes, thank you. The ILCP, the International League of Conservation Photographers, this was an organization I created in 2005. It's been a long time. And the idea was, I used to go to events like this where we never talked about the environment or conservation, and I was always very frustrated because I would raise my hand and I would say, hey, can we use our photographs to advocate for the places and the things that we photograph? And I was told unequivocally, no, we are not environmentalists. You know, people wanted to talk about the filters and the latest lens. So I started my own organization, International League of Conservation Photographers. And it started out with 40 of the biggest names in photography, people like Franz Lanting and Nick Nichols and Art Wolf and Paul Nicklin, my husband, and many others who were not just taking pictures of the things that matter, they were actually using those photographs as tools of advocacy to advocate for new protected areas, for new national parks, for new species protection. So the ILCP is now, God, 21 years old, my goodness. Yes. And, you know, when I die, I hope that my legacy is that this was created, because I didn't do it just for myself. I did it so that thousands of other photographers who have this, you know, eagerness to do more. I think we're all tired of being asked to do as little as possible. We want to give the full extent of our passion. And I wanted the ILCP to be that platform where all the photographers can come together, raise money, speak with a common voice, and advocate for our planet. So are you a member of the ILCP? Applying. Good luck.
Hi, Miriam.
Oh, sorry.
Hi.
I'm not the moderator, sorry.
First, I want to say thank you so much. I've followed you and Paul for years
Thank
and years
you.
and years, and thank you for doing everything you're doing. My question is, you're a big voice. We're little voices, some of us. I mean, even though I have a big mouth. First, it's a two-part question. What do we do to the naysayers? I mean, I actually am a teacher as well, and I work with teachers who laugh at me at times when I bring up the environment. They make fun of me. That's number one. Like, what do you say? Like, what's something very convincing to them? And two, do you think that with the advent of all this social media and our phones constantly at our sides, is this a benefit or is this a detriment because people are becoming so narcissistic with these machines?
Oh my God, two very difficult questions. So what do you say to the naysayers? You know, years ago, somebody showed me the bell curve of, you know, where people are in their beliefs and principles on the environment. And we have the big believers, and then we have a curve of people who, you know, are interested but not sure, and then we have the naysayers. And somebody said to me, do not waste your time with the naysayers. You know, the bulk of the people are in the curve. So to somebody who says, you know, the environment is a laughable matter, just say, you do you, you know. Because they're going down with the ship no matter what, you know, even if the band's still playing. But it is the bulk of the people that you need to use your energy on, the ones that are not sure how to enter the conversation. And we need to talk to them in a way that's inviting and that's optimistic and hopeful and not gloom and doom. And so focus your energy there, I would say, first of all. And the second one, is social media a detriment or a help? I would say there was a time when I thought that social media was going to allow us to have a conversation globally with each other around all these issues, and now it's so polarized, the algorithms are so crooked that I'm not so sure anymore. But I do still think that human communication is the most important thing we can be doing. And I think in a venue like this, I probably have more impact than I do with my social media every day, because I hope that I'm able to look at you in the eye and invite you to be a bigger part of the solutions for our planet. So don't waste too much time on social media. It's all marketing now.
All right, one last question. We have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi.
Where are you?
Right here.
Oh, there.
How much time do you dedicate, what percentage of your time do you dedicate to understanding your equipment, learning your equipment?
How much time do I dedicate to understanding my equipment? You know, quite a bit. A lot. I'm very lucky because Sony is always, giving me the latest and the greatest, and I have to understand it. So, yeah, lately, I've been reading manuals, but then the underwater component makes it even more complex because light behaves in a different way underwater. And then the whole post-production thing, the whole Lightroom, Adobe side of things, it's a whole different permanent learning curve, right? We're always learning new tools. But you know what? I think as photographers, we love all that. I love knowing how the new technology can help us achieve images that we couldn't even dream of just 10 years ago. And I find it an interesting and fun challenge. So the answer to the question is I'm going to say 30% of my time. That photo of the elephant, I'm just learning low-angle remote photography.
Very cool. Very cool. All right.
No, thank you so much. I'll be around. Thank you. Can I say one more thing? Thank you. And to all of you who have stood up with Canada in these difficult times, I just want to say thank you. We're terrified up there. And if you had stood up with us, just thank you. Thank you.
And again, reminder, folks, Mitty is going to make her way down to the expo floor and be in the Sony booth. So you want to continue the conversation, please go down there. But, also, starting in about 15 minutes, top of the hour, up next is Matthew Jordan Smith with the Lens of Change. So take a quick break, and don't forget to tag B&H in your favorite moments of all these sessions. Thank you. I think there's...
tricky one to blend everything together, this.
Can she come up with something spectacular?
Georgia was really struggling.
Only time will tell if it's good enough.
Expectation levels were low. The only woman on Earth right now. Will she be able to keep focused?
Breathe.
And that's a beauty.
That is magnificent.
All right, how we doing, people? All right, yes. We've only just begun here. We've only taken a couple major steps here for inspiration, all right? But next up here, we're joined by iconic portrait and fashion photographer whose lens has captured everything from Hollywood legends to everyday heroes. This session, How Photography Transforms Lives, is brought to you by our friends at Nikon. Matthew Jordan Smith explores how photography can be a tool of empowerment and transformation. Let's please welcome to the stage, Matthew Jordan Smith.
Hello. There's a lot to go over today, but I want to begin by just asking everyone a question. When did you first fall in love with photography? Think back about that. When did you get hooked? And what was it that caused you to fall in love with this amazing art form? Go back a bit. For many, it may have been landscapes. I know the first picture that really caught my eye in the very beginning for me, when I became aware of photography, was a landscape by Ansel Adams. And today, of course, I'm not known for taking pictures of landscapes, but I love it still. And every chance I get, when I see a great landscape like Mount Fuji, I'm, of course, taking pictures. It takes me right back to my roots as a photographer. So I want to ask you, what was your root, the love of your photography? How did it start? What made you fall in love with this amazing art form? Maybe it was wildlife. My mother loved all the wildlife shows as a kid. And I guess for that reason, it has me intrigued. Every time there's a show on TV or online or whatever about wildlife, I'm there. When I had a chance to go and take pictures of polar bears, I was there. Do people know me for that? No. But I still love it. I have a lot of friends who love taking pictures of birds. Even just 5 minutes ago, a photographer stopped me and told me about her love for taking pictures of birds. And I know some of my friends at Nikon love also photographing birds. But what was your thing? What got you hooked on this amazing art form? For me, it was people. I want you to think back. What made you fall in love with photography? We're going to go deep into that today. So it's important that you find out what made you first fall in love with photography. There was a time, not too long ago, when I felt like I lost my way as a photographer. The world's changed a lot. Photography's changed a lot. And I guess through that transition of everything, I got lost. Now, I've had a great career as a photographer. In the 90s, I was shooting a lot of celebrities. Oprah Winfrey, Daniel Day-Lewis, Halle Berry was my first celebrity cover. Actually, Halle and Oprah were two of my 4 first covers in my career, and really launched me into that world of photography with celebrity. Zendaya, who is probably one of the more famous celebrities today, and everybody in between. I photographed a lot of different people, and having a great career doing what I love. But after decades of success, I found myself feeling lost. Maybe you feel lost also in your journey, or maybe you've gone through that period where you've felt like something's changed, it's not the same. What am I doing wrong? it wasn't that I wasn't working hard. I was definitely working harder, I think, than ever before. Back in the days of film, you worked hard. But with digital, you work longer hours because you're on the computer more. I was working hard, but still something wasn't the same. I lost my why. I felt like I was in this desert trying to make it still as things changed, and it wasn't the same for me. As a result of all this, I felt like my photography career was cut in half. Like somebody came out with a katana and just sliced me in half. That's a hard place to be, especially when you've had some level of success in photography. Many people have felt that way. I've talked to many friends who are feeling this way, and that's the reason why I want to speak about this today. It's not all up all the way, all the time. Sometimes you're going through ups and downs as a photographer. I started advertising more in different ways. I increased my posts on social media. I lowered my prices. None of that was working. Now, I was working here and there, enjoying what I do best. But it wasn't the same as it was when I was working all the time. I forgot the most important part about being a photographer. Why I love photography. This is why I asked you in the very beginning, what made you fall in love with photography? It's important to always understand your why, or in Japan, your ikigai, your purpose. You must understand that to stay connected and thrive for decades. One thing I had to really discover is it's not about me. It never has been. For photography, it's not about me and my pictures. And sometimes we can wonder like, oh wow, maybe it's my work. Maybe it's not. Today, I want to help you find your way so you can thrive forever. Today, we're talking about the lens of change, how photography can transform your life and transform the lives of your subjects. I want to ask you this question. What's the impact on a person when you can use photography to highlight their life, to make them feel special, important, beautiful, handsome, strong, empowered? What's the impact on that person's life? Not just while you're taking their picture, but long term. My name is Matthew Jordan Smith. I'm a Nikon ambassador. I've been doing photography for a long time. I've seen the ups and downs. I want to help you if you're on your journey where you're just beginning or you've been doing it for a long time. I want to help you find your why or remember your why. I was born in Brooklyn, New York. I see my cousin out here from Brooklyn. City of 8.2 million people. A lot of people in New York. But I now live in Japan, a city of 37 million people. It's changed how I see life. It's changed how I talk about photography. Now, I moved to Japan almost 9 years ago, 8.5 years ago. In November, it will be 9 years. I have to tell you a secret. I was scared to uproot my career after having this great career in America and go to a land where nobody knew me. And that was part of me being lost for a while. But I want to live in this place that I felt was an amazing place to be. But part of that meant that I had to start all over again as a photographer, and that was hard. Now, I've had a lot of success in my career shooting celebrities, and the first jobs in Japan were celebrities as well. And I was getting work here and there, but not like what it was living in the States. But I was determined to find my way. And at first, I was just lost in thinking about the picture, about me as a celebrity photographer. I'll get work easy. But that's not true. After 38 years of working as a photographer, I was doing great in the States, but moving to another country, that was a different change for me. And I had to figure out my why, discover it, and get back to my roots. So just to show you my background here in America, I've done a lot of work, from shooting movie posters to advertising campaigns to covers, you name it. I was doing a lot of work. I was getting a lot of press, doing press for TV, for magazines, you name it. But I felt a calling to change my life and go somewhere else. And you know the saying in New York, if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere, right? I also have done many books. My first 3 books, and these are not books I've done because of trying to get more work, but they were more about making a difference in the world using photography. My first 3 books, the first one was Sepia Dreams, 50 interviews of celebrities asking them how they got started in their field, how they started their journey, about their why. The same thing I'm asking you, why you do photography, why you love it. My second book was a harder book, Lost and Found, finding families who have experienced a loss of a child through kidnapping or whatever. And the third book was Future American President, not a political book at all. I went to find children all over America in every state, strangers, and asked their parents, can I photograph them, and ask a question. What would you do if you were a future president 50 years from now? That's a book I did in 2014. My latest book is called Aretha Cool, and that's about the last 13 years of photographing the Queen of Soul. Funny thing, last year, this very week, I came from Japan to America to go on The View and promote the book. Whoopi loved the book. She called it her favorite book of the summer. So I came to do press on Aretha Cool. This time last year, just a weird coincidence to be here again, speaking to all of you in this great, amazing city. At the start of my career, I thought success meant the next big campaign, next big job. I thought that was success. I thought that's what it was all about. Shooting Oprah the first time was amazing, and I shot her many times over the years. But it wasn't about shooting that job that brought me joy. It wasn't about getting the check that brought me joy. Now, in the very beginning, I thought that would. Yes, we all need to get paid for what we love to do, but that's not what brought me joy. And I forgot that for a minute. Photographing the next big celebrity does sound great, but it wasn't what got me into photography. I never wanted to be a celebrity photographer. It just happened. For those who watch Tokyo Vice, this is one of the stars of the show. It's now not coming back for a 3rd season, but this is Ansel Elgort. He's the son of the famous photographer, Arthur Elgort, fashion photographer, those know him. Kind of funny to meet him in Japan and find out who his father was. Doing celebrities opened the door for me. And at first I thought I was being hired to shoot celebrities because of my photography, because of my lighting, or all those things that we think gets us work. That's not what it's all about. Yes, I shot a lot of different people, and it was fun doing it. But I had to remember my why when I moved to another country to start my career again. When I first got there, I thought it was all about my images. I thought the images would get me work. I showed Oprah right away, and nobody in Japan knows who Oprah is. I found out the hard way. And, you know, when you're showing your work and people having a reaction here, it's one thing. You leave, go to another country, and you're like, oh, that only works in America. I had to really dig deep and discover what made me fall in love with photography. Why do people hire me to take pictures? Why do they hire you? There are more photographers now than any point in history. Why are they hiring you? I forgot my why until things got slow, until nobody was calling me, when it was empty in the studio. That's a hard thing to come to deal with. At first, I was upset. Should I move back to America? Is that it? But in the beginning of photography here, it was not easy. And I had to think back, what did I do to really make a difference? What was it that made people come and hire me? I thought I wasn't working because the world of photography had changed. And yes, it has, in a big way. But people have not changed. Yes, social media has changed. Yes, there's something brand new, new gear, new whatever. But people are the same. We feel the same. We have emotions. We connect. Today, we're all connecting in person. It feels stronger than on social media. People have not changed, and I had to be woken up to remember all of that. Photography is more than just images. It's about connection. I did a job last year of a celebrity in Japan, and this was part of my wake-up call, finding out what made people see me differently. Now, on this shoot, nobody spoke English, and that's actually very common. I'm struggling to learn Japanese. I speak a little bit, but I'm not fluent. And this day, that didn't matter. The connection is what matters. Today, I'm not here to talk about lighting. I talk about lighting a lot. I teach lighting. I talk about techniques a lot. But today, I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here to talk about what I believe matters most in your photography, in my photography, what sets us apart. I want to share a story with you. I was on an assignment for a new client. No, I need to back up and tell you the full story. I had no work. I was doing more advertising, more promotion, dropping my prices. Nothing was working in Japan. I had no work. I had to be humbled, broken down, to remember my why. I was depressed. I was down. I was having imposter syndrome. And then I got on my knees and I prayed to the Creator. And I asked for help in finding my way. I didn't want to give up living in Japan. I wanted to work and thrive. So I asked for consistent clients in Japan. I had clients, but not consistent. I asked for consistent clients in Japan. Something different, something I didn't have. I went to this coffee shop. It's about 30 seconds from where I live. I sat in the front where that woman is on the left, and I went to get online, and my computer died. I'm like, oh man, I just got here. Put up my phone was dying. I'm like, I didn't charge my computer, I didn't charge my phone. So I'm like, just gonna go home, work from home. Didn't wanna be at home, but I said, no, work from home. So I go to start walking home, and something tells me, go and look and see if the cherry blossoms have started to bloom. I'm in Japan, and it's cherry blossom season. It's the beginning of cherry blossom season. I walk around the corner, and there they are, in bloom and beautiful. I pull out my smartphone to take a picture, and as I take one picture, it dies. As it dies, I look to my right, and there's a building that I've passed by 1,000 times, but I've never noticed it before, never gone inside before. So I walk inside just to see what it is, because I couldn't tell what kind of business it was. I walk inside, and it's a little small building, and there's a small Japanese woman in the front, and she says, "Ohayou gozaimasu." I'm like, "Ohayou gozaimasu." And then I hear a voice behind me. It's a guy who's Japanese, and he says in English, "Good morning." So I turn around and say good morning, and we start talking. He says, "Oh, there's more downstairs." I thought it was a small store. I walk downstairs, it's this huge store. From here to the back of the room. I mean, a gigantic store. So I walk in, they show me around, I'm seeing stuff, and it's kind of funny. I meeting the owner of the store, and this is March 25th, 2025. This is current. March 25th, 2025 is a day that is special to me because it is Aretha Franklin's birthday. It's the beginning of Sakura season in Japan. I walk in, they show me around, I meet the owner, and the guy behind me is translating to the owner, because my Japanese isn't that great. And she's saying, "Oh, what do you do? Where do you live?" I tell her I live here in Japan. I've been here for almost 9 years. And she says, "Oh, so what do you do?" I used to say I'm a photographer, but that's not what I do. I go in my bag and I pull out this little book. I open it up and I say, "I do this. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu." She takes the book, opens it up, and the first person she sees is a Japanese celebrity. I think it's stronger to show what you do versus say what you do. She looks at it. There's only like 8 pictures in here. It's very small. Have it in my pocket. She looks at it, goes through, goes through, goes through, and she says, after, of course, what do you do in photography? She says, "Are you able to do this in Japan?" I'm like, "Yes." She's like, "Are you free this week?" I'm like, "Yes." Let me just show you what she went to see. She goes up, she looks at my little book right here. She opens up and sees a big Japanese celebrity. It's one of my first jobs in Japan. She's very well known. Her name is Becky. Everybody in the country in Japan knows her. So she opens up, sees that. Then she opens up, sees Zendaya, who she did not know. But the guy who's working for her, who's younger, knew her right away. Then she sees Sam Jackson and the guy from Tokyo Vice. Then she sees a big Japanese singer. And then Queen Latifah, and that's it. And she says, "Are you available on March 27th?" 2 days later. She hires me on the spot. I didn't know what the job was at the time. She hires me on the spot to take pictures of a group that she is over. So all the subjects are Japanese women. None of them speak English. And you now know my Japanese is limited. We start doing the shoot, and I do what I do on every shoot. I bring in my team, hair, makeup, the whole crew, and there's a transformation that happens when you're doing photography of celebrities. Celebrities are used to having hair, makeup. They're used to that transformation, and they take it for granted. The average person does not get this experience. It's special. It makes you feel special. So I bring them in, we go through the hair, the makeup. The process is empowering. And I find out, wow, people love this experience. Even after hair and makeup on the hair and makeup room, coming down to the set and having somebody do their hair, their makeup, having the wind machine, having all that happen is very special. It creates a connection. I start doing all the photographs of all the subjects. There's 5 women on this first day. And as I'm shooting, it hits me. My why. Why I got into photography. It's that connection with people that happens when you are behind your lens and you make them feel special. It hit me this day. This day, I'm photographing all these different women, and this woman, she's having a great time with the hair and makeup, and I can tell she's like emotional. And as we start to shoot, it amplifies, it becomes more and more and more. And I see her begin to tear up a little bit, but she's smiling at the same time. I keep shooting. I'm seeing her as she transforms right in front of me. She comes alive. She feels empowered. I feel empowered. This is the moment I remembered my why. Why I loved photography. In the very beginning, I showed you all the pictures, the birds, the wildlife, and the people. For me, it was about that connection with people. After the shoot, we had to take a break because she was crying so hard. And I knew why she was emotional, even though she couldn't explain it to me. Everyone in the room felt it. It was special. It was that connection. Seeing her get emotional made everyone in the room emotional, including me. We all felt it. We didn't have to say a thing. Her tears were tears of joy. I later found out why. She felt for the first time in her life she could be seen. She felt for the first time in her life that she was beautiful. I think she's a beautiful woman, but she didn't feel that way. So we cleaned her up, started again, and got amazing images. But after the shoot, I learned more. She felt that she wore makeup in her life as a mask to cover up who she was. She wore contacts, colored contacts, to hide behind, and other things to hide behind in her life. And doing hair and makeup, they told her, take the contacts out. You're beautiful as you are. And let Matthew photograph the real you. And that's what happened. That day, my lens became her mirror to see herself. And when you're shooting your clients, it's also their mirror to see themselves. No one in this room, and no one whom you've ever photographed, has ever seen their own face. We've only seen a reflection. It's up to you to show them who they really are, to bring out their joy, their beauty, their power. That's the power that we all have as photographers. For the first time, she felt seen, that she could be herself. That's power. That's power that each and every one of us, that we all have, to bring out the best in each person. Photography is not just about what you see. It's how you help people see themselves. After that shoot, something really amazing happened. This is my client. So after photographing those 5 women, and when she hired me, I thought it was just that one job. But remember my prayer? I prayed for a consistent client in Japan. I had no idea how this was going to happen, but that is what I asked for. Whether you believe in that or not, doesn't matter. This is what happened to me. So my client said that everybody felt moved that day. All 5 women had an experience. And she says, Matthew-san, I have an idea. I didn't know it at the time, but she's in charge of a massive community, thousands of women. I had no idea. And she said, what happened the other day was a miracle. I want to call it the Miracle Soul Photo Sessions. So we started shooting women over and over and over again. I met her on March 25th of this year. In that time, I've shot almost 50 different women. Shoot after shoot after shoot. A consistent client in Japan. On the second shoot, this woman felt so moved by the shoot, she went home, she's a recording artist, and she recorded a new song because she felt blessed by the session. Special, amazing. That's the power we all have. And more women came, comedians. I pulled out all of their energy. They don't speak English. We're connecting still. That's the power of photography. What is my why? Connection with people. Making them find themselves, see themselves. That's the power that we all have. Through our lens. It's not just about the picture. The picture is the result. What happens while you're taking that picture? That's what's special. Make them feel alive, special, and seen. How do your clients feel when you're working with them? What's the impact on a person's life through your photography? Other women came, and also had more connections. Became emotional. This has happened over and over and over again on my sessions. Photography can heal people, help them see themselves. Many of my clients have never had their picture taken before. It's special. They're emotional afterwards. This happens a lot of the times behind the set after the shoot. To witness somebody else find themselves, find their beauty, is a powerful thing. It works on everybody. I know I've got to go a little faster now. I see my time. This is how photography can transform people, transform lives. It works for everybody. 2014, I went to find strangers and asked them, can I photograph their child? I'd never met this child before. I was there photographing her for maybe 15 minutes, then I went off to find the next child, next state. She sent me an email, or a message on Instagram, and told me that meeting in 2013, made her want to become a photographer. It transformed her life, and now she is a photographer in the Marines. I found out on Instagram. I haven't met her yet, but I'm going to because she's now stationed in Japan. What's the impact on a person's life through photography? One photograph can transform a life and their family's life, become part of their legacy 50 years from now. That's the power of your photographs. One picture can change somebody's life. Now, this picture is part of her legacy, part of her family's legacy. Things that I'll never know, things that you will never know when you photograph somebody as well. Make the connection when you are taking their picture. Show people how you feel about them. Help them find themselves. Now, continuing the transformation for me is also about what I present to my clients, what they see. This person she's beautiful, obviously, but her skin is not so great. I use a new tool, talking to AI, Evoto AI, to do my retouching to make the skin feel beautiful and like real skin. It's an amazing tool. For those who haven't used it, this tool, I'm going to go fast, because this can open doors and help your clients see themselves differently, find themselves empowered. This is now her skin as it looks in reality. A little bit of retouching, a little bit more, and my final. Quite amazing to see what this simple AI tool can do to transform your photography. Open doors, make people feel great about themselves and more. This is a credit to help you get 50 credits using Evoto AI. My retoucher uses this and goes further as well, but this is the tool now that's made it easier and faster to retouch. It's quite amazing. All my images now are used with that Evoto and going further as well, but this is what I present in my work to make a strong connection with people. Now I'm going a little faster because I know I'm down to like only a minute and a half. I hang out with my clients. They want to go bungee jumping. I said I'd photograph them, but I wouldn't do it with them. So this is my clients jumping for the first time. And I'm there capturing every moment all the way down. This is my other client who speaks English. We went and had our kimonos made, handmade together. And he said he wanted to go bungee jumping in his kimono. So he did. And I captured that of him all the way down with my Nikon Z6 III. Now, photography transforms lives. I'm going to go really fast. Aretha Franklin is a person who I photographed for 13 years, and it was connection that made us come together. From 2005 to 2018, when she passed away, I captured her. And it was that connection that brought us together. You have that with every single client that you'll ever shoot. I have music all the time playing. Sometimes she'd call me. I'm going to go fast through that part. Middle of the night, because she trusts me. Photography's hard. This is her. Think about how you can make a connection with your clients. I now am out of time. I just want to give you another fast way to see my book. It's on sale for 50% off until the end of tomorrow. Thank you guys for your time, for being here. Thank you, B&H. Thank you, Nikon. Thank you, Gabe.
Thank you. So we have time. Thank you because we have lots of people who have some questions here. So we do have time for some questions.
Beautiful.
All right. So let's see, we got a hand up over here, or? Well, one second, we'll get you. We all want to hear the question.
The situation with the women crying, was that something Japanese, or did that happen with American clients as well?
That's happened in America as well. One of my more famous shoots in America was the cast of Waiting to Exhale. 5 different women, Whitney Houston, Angela Bassett, Terry McMillan. On that shoot, we had finished the shoot, and it was such a magical day. And 2 of them were crying at the end of the shoot. And I photographed them all together at the end, eyes closed, embracing. And that shoot of her crying, that first shoot, reminded me of that shoot. And that's what made it happen and come back to me. It's that connection part. Thanks for that question.
I just want to say thank you for sharing your story. Can you talk a little bit about how your personal projects have turned into bigger projects?
Yes.
Good to see you.
Thank you, thank you. My personal projects are a must for me. You know, we do assignments for clients, and they're for your clients. But as photographers, you must shoot something for you. That first question, why do you love photography? What's your why? That connection is for me to show in my personal work why I love photography, what it does for me, how I got started. Gordon Parks was a big hero for me, still is. And I found out about him through a book. So I want to create books to show others the way as well. So that's why it's important to me. One of the reasons why it's so important to me to always have a personal project.
Hi, thank you so much for helping us come back to our roots and remember our why. This was absolutely amazing. I'm sure that when you're on these shoots, it's a lot of what you're doing is your personal energy that's helping these women and these people. But is there anything that you say to build this connection to help people feel more comfortable so they can feel seen?
Yes,
Thank you.
There is. It's not so much about what I say, it's how I say it. So when I'm doing a shoot, I whisper as I'm shooting because it feels very different than when you're talking loudly. And even though they may not understand what I'm saying, they can feel the energy. They can feel my energy. I'm also smiling as I'm shooting. I'm also showing how much I love what I do. That's not just about the picture and the lights and cameras and making sure that I'm on the right f-stop. It's about them, and I love doing it. So I'm sharing that as I'm shooting all the time with all my clients. And that's how they hire you and talk about you and refer you to other clients. So show how you feel as you shoot.
Hi, good morning. I wanted to find out from you, have you ever shot anyone naturally opposed to retouching? Just give their natural look?
What a great question.
Yeah, because after the makeup, you're still who you are. So
Yes. So I live in Japan. There are many people who like nature, being natural. So on my last shoot, I just got here on Sunday. My last shoot last week, we had 2 new subjects who wanted to be shot with no hair, no makeup, naturally. So my client's like, oh, this is another avenue. So I just did that. So on those clients, there's no retouching, there's nothing done. It's beautiful light. I am shooting in a way where it's more flattering. So for those clients, I shoot wide open, like 1.2. So I'm focused on the eyes. The skin goes very, very soft. It's natural, nothing's done. I had another client who wanted to be shot only with film. I've been shooting film since the very beginning of my career. So it felt great to shoot film again for a client. So it's another avenue. Thanks for that question.
All right, thank you, Michael. Thank you for sharing your why. And Michael will be available.
Matthew.
Sorry. Matthew Jordan Smith. This is three. This is 3 name one. Matthew Jordan Smith will be outside to continue the conversation in the speaker area right outside. So any more questions, we'll take it out there. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And folks, just continue to share he asked you 20 times what your why is. We're ready to hear it. He shared his, and we're ready to hear yours throughout the next few days. So we're going to take a little break, but starting at 12 o'clock, we've got a very special presentation. Thandiwe Muriu going to be talking about turning identity into art. All right?
the Nikon Z5 II excels, even in the most challenging conditions. I love the feeling that the next great image is just a beat away. The Nikon Z5 II gives me the confidence to know I can execute and deliver.
There's so many features about the Z8 that really appeal to me.
With filmmaking, it's fantastic. You can use it on a small gimbal.
Video that looks cinematic.
So I could really fine-tune all the colors that the camera can capture.
It's a game changer.
The new Paybu card. You can save the tax. Or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. Same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
All right, and a huge thank you also to Fuji. Fuji is helped bring our next speaker to the stage. I'm super excited for this, right? This, I heard about our next speaker about a year ago from a friend, saw her book on the feed. It ended up, her book, Camo, is, I think, the best book, the best photo book I've seen in the last 10 years. So, Thandiwe Muriu, our next speaker, is known for her vibrant, visionary self-portraits that reimagine African identity through pattern, color, and culture. She'll be walking down. Is she ready? Walking down the main stage. We've got this, here we go. Folks, we've got the main stage coming down with her two models. Because not only is she going to be speaking on our main stage, but we have a photo booth with her and her models that you can explore creativity with down on the expo floor. So let's give a really warm welcome to Kenyan photography, Thandiwe Muriu, presenting the heart of photography, turning identity into art. You go, look, this is the best. This is the best.
Grand entrance.
Grand entrance.
Well, thank you, Gabe.
You're welcome. Thank you. Let's get it started.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am incredibly excited to be here. I came all the way from Kenya for this. This is like... So, 20-hour flight, but I can't wait to share with you my story. And I hope in sharing my story and how I've taken my identity and turned it into art that is highly personal to me, I'll inspire you to begin to think through how you can use your own stories to create powerful images. So my name is Thandiwe Muriu, and I am a visual artist based out of Nairobi, Kenya. And in my work, I use African textiles as a canvas to redefine, reimagine, and celebrate. My work is primarily focused on the theme of identity, belonging, and womanhood. Okay, so let's get this show started. I don't know if I'm using this right. Just really press, okay. There we go. Okay, so one of the things you're going to learn during this talk is that I love African proverbs, and I'm going to try and hit you with as many as possible. So there is an African proverb that says, if you want to know the end, look at the beginning. And to be able to tell you my story of how I ended up here as a visual artist, sharing my story with the world, I have to take you back to the beginning, way back to the beginning, okay? So my story begins with a list. My mom and dad had this list of things that they wanted to teach us because they wanted to raise us to be strong, independent women. To give you some context, in Kenya, women are often raised just to be wives and mothers. That is a sum total of womanhood in my context in most cases. And my parents were clear that they wanted different from us. So they had this list of things. On the list were things like how to change a light bulb, how to change a tire, how to use the internet, because this was the 90s, so the internet was a big deal then. Even how to slaughter a goat, which in my culture is something that is reserved for boys only. And on that list was they wanted us to be comfortable with technology. And for whatever reason, my father decided photography was the way he was going to teach us that. But before we go there, this is an image of my grandmother. I think it was taken in about the 1950s during her dating days. She's a woman sitting on the far right. And it really does show how women are viewed in my context. Subservient, quiet, definitely not the main participants in society. It's easy to disappear as a woman. So back to that list. One day when I was 14 years old, my dad came into our room and he grandly declared, "Girls, today I'm going to teach you how to use a DSLR." And I was a teenager, so I was kind of like, okay, fine. And he takes us outside and he shows us how to hold the camera. He teaches us about the exposure triangle, the rule of thirds, all the basic stuff. And I didn't realize it at the time, but my father making that statement, in him making that statement, he had introduced me to the rest of my life. It's as if I had instant chemistry with a camera. When he put it in my hands, I finally found a way to say all these things that I wanted to say that I couldn't find the words to express. I come from an artistic family. My sister is an incredible artist. My mother can really draw. Unfortunately, I am not gifted in those areas. I can't really draw. I can't sing. I wish I could paint, but that is not my gifting. But photography somehow unlocked a voice in me and a way to express myself that I didn't have before. So fast forward, a couple of months, and I would be rushing home from school every day to try and borrow my dad's camera. He had this really old camera that I had to make sure I took pictures before the sun went down, because I think the highest it could shoot was like ISO 400, and then the images would be so grainy. So I'd run home after school and borrow his camera to try and take images and grow this photography skill that I had. My older sister had this big collection of Vogue magazines. And I remember always looking at them and being deeply inspired by what I saw on the pages. It was always exciting to see where we would be going in different editions. Are we underwater? Are we going to space in this one? Are we going to be in a medieval castle? And somehow those highly creative images captivated my attention. Pretty early on in my journey, it became clear to me that I wasn't interested in recording stories. I wanted to create, and there's a difference. In Kenya, many times when you say you want to be a photographer, people assume you want to be a journalist. And I thought, that's not what I want to do. I want to use my imagination to tell stories. So right there in my backyard with my sisters, we put together these very elaborate photo shoots, usually using props and our pet dogs as models and stand-ins. The pictures were really not very good. They were terrible pictures. But that's how I grew my creative language. Fast forward several years later, and I was posting my work on, I think it was Facebook at the time. I was posting my work on Facebook, and this photographer who I deeply admired reached out to me. His name was Mutua, and he said, I'd love to meet you and just chat about photography. And for me, that was a dream come true, because this man was like my icon of local photographers. When I met with Mutua, he realized, I think, that I had this insatiable desire to learn photography. And so he introduced me to a collective of photographers who went on to teach me everything I knew about being a photographer. Things like how to make an invoice, how to send cold emails, how to put together a portfolio. This group of photographers really started me on my journey. But they also introduced me to something else, commercial photography. Remember, Thandiwe doesn't want to record, I want to create. And so initially, I thought the one way to do that would be to be a fashion photographer. But it quickly became clear to me that it may be a little bit difficult to make a living as a fashion photographer in a non-fashion hub. And so when they introduced me to commercial photography, I realized that this was another outlet that I could have for my creative voice. Fast forward several years, and I went on to become one of the few female photographers in the industry in Kenya at the time, shooting advertisements. And while I absolutely loved that journey, after some time, I began to have questions. Questions like, is there something wrong with me for wanting to be a photographer? Do I add value to my community by doing something different than what they prescribe for me? I went through a small identity crisis. I remember once meeting with a friend and saying, I'm really excited about this photography thing, and I was telling them all about work and what I was doing. And they looked at me and they asked me, so when are you going to get a real job? I mean, that hurt. But my pursuit of photography came at great personal expense. And it really left me asking deep and painful questions about my identity as a woman. So this is some of the work that I would do as a commercial photographer. Something else was happening at the time. As I was having these deep questions about who I was and my identity, I was also struggling with loving photography. And I think the one thing nobody tells you when your hobby becomes your job is that is the worst thing you can do for your passion for something. And so I was really struggling with just enjoying the briefs that I was getting. And I remember sharing this struggle with a friend. And he told me, have you tried shooting something for yourself? Have you tried doing personal work? I said, personal work, what's that? Because I was self-taught, there was kind of big gaps in my learning, and I didn't realize that I should be doing projects for myself. And he wisely said, think of the craziest thing that comes to your head and go and do that. Part of the problem that I was facing was that with commercial briefs, I was always shooting somebody else's message. Yes, the aesthetics were my style, but the message wasn't mine. And with that challenge that he gave me, I realized that I wanted to speak about things that I was passionate about. And so began the journey of the work that I created called Camo. Okay. So in the Camo series, I was asking questions. The whole series is about womanhood and identity and belonging and how we view ourselves as women. It was a place where I began to ask the questions that I was too afraid to say out loud through pictures. Remember, this is me who can't draw, can't sing, can't really write, but I can take pictures. And that's how I began to process the questions that I had. There is an African proverb that says, a bird does not sing because it has answers. It sings because it has songs. And one of the things I've learned through the journey of creating Camo is I don't think I have the answers to some of the questions I was asking, but the gift it has given me is a community of women that I can journey with to find the answers. So I did the project in 2015, created 6 images, and kind of put it aside and went on to do other things. I didn't feel compelled to make any more images. That was it. I was done. It was helpful in helping me love photography again, and life moved on. And then, 2019, COVID. And suddenly, we couldn't gather to shoot campaigns on set because there was heavy restrictions on how many people could gather in one place at a time. And it was a time when we were all kind of sitting at home, questioning our lives, wondering if we made good decisions, watching people fight over tissue paper. I mean, it was a crazy time of COVID. And in that time, I got a message on Instagram from a gallery. And they said, hi, we're called 193 Gallery. We're holding this exhibition called Colors of Africa, and we would like to include some of your work in this exhibition. Now, I come from a very suspicious culture, and I wasn't very familiar with galleries or the fine art world before this. And so I saw this message, and I thought, who is this? You know, is this a hoax? And I was immediately like, no, I'm not giving you my pictures. But the world seemed like it was ending, so I figured a little research wouldn't hurt anybody. And I went on to realize they represented this photographer whose work I really admired called Hassan Hajjaj. He's a photographer out of Morocco. And they seemed legit, and since the world was ending, you know, let me just say yes. And so I did. And that yes completely transformed my life and career trajectory. The work actually sold at the exhibition, much to my surprise. And in 2020, they asked if they could sign me on a full-time contract. That same year, no, in 2020, they showed me for the first time at Photo London, and I was awarded the People's Choice Emerging Photographer of the Year. 2021, things really began to pick up, and Camo began to travel heavily around the world. So far, it's been exhibited in Australia, China, Singapore, Morocco, Monaco. Right now, it's being exhibited in Musée de l'Homme in Paris. And last week in Kenya, which was very exciting, it was projected on the tallest building in the CBD. Camo was a result of me asking myself, who am I? When I created the work. And when I asked the question, who am I, as I began to dream up this project, I came up with 3 answers. Number 1, I'm a woman, and I come from a family of only girls, and that deeply shapes my perspective of the world. Number two, I'm African. And even if I'm a global citizen, my perspective of the world is deeply informed by my roots. And number three, which was very clear before, even in my commercial work, I love color. So now that I've taken you through the journey of why I create the work, let me tell you a little bit about how I actually create the work. My creative process begins with the fabric. It's all about the textile for me. And when I am looking for textiles, because I buy them from all over the continent, more recently I've been experimenting with actually making them for myself and designing the print on them. But when I'm looking for textiles, I'm looking for something that has a little bit of movement to it. I'm slightly obsessed with the idea of an optical illusion and deeply inspired by the work of Victor Vasarely, who is a father of op art. And I want to keep my viewer's eye in constant motion in my images. So whether it's a fabric that is pulsing or that is flowing or that is swirling, I'm looking for something that will trick the eye. The fabric that I work with for this particular series is known as a wax textile. It's a fabric that has been worn widely across the continent for many years. It's most heavily worn in West Africa, Central, and East Africa. When I find a fabric that I think will work for the images, I then design the garments that my subjects wear, and I work with local tailors to actually get it stitched. I think that's the aspiring fashion photographer in me found an outlet. I feel like each print has a personality. Some are aggressive, some are playful, some are a bit soft, some are a bit timid, some are a bit romantic. And so I'm trying to design a garment that I think plays up the personality of the textile. My use of fabrics is historically significant. Africa has had a long history of making and trading textiles. Usually on the continent, if we want to commemorate something, we are more likely to make a textile than do anything else. It could be commemorating a person, it could be an event, it could be a political cause. We are more likely to make a textile than maybe do a plaque or a monument like other nations might. For example, in Kenya, we have one textile that records the arrival and the impact of the yellow fever pandemic in the Zanzibar port in the late 1800s. Or if you wanted a more recent example, we have a textile that grieves the death of Michael Jackson, showing how connected we are to global icons. The history of Africa is written on textiles. And not only is our history written on textiles, but they also show our engagement with the rest of the world. And the story that these textiles tell is one of exchange. Designs from Africa have gone out into the world, but designs from the rest of the world have also come into Africa to be transformed. I think of several textiles. For example, we have one called the Masai Shuka in Kenya that draws deep inspiration from Scottish tartan. Or there's another fabric that's worn along the East African coastline called the kanga that draws deep inspiration from a silk Portuguese handkerchief called the lenço. Through textiles, you can see our relationship with the world and our understanding of our place in it. So why do my subjects blend into the background? That's a question I get pretty often. Remember, I'm asking questions about my identity and my place as a woman. I'm questioning my relationship with my world in this project. And one of the things I felt was, as a woman, if I did exactly what my community prescribed for me, I would be invisible. I would just disappear. And yet, I deeply wanted to be seen. It was very clear I was gifted at photography, even if it was something unconventional for women to do. If you notice in my images, my subjects never smile. These women are not trying to woo you or convince you to like them. They're simply being. And there is a deep charisma that comes from the confidence that they're exuding. My hope is that I could be these women, and that every woman could be these women. All right, oops, let's go back there. All right, here are the tailors that I work with in Nairobi to make the clothing. Many times, it is a collaborative process. I'll design the clothing, and then I work with them to let me know what is actually technically possible. I usually dream up very big dramatic designs, and then it's their job to kind of tell me, okay, we have to bring it in a little bit to make it a little bit more reasonable. So textiles are the foundation on which I leverage other cultural elements in my work, like hair. Important part of identity. Every culture has hair traditions. In my work, I often reference historical elements with contemporary aesthetics, and the best example would be, to explain this, would be using this image. So the hair in this image is inspired by the Himba tribe of Namibia. And in that tribe, they have a very distinctive two-plait hairstyle where the braid goes from the back of the wearer's head all the way to the front. Historically, we had incredible hair as Africans. It was almost architectural. It was very intricate. But one of the things I've realized more recently is that our hair has gotten more simple, less intricate. The craftsmanship of hairstyling is disappearing in my community. And I really wanted to challenge that in my work. Remember, I'm speaking about identity and beauty, and hair is one of the best ways to speak about these two issues at the same time. I think colonization really changed our relationship with hair as Africans. And what is usually seen as beautiful hair in my context is long, straight, and flowing, which is very beautiful hair, but unfortunately, my hair is short, and it stands up, and it's unruly. And I really did want to push the narrative in my work that natural hair can be beautiful hair. Now, that said, natural hair can also be very difficult to work with. And this is us on set doing the hair. I usually work with 2 to 3 hairstylists. One is a specialist in braiding, and she usually has an assistant. And then there's another hairstylist who does the cutting and the actual styling of the hair. Many times it takes a lot of creative problem solving to get the hair to do what I want it to do, because I have a tendency to like big hair. One of the most recognizable things about my work is the use of everyday objects as accessories. I have used baby rattles, speakers, hairpins, bottle caps, and even shoe polish to make the accessories in my work. Anything has the potential to be an accessory in my work. We've always had a history of using objects to beautify ourselves. This is a picture of my mom and dad wearing the traditional dress of our ethnic group, which is a Kikuyu. And you can see the use of feathers, of beads, and of cowrie shells to embellish the outfits. Much like my forefathers, I take objects that are often undervalued and turn them into something really striking that you can't ignore. To create the accessories, I often work with local artisans called Juakali artisans. If you translate that from Kiswahili, which is a local dialect, it means hot sun. And it has 2 meanings. Number one, it refers to how these unskilled workers often work under the hot Nairobi sun, usually with no shade, to make their wares. But secondly, it's a term we use to refer to the informal sector, which makes up majority of Kenya's economy. It's been an interesting experience working with them. I remember the first time I went in with this crazy request on, I wanted to make this prototype for eyewear. They treated my request with, not very well masked concern. But over the years, as we have developed a relationship and I've come back and I've shown them the pictures, they have become very excited and willing participants in the innovation we have to do to create the prototypes. So this is Daniel. He's a local welder that I work with. And now whenever I go and see him, he's always excited to kind of bring out the glasses and say, look, let me show you how this one looks. And it's become this beautiful relationship with my community. So let's go through some examples, okay? Does anyone want to take a guess what these glasses are made from? Nope, not a fan. I'll give you 2 more guesses. Not a plastic bottle, nope. One more. Sponge from the bathroom. Okay, these are sink strainers. Yeah, can you see it now? So in Kenya, we don't usually use dishwashers. We wash our dishes by hand, which is an unfortunate thing because we love hosting, and we love hosting large groups of people. So growing up, I washed a lot of dishes. I hate washing dishes. But one day, as I was watching the dishes being washed, and how it happens in my context is when you have a big gathering, the women will tend to go into the kitchen to tidy up after everyone's eaten, and the men will go, and sit and talk about politics and other things. And so one day as I watched this process happen and I was beginning to feel my heart fill with dread, I realized that dishwashing isn't something that I shouldn't look forward to, because as I watched the women washing dishes, I realized that dishwashing is an opportunity for bonding, for telling stories, for creating deep connections between women. It wasn't just a job that had to be done, it was an opportunity for relationships to be developed. Okay, do you wanna, and this is me making the glasses, so I personally make them in the studio. And my goal in life is to use any object to create eyewear. Can anyone guess what these are made from? Good, plastic forks, pretty close. They're actually plastic spoons, okay? Very popular at Kenyan weddings where we have guest lists of over 500 people. So if you can't see them, it's kind of a side profile of the spoons, and the part that goes in your mouth is close to the bridge of her nose, and then the handles on the edges of her face, okay? Can you see it now? This image celebrates the fact that on a wedding day, on a woman's wedding day, the community comes together to beautify her and to make sure she looks her best. I often pair my work with an African proverb, and the one that goes with this one says, "He who has people is richer than he who has money." All right, do you want to do one more? This one should be easier. Any guess? Ice cream cones? No. Milk? A bell? No. This is made from tissue paper rolls. You know the part, like the cardboard that's left after you, yeah, that's what that's made from. My personal challenge is to use objects that you can find in almost every home, irrespective of economic status. And this practice of creative recycling is not unique to me. It's a cultural practice. Kenya is a place where there is immense poverty. And so people can't particularly go out and buy objects to solve problems that they have. They need to work with what they have to solve their everyday problems. I was once riding through traffic in Nairobi, and I was driving, and I saw this cyclist riding by me, and on the handlebars of his bike, he'd taken some foldable makeup mirrors and wound them onto the handles with some rubber cord to make side mirrors. And I thought that was particularly genius. But I think beyond the cultural usage of objects in my work is a personal challenge to my viewers. Remember, my work is about identity, and a big part of it is how I see myself as a woman versus how I should see myself. And my hope is, as viewers look at my images, maybe they will see that a nail or a hair roller or even themselves can have so much more value than what they assign to themselves. A question I get asked pretty frequently is, why do I even cover the eyes of my subjects? So as I was creating this project, one of the things that I was sure about was that I didn't want them to be a portrait of an individual. I'm sure you've had it said, eyes are the window to the soul. And I wanted these images to be portraits of any woman and every woman. I wanted my viewers to be able to see themselves in the images, and so I chose to cover the eyes of my subjects. And then I show you an image with the eyes uncovered. So I don't do it all the time, but majority of the time I do it. Chinua Achebe, the renowned Nigerian novelist, once said, "Proverbs are the palm oil with which words are eaten." I come from an oral culture. We preserve our history, our lessons, our wisdom with songs, with stories, with sayings, with proverbs. I recognize I'm not the first person to reflect on identity or even womanhood. And I wanted to pay tribute to those who'd gone before me, even as I explored these questions in a more new and visual format. I think there's an African proverb that says it well. It says, "Wisdom is like a baobab tree. No one individual can embrace it." So for that reason, I pair every photographic work with an African proverb. The work is incomplete without the proverb. For example, in this image that you see, the proverb that goes with it says, "A diamond does not lose value due to lack of admiration." And these proverbs could be around things to do with womanhood, themes to do with identity, but somehow in some way they're related to the image that they are paired with. Really quick, this image was inspired by my mother and the practice of tying head wraps. My mother wears a head wrap every day. And the thing you need to know about head wraps is they can get big. And I mean big, guys, big. So when she's at home, she'll wear this like really small head wrap. And then, when you go for something like a little social meeting, it gets a little bigger. And then when you go for a wedding, it starts to get a little big. Political events, those things are big. But as I watched her tie her head wrap, one day it struck me that I wasn't watching a woman getting ready to go out into the day. It was almost as if I was watching a woman crown herself before she stepped out into the world. And that image really stood with me. I didn't start out with the idea of using proverbs when I first began the work. But the more I worked on this project and the more I researched the different cultural elements in the images, I was struck by how much culture is lost in each successive generation. In fact, I was deeply and personally challenged in realizing that all my life, I had lived and participated in Kenyan culture, but I hadn't really understood it. And I'm not alone. I don't think I know many people who would go to a library and ask to borrow a book on African proverbs. But by interacting with my work, whether it's in a museum, or it's on a wall in a gallery, or even on Instagram, they can begin to discover our rich proverb heritage. For lack of a better term, I call it modernizing history. It's taking elements from the past and presenting them in a way that is interesting and relevant to how we live today. I think in that way, my work is an archive. It's an archive of traditional hair, it's an archive of African proverbs, but it's also an archive of the wax textile and how it's changed over my lifetime. So when all these elements are ready, the hair, the clothing, the African proverb, I bring them together in studio and actually take the photograph. What you see is pure photography. Everything in the image was there at the time I took the picture. So here's a little bit about how creating these images actually looks on set, okay? I work with a large team to make the images. I work with a big team of hairstylists in particular, and I will create a mood board for each team member before the shoot. I'll go through it with them, and then on the day of the shoot in the morning, I will go through the mood board with my whole team so they can see the collective vision and not just their component. I have learned some humbling things about art. No matter how well you prepare, you cannot 100% predict the output of what you're going to create. And so I have learned that it is okay to change your mind on set. It's okay if something is not working, and allowing myself to be open to changing things as we're shooting has been very empowering in helping me create stronger work. So that's what you see happening here. In this particular look, I felt like the hair just wasn't holding up against this really bold, aggressive print. And we needed to add something more to the image to kind of help the hair not get lost in the busyness. Making the hair bigger was going to be too much. And so after some deliberation, we decided to create a hat that she could wear to add a little bit more visual interest, but not distract too much. It takes about 1.5 hours to 3 hours to create an image, because partly my subjects can't see through the glasses that I make, okay? And so it is not unusual on set to hear Thandiwe say something like, I need you to move 1 centimeter to the left, or no, just turn, no, too much, a bit less, because I'm trying to align them to the background to create that effect of an optical illusion. Many people ask if I direct my models. Yes, I do, but not in the way you think. Once I direct them physically to get them in the right position, I will then tell them the feeling that I want them to project, whether it's power or it's confidence or if it's self-assurance. And once I say that, it's interesting to see, I'll kind of describe it, and it's interesting to see them sit up and get comfortable in that feeling, and together we create the image. I think to create powerful images, you need to have a connection with your subject. And so I will spend a lot of time when we are off camera interacting with my models or my subjects, just telling stories and creating a rapport with them, so that when we do go on set, they feel comfortable enough to produce the results that I'm looking for. I shoot tethered. And for those of you who don't, I would highly recommend it. Part of the reason why I do that is because I work with a large team, and so it is just an easier way to explain what I am seeing that they may not be able to see on a computer screen because I can zoom in. But also my work is presented in a big format. It's about 100 by 150 centimeters when you get a print, and that's slightly larger than life size. We're working against very busy prints, and so it's easy to lose details or get confused by the print even with your own eye. So shooting tethered allows me to catch all these little things that I think we need to change. Really quick, I'll run through the equipment that I use, because that's another common question. So I shoot with Godox 8600 Pros, and the camera of choice for me is a Fujifilm GFX 100S. I used to shoot with a different camera body, but I got a commission from Apple, and they had a very long list of technical requirements that we needed to meet to be able to create the images. And so I had to change my camera. And after a lot of research, I finally decided on the Fujifilm. And after shooting with it for that campaign, I really loved its performance, and so I've kept going with it ever since. All right. Camo is a body of work I'm most known for, but recently I have been exploring other artistic endeavors. This project is called Woven Voices, and it is inspired by postage stamps. In it, I use a cloth from East Africa known as a kanga cloth, and what's powerful about the kanga is it's worn by women as a way to communicate with their communities in places they can't speak out loud. So a kanga has three parts. It has a border, it has a central motif, and then it has some text on it. And women will typically wear it wrapped around their waist, and so the text appears at the back. And as they're walking, they're broadcasting messages, usually of things they can't say out loud. So if you're upset at your husband, you can get a kanga that says something like, "He who is foolish will never prosper," Because I'm making the textiles, I get to choose what goes on them. And so I've chosen African proverbs that have to do with belonging and identity. So this one says, "Alone, alone, one cannot produce history." The whole project is speaking about or around the issue of cultural amnesia and lack of self-value on a communal level. Part of what I said, I like big hair, guys, huh? Part of what I do as an artist is engaging in commercial assignments for clients. I've done work for Dior, for Longchamp, for the United Nations, for the Red Cross, and even participated in a show curated by Pharrell Williams. So the big question here becomes, how does the heart of the work remain the same, even if the end use is different? How do I take a distinctly African vision and present it to a global audience in a way they can connect with and relate to? So I do that in several ways. Number one, the location of creating the work never changes. Number two, the process of creating the work does not change. And number three, the work always comes with an African proverb. So let's break them down a little bit more. So number one, the location doesn't change. As much as possible, I try and produce all my commercial assignments from Kenya. I feel like this ensures the authenticity of my images remains as I work with my local community for the inspiration and execution. I recently came across a quote by Carla Fernandez, which I think says it well. "The future is handmade, or in my case, homemade, because the objects that are homemade get inspiration from your community, from your environment. It goes through your eyes, then it goes to your heart, and it comes out from your hands. And those are objects that have soul. I want my images to have soul, even if they're for commercial applications." In the 1980s, the Great Ethiopian Famine happened. It's considered one of the worst humanitarian disasters of the 20th century, with death tolls ranging from 400,000 to 1 million people. The crisis demanded the world's attention, and images of the hardship faced by the continent were projected to the world. Then a few years later, Kevin Carter's haunting Pulitzer Prize-winning image, "The Vulture and the Little Girl," from Sudan's 1993 famine, further reinforced this portrait of Africa as a place of hardship. In many ways, I feel like my work is a response to these images. I remember as a young girl and as a teenager, the Kenya that I saw on TV was very different from the Kenya I knew when I opened my front door. Yes, undoubtedly, there's a lot to say regarding the quality of life across the continent, but where there is poverty, there can still be joy. There can still be beauty. Where there's poverty, there can still be wealth. And I wanted to share this truth. Because I love African proverbs, I think there's one that says it well. A beautiful thing is never perfect. So 2022, I got an email from Apple. I was elated to receive this email, I won't lie. It was my first international commercial assignment as an artist, and I wanted to say yes to the job. But I had one caveat. They had to come to Kenya for us to produce a campaign, a place I later discovered they had never produced in. Somehow, my incredible agent managed to convince them to come all the way to work with my team in Nairobi. And I would be lying if I said it was a wonderful, easy experience. It was full of incredible logistical challenges. We had to bring in props from South Africa. We had to bring in equipment from Dubai to meet some of the requirements that they had. I think to date, some of our props are still stuck in Kenyan customs. But it was worth it, because in the image that you can see, the hair was done by local hairdressers. The clothes were made by local tailors. The textiles were bought from local suppliers. And the glasses were made from very Kenyan mosquito coils. Apple coming to Kenya turned into such a beautiful experience of cultural exchange and learning about, redefining the narrative of what people think Africa is. After the Apple experience, as I call it, one of the intentional choices I made was, as much as possible, I was going to produce my work from home. And to my surprise, none of my clients have said no. All right, really quick. Number 2, the work always comes with an African proverb. So my work is incomplete with an African proverb, whether it's for commercial applications or fine art. Sometimes a proverb inspires my work, and other times I'll create the work and then find a proverb that goes with it. For this image, I was commissioned by hair care giant Orbe to create a campaign around hair. And because the brand is all about hair, I was determined to find an African proverb that had something to do with hair as my inspiration point. So the proverb that I found that inspired this image says, "When your sister does your hair, you do not need a mirror." Really quick, the eyewear in this image is made from their products, which I deconstructed and reimagined. So that's a top of like a pump that you'd use to remove product. And really quick, I have 1 minute. The process of creating the work remains the same. I go through the same process to make client images as I do my personal ones. I'm always asking why at every step, and in client work, the difference might be I will try and infuse symbolism that is more relevant to the brand than maybe what I personally would use. So here's a good example. This image is called Memories of the Future, and it was commissioned by Longchamp. They wanted to use it on a holiday greeting card that they would send to all their clients. And so I was determined to infuse something about the brand in the image. So as I did my research, I came across the fact that Longchamp is named after a racetrack in Paris that the founder used to go by every day. And at the end of that racetrack was an old mill, which I used as inspiration for the eyewear in the images. Beyond that, when I researched, I realized the logo of the brand was a rider on a horse. And so as I went through my textile archive, I came to this archive where I feel like it looks like a horseshoe. So again, it ties back to the brand. All right, one more slide to go. This image was commissioned by the Red Cross to raise funds for some of their medical efforts in Togo. And so in it, I found inspiration in the traditional dress of the Togolese people called the pagne. So her dress looks a lot like that. But in Togo, the kente cloth is one of the textiles that they wear. And so on the edges of the image, you can see pattern that is reminiscent of kente cloth. And then lastly, because they were raising funds around medical efforts, I was inspired to create her glasses from stethoscopes. Camel has not only been a body of work that has captivated the world, but it's also had impact. Through the work and various fundraising opportunities that I've had around it, we've managed to raise funds for women in Togo. We've managed to pay for the 4-year complete education of 7 girls through high school in Kenya. We've managed to support a local women's tailoring initiative that teaches young mothers how to sew so that they can provide for their children. We've managed to support a women's refugee program with girls from East and Central Africa that teaches them how to make fabric so that they can be economically productive. And lastly, I began to build an online archive of textiles, particularly the kanga cloth, which is very poorly archived, as a way of preserving my cultural heritage for generations to come. It has been an incredible journey, and I can't think of a better way to end this talk than with an African proverb. There's one that says, with a little seed of imagination, you can plant a field of hope. Thank you.
Come on, right? Woo! Woo! Absolutely captivating, absolutely stunning. We have a couple minutes for questions, so we'll get those people who have questions. We got someone right here.
Get a microphone.
Right here. What's the mic right here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed your presentation. You're a very beautiful woman. Do you ever use yourself as a model?
Thank you, but I don't think I'm that brave enough. No, I prefer to use other models.
Any more questions? Nope.
Your work looks a lot or reminds me of Kehinde Wiley. Have you ever collaborated on anything with him?
I have not, but hold that thought. Give me a few years. I'm a determined woman. But he works with references to the wax textile, and so that's probably the similarities that you're seeing.
Hi, great talk, thank you. One of your images had the Black Power fists in the hair like barrettes. I'm wondering what you used to make those.
So for that, I use a comb, and I kind of just cut off the fist and then attach them to the hair. Yeah. So sometimes I'll use objects in their complete form, and other times I might like deconstruct them a little bit. Where's the mic? Okay.
Hi, at the very end there, you mentioned that you have an online archive of textiles to preserve your culture. Any plans to put that in a book so it can exist offline?
Yes, I'm very passionate about writing books. There's an African proverb that says, or a proverb that says, until the lion has its own storyteller, the hunter will have the best stories. And one of the tragedies, I think, around African history and identity is we don't tend to write down our culture. We're an oral culture, and so there's a lot of loss around just preserving what we know. So yes, at some point, I will write a book.
What is the name of your online archive? Where can I find it?
We're still currently building it, but hopefully by end of this year, it will go live.
Habari yako dada, asanti sana.
Kenyans.
You did an amazing job. I'm so proud of you, my sister. Thank you. And keep training the young Kenyan to learn from you.
Absolutely.
We have time for two more.
Yeah.
What comes first, the proverb or the material?
Most times the material, but once in a while I'll find a proverb where I think, I want to create an image that somehow gives a visual representation of this proverb.
So your work is amazing, not just visually, but in terms of the cultural significance. You're dealing with cultural amnesia, you're dealing with redefining narratives of Kenya and Africa, also uplifting artisans and the local community. So my question is, what's next? What are you working on next? What can we expect?
So I've done 2 years of research into the Kanga textile because I knew the wax textile is actually not originally from Africa. Its origins are in Indonesia. And so after working very heavily with it, I felt compelled to work with a textile that was actually conceptualized or created in Africa. And so Woven Voices that you see is something I'm working on. I think I'm also heavily experimenting with actually making textiles. For years, I have passively photographed these textiles, but I think the next step should be to begin to actively be involved in their creation and development. So, yeah.
All right, let's give it up one more time. Thandiwe for sharing such personal but yet universal work with us here. Remember, you can continue the conversation with Thandiwe down in the expo. She's going to be heading down to the expo floor to her Joy, Power, Love photo booth down there. So as soon as you go past registration, I invite you to explore that experience with her. And thank you again so much.
Thank you for having me. Oh yes, water. I need water.
And we'll be just reminder, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock for the Women in Media panel. And folks, again, remember, don't forget to post and tag your experiences here at BH Photo.
The new Paybu card, you can save the tax. Or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. Same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage B&H's Head of Creative Marketing, Deanna Testa.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Hi everyone. Welcome to Build Expo 2025. You might have saw me earlier outside controlling the line flow, and now I'm here, so all the hats are being worn, but I'm so excited to be talking about this. A little bit about me, I guess. Creator marketing is a new division of B&H, and I see a lot of familiar creators in the audience, so thank you for coming out. And this is one of the most exciting sessions of the expo. It's near and dear to my own heart for a few reasons. One, just as a woman in media, right, it resonates, but also because some of our favorite partners who have been a part of the Creator Initiative since the beginning are joining us. So I hope you enjoy, and without further ado, I'm gonna kick it off to introing our speakers. First up, we have Shu, who is officially Shuang Hu, an actress, writer, and creator you might know from Family Law and 5 Blind Dates. Shu's work is vibrant. Yeah, sure.
I didn't know you woke up, I just helped myself.
Listen, I'm not gonna tell a woman what to do.
Oh my God, yes.
Right? So let me finish your intro though so you can tell everyone. Shu's work is vibrant, smart, and deeply rooted in a mission to bring underrepresented stories to the screen. And that's much needed, so thank you, Shu.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have Barbara Jones, who when I think of boss, I think of Barbara Jones. Yeah? Barbara Jones is the CEO of and founder of Outshine Talent, one of our nearest and dearest partners. A lot of the Outshine creators are on other panels throughout the next 2 days, so please check them out as well. Barbara is a powerhouse in talent management, truly one of the GOATs from the very beginning, and her voice is championing authentic representation in every detail across different partnerships. Yeah. Next up is Lina Renzina. Woo! Sorry, my cards are out of order. But Lina literally has done everything and anything under the sun. We've known her many different platforms across her career. She's covered TikTok in the past. She's at Verizon now, and she's the director of marketing. And Lina's another powerhouse in brand strategy and digital innovation. She's championing creator division campaigns that elevate diverse voices, and her work continues to shape how major brands create content. So thank you for joining us, Lina. Yeah. And finally, I know the photo people in the audience are going to know Keren, but Keren Sachs.
Smart.
Yeah, the founder and CEO of The Loop. And if you haven't heard of The Loop, it is an amazing organization that really celebrates photographers from across different niches, but specifically women and non-binary photographers, and gives them so much access to jobs and other projects that maybe they wouldn't have had that opportunity to. So I'm gonna dive in. I'm so honored that the 4 of you showed up today and are supporting Build and B&H as always. So let's kick it off with your own unique stories. Maybe you can tell me a time where you felt you did have to break a barrier, or kind of when you even recognized there was a glass ceiling in your own career. Maybe we'll go this way. You wanna start, Shu?
Oh, I think it was back in Australia when I was auditioning, and you know, after a while you realize that like there's a lot of, not a lot of roles for people like me, Asian, Australian, and lead roles as well. And yeah, like that's like the most obvious thing when you just like don't even have jobs to apply to. Imagine you're like a marketing agent and there's just like no marketing agent jobs. Like that's when you realize that you do have a barrier when you like have no jobs to apply to. So yeah, that's, I guess, the most obvious thing for me.
Right, absolutely. I mean, if it doesn't exist,
Yeah.
that's the biggest glass ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Barbara?
Before I kind of got into the creator world, I was in the music business and working for record companies for a long time. And I was head of marketing for Columbia Records. And regime changes happen, people get laid off, which I did. And at that point, I was interviewing at another label for the job. And I just sat there and said, like, I'm bored with this. This is not where I want to continue going. And this was 2007. I was really intrigued about what was happening in social media, and it felt like the right time. So I just sort of said, you know what? I'm going to do my own thing. I'm gonna go and I'm going to start an influencer marketing agency. And it wasn't even called influencers at that point, but it was mom bloggers, And I didn't have any brand or agency relationships because I came from music. And I was like, how am I going to get those? So I started a big conference for women's blogging and social media conference to help, both in the US and Canada, to help build the community on the influencer side, and also to kind of help the brands and agencies who were just sort of like dipping their toes in to figure this whole world out. And so I kind of feel like I've been that like broker in the middle for all of this over a long period of time. So at that point, I just honestly took a risk and just a jump, and then pivoted one more time when I started a management company in 2019 to manage creators. So I go with like a women's intuition. It's like my gut is feeling like that's what's next for me personally.
Yeah, and I feel like that's going to be a theme probably throughout this whole talk, kind of knowing when to take a leap.
Yeah.
So I love that. Lina?
So I have a very interesting career journey. I actually started my career in theater. I wanted to be a Broadway producer. And I will say I sort of followed the evolution of content and creatives and creators throughout my career. And my first job out of college, I was at a big talent agency, and I really was thriving there. I'm very entrepreneurial. I'm like really well versed in understanding where business gaps could be, how to build your own business, and that's very much what being an agent is. And I really accelerated at the business, but I saw that there were a lot of barriers, especially as a young woman at a talent agency. It's a very like boys club. You're not allowed in certain rooms. You can't go golfing. You can't smoke cigars. You're just not allowed in those clubs. And a lot of the deals happen in those rooms. A lot of the conversations around promotions and who's being accelerated and elevated happen in those rooms. And I quickly felt a bit frustrated seeing like men get ahead before me, especially having like a head of the department that was a man. I could sort of see he was favoring other men. And I think for me, I just realized like I needed to pave my own path, and being at a talent agency, you're really limited to your department. There's not a lot of room to do more cross-functional multimedia work, and this was a time where YouTubers were really starting to build their communities, starting to monetize their audience, and build businesses and brands. And I was so much more excited about what was happening on digital platforms with creators, and it felt like a much more innovative space than I was in, TV and theater at that time. And so I made the leap to digital and really was fostering creators and felt like there was a lot of room to grow there. But I definitely felt that sort of glass ceiling very early on in my career. Like I saw that there wasn't a lot of support for especially young women in entertainment and media, especially because a lot of the people in power were men, and you could see that they were much more supportive, open to men have potential, and women, it's based on like their experience. And I found that very limiting, and have sort of continued that journey throughout my career, and making sure that any younger women are really looked at seriously, they're taken into consideration for what they have potential for versus the experience that they have, just like we look at other genders.
Mm-hmm. I even feel like women sometimes think like you have to have even more experience than even what's needed, right? We put that own pressure just because of systemic issues. Yeah, for sure. Keren?
So I was here, 2 years ago, and shared my story. And for those of you who maybe weren't here, I can share that after years of working at Martha Stewart, National Geographic, a place called Shutterstock some of you might be familiar with, I realized that there was no community for women photographers for professional women photographers, for directors, where you didn't have to be a mom, you didn't have to have achieved something, you just had to be good at what you do and want to learn and want to grow. I also noticed that brands were either saying that they couldn't find women creators, women photographers, and they wanted to, but they just didn't know where to look, which always surprised me. And I saw that they wanted to tell stories that really resonated with women, but didn't know how to go about that. So that's where the loop came from, creating something that didn't exist because I saw this gap in a few different ways. I was also at the time working at Shutterstock, a stock photography company, and I was always so disappointed in the way women were portrayed. Women were portrayed joyfully eating salads.
Wait, I love salad.
I mean, not that I don't like a good salad, but there's so much more to us, and I felt like that was lacking. So at The Loop, we help women in over 90 countries get work, get opportunities, connect with brands, connect with one another, build community. I love hearing that our loopers, I think Erie is here, she came up with the name Looper, that's what everybody in our community calls themselves, that they get together around the world and we'll have photo walks or just connect and have that support. And it's the support that I just didn't see, and I wanted to build for that.
Yeah, totally. I think I want to touch on maybe like stereotypes just in general. So Barbara, specifically for you, what stereotypes or biases have you come across specifically as a leader? And do you see that getting better?
Well, as the most seasoned on the panel, I would say, meaning age-wise, I would say that like it evolves through your life cycle, the different biases, from being the sort of the young and hungry single to the married, to the pregnant, to the working mom, to the aging empty nester, which I am now. But I think that like all different biases, but I do think that sometimes it's about competence and strength. I think sometimes is a bias, the thinking that, if you're emotional or empathetic or kind, that means weakness. And that is not the case. I have a very strict policy with the people that I work with. They have to be nice people. Otherwise, I don't have time for you. And I think that like it's not that hard to be nice. And when you grow up in entertainment, there's unfortunately, a lot of really awful people that use their power in ways that are like really unfortunate. And but karma really comes around sometimes. But I just think that like so those biases I think are still like you have to really go above and beyond just to prove that you are competent or that you are capable or that you can make tough decisions. You have to build your alliances and all that kind of stuff. It is a strategy, as a young woman working in that field, you really do have to figure out who your friends are. You guys all know, like, you love all the reality shows or like Big Brother, everything where I was making their like strategies, but you got to do that in the workplace too and in your industry. And I think the other thing about the bias about women, and I think we got to get out of our own heads, is likability. I think we really, we want to be liked by everybody. And you will not be liked by everybody, especially if you're strong and you're making decisions on things. And so I always say kind of control the things you can control, which is how you treat other people, how you make them feel, how you do your job. You cannot control how other people feel about you or react to you. So you got to kind of put your blinders on. You got to be able to sleep at night and know that you work hard and you're a good person, and you're not going to be liked, And I think that's a great way. You kind of got to do that because there is jealousy, there is envy, there are sabotagers all around, friends, family, colleagues, all those things. You have to just be good inside of you and not care if you are liked or not for the job you do. That's my stuff.
Yeah, like a big... Yeah, that spoke to me. So I'm going to keep it together. Shoot, I had a question for you similar to that, so maybe we can jump off of it. But specifically from the creator side, so much of being a creator is being liked, right? How do you balance that?
Balance being liked. I think it's almost like, because were you like meaning like being liked and being respected?
Right.
And
So like if
that-
Barbara's saying like you have to kind of find that own likeness in yourself and not worry so much about the outside influence, but that makes sense in corporate environment. But as a creator, you're putting everything out there. And the whole point of, you know, being authentic is showing them everything. Do you worry too much about, will they like this? Am I likable?
I think that is definitely something that you do think about a lot as a public figure. Like you can't not think about it because that is part of your brand. Your fans have to like you to support you. But I think if you are honest, that is actually the key to them liking you, because there's no point in putting up a fake facade if that you can't keep it up, and people can see that. It's like so transparent, like when they see you in this frame, and you can't just if you're being inauthentic, you can't maintain that as a career. So I always just think like, I think the people who are out there just being themselves are just naturally likable, and you don't necessarily have to be a nice person. You can't impress everybody. But if you're authentic in your not likeness, people might like that. You know? If you're just a bitch, you're like, people can resonate with that. You know, the other bitches can resonate with that. You know, you'll be liked by someone, but like they might not be nice people either. So it's just about being your authentic self, and then finding the people who like your authentic self.
Sure.
Yeah, so just like be honest and be who you are, and then people will like you.
Yeah, and the community will come.
Community will come, your audience will come, just be authentic.
Definitely. And let's pivot a little more toward the creative side of things. So Keren, specifically, is there a time in your own story where maybe your unique POV as a woman specifically shaped kind of the direction your creative projects went in?
Over and over and over again. I think it happens so many times. As a woman, as a mom, the way I'm looking at things really helps dictate the direction that we go as a company and as a community. We work with a number of brands where we are sending photographers and directors into people's homes to tell stories, to tell user stories. And it's very different to go to a company and say, I have a group of women, photographers. Women will be going into these homes to photograph other women on a Peloton bike or talking about their experience with Weight Watchers. And that clicks and resonates with the brands in a very different way, because suddenly the members are interested in opening their doors and are much more welcoming. So that proposition that we offer really has changed the way brands want to work with us and some of the stories brands want to tell. Not to say that men can't go knock on doors and go inside homes, but we feel a little differently when it is a woman who wants to come in and take our picture. So that alone, I think, is a great example of just thinking outside the box and thinking about how to tell stories from a different perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that with the rise of like intimacy coordinators on set.
Exactly.
And, yeah, like so much of that is needed and is slowly changing. So I guess that brings me to my question to Lina, because you have the most experience on like film and that background. Where are you seeing those changes happen, and what's still needed?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think in the evolution of the content business, I mean, when I started, it was heavily male at the top and men in positions of power, and sort of women really trying to find their place, trying to get elevated, trying to find those spaces. So there was less representation. There was less mentorship, especially from women who had made it, because it's so competitive, and it still continues to be. And obviously now we've made a bit more room for women to be at the top, for women to be executives, for women to have, you know, leadership, but there's still, I mean, 1,000 challenges a day. And what we really need, I will say, is that continuous mentorship of especially women who have made it, and younger women who, you know, really need to be elevated, need that mentorship, need other women at the top to open doors for them, and then push the men at the top to also rethink how they're thinking about promotions and opportunities for other people at the company. There's still, I think, a huge challenge, even though there's more seats and more women who have made it, where there's this competitive nature, right, where it's still a very tough, cutthroat environment. But I think the only way to create more visibility, more opportunity, especially for women and non-men in the industry, is really to think about ways to open up doors and support younger women who have ideas and not discredit them for being young or immature, but really sort of elevate those women, give them opportunities, and hopefully, bring them with you along the ride.
Right, absolutely. Climb the ladder and then turn back and help someone else up after, right? It's so important. So mentorship is key. I definitely didn't have my own mentor as I climbed, and it made it so much more difficult. I mean, I've had some great people, but not like a traditional, really a person you could go to. I feel like that is changing. But how have you maybe helped younger women in your own companies or experiences? What makes a good mentor, and like how do you navigate that now? And open to the panel.
Yeah. I can jump in. I actually had some really good mentors when I was coming up, and they were almost all guys, but I have to say that it was people who really saw something in me and were able to help open those doors. And I think, especially like I said, when I was in the music business, it was actually really tricky because there were so few women in executive positions, and it was a little bit of a different time. I think right now, like my whole feeling is like, really there's enough to go around, I swear. There really is, and I think that you have to look at mentorship as really a pay it forward, and it comes back around to you in ways, you have to make sure that these are like genuine things you're doing for someone because you want them to learn and to grow, and without any expectation in return. You know what I mean? It really is something that like, either you wish you had, or it's just like seeing the potential in someone. And I think that like, it's so easy to give somebody encouragement and to make a connection. Like I have people that will randomly just, if I have they'll just reach out and be like, hey, I'm looking for this or that. Like, I'm very like approachable that way because that's how it works, right? We have to help each other. Like women have to help each other. They have to support each other. There is enough to go around. And so you won't believe how great you'll feel just to make that connection for somebody. But also I would say for people who are looking for a mentor, like aim high. LinkedIn is an incredible tool, right? DMing on Instagram is an incredible tool. Like you would be surprised. So like aim high and go. People who are in your industry or people you admire or whatever, they're just people, right? They're just people. Like you would be surprised who you might be able to get to and ask them, some simple questions of like, mentorship style questions, and you should just try it. It works.
I completely agree with that. When I first started off, I actually have a whole career before acting. I used to be in hotel management, and I did finance for a few years as well. And in those, I guess, more corporate industries, it is a lot easier to find a mentor, and you also have a clear career path. You start off as an intern, and then you go assistant, and then like supervisor, and then manager. So it's kind of like easier to, in some industries, to kind of find a path, and then like to find that mentor that you want to be in the future. And I will say it was when I was younger. I remember looking for mentors, and I always felt really bad about reaching out because I didn't want to waste their time. I didn't want to like burden them in any way. But now that I'm like on the other side and have a bit more experience and I can help other people, I do feel like it's like contributing. Like I like it. I like helping other people. I like contributing to their careers and like helping them grow and giving them experiences that they would never have experienced on their own. Like I had an assistant in Australia, and I brought her over to the US, and I like took her to all my events, and she would help me take photos. She lived with me. And I just like, after that, when she went back to Australia and she was able to find, she's now working on Bluey, which is like the biggest. Yeah, it's actually based in Brisbane, my hometown. Yeah. Anyway.
Shout out Brisbane.
Yeah, shout out Brisbane. Woo woo. But yeah, now she's working there, and I just feel so proud of her, and I feel nice that I've been able to contribute to her career. And also, another great, kind of going off what you said, a great, aspect of a mentorship is like their ability to see what you cannot see yourself. Because when you're young, you're like, oh, I don't know anything, but like, actually, we all don't know anything. We're all still learning and growing ourselves. And for mentors to be able to kind of see the potential that you have and like push you to take risks on yourself and to reach your potential, I think that's also a great part of being a mentor, if you can find someone like that.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
If you stick around long and like I have, now they all like are running stuff. So like I'm like, hey, remember me?
You're going to work for them.
Exactly.
I think a really important aspect of a mentor that I've had is transparency and feedback. And one of the most profound moments in my career pretty early on. So after I left the talent agency, I went to go work more on the advertising side of the business and built a creator and content team at an ad agency that didn't exist before. And I was very young, mid-20s, so eager, so excited about building this business at this agency, and was just like moving so fast and building this new team and really gunning for a promotion, and very frustrated that things weren't happening as fast as I wanted them to. A consistent theme in my life. And I told my boss and my mentor at the time, why am I not getting the recognition, the promotion is fast enough? And she really sat me down and gave me some really tough feedback, specific to like working in a corporate environment and what she had experienced as a leader, as an executive at the company, and what she thought I really needed to move forward at the time. And it was one of those moments where I was like, this is really tough feedback, but this feels really important. And my mindset completely shifted around feedback being a huge gift. She really gave me a gift because she was so transparent. She was like, feedback is like information about how other people perceive you. And if your goal eventually is to get stakeholders on your side, to get executives at the company to see you a certain way, like this is where you need to really lean in. This is who you need to talk to. This is how you need to present things. And that was such an important moment in my career, and really the first time I started being more of a leader, I would say, than like an executor at the company. And it completely changed, I would say, the trajectory of the way that I approach mentorship with my team, and being as transparent as possible in feedback, and really shaping it for them. Like, you have so much opportunity. This is where, I really see areas of growth for you. This is where, I would think about it this way. And all through the lens of like, I'm really trying to help and mentor them and think about if this is their goal at the end, might be tough feedback, or this might not be, the most, the best feedback they've ever received, but it feels really important. And I feel really grateful to have had that boss at the time who just was so transparent and honest with me, and really truly helped me, and I got a promotion like 5 months later because I really took that feedback to heart. And I still really continue to do that with my team and make them feel as seen as possible, and make them also understand that if this is your goal in corporate, like this feedback is really important, and the feedback really tends to be a gift at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And I guess to jump off of that, how do we advocate for ourselves? Because this is a select group of leaders. A lot of the folks in the audience are probably still on their own journeys. And it's really hard sometimes to kind of go to the table and this is what I want, this is my worth, this is the output I'm giving, or even as a creator, right, knowing what to ask for, how to negotiate. So where, and to Lina specifically, but then we'll open it up, how do we find the courage to advocate for ourselves? Or like, do you have tips, tricks? Can you help a girl out because we're getting raises in July?
Yeah, of course. Well, I would say one of the moments also fairly early on in my career was seeing men completely afraid to ask for what they want, and me observing, being like, I am really talented, and like, I think I deserve just as much as they do, and really thinking like, would a man think twice to ask for this? And I know that imposter syndrome can be so loud, but I think just like confidence of the core of who you are, how talented you are, what you want, and realizing that that's okay, because I think as women socially we're taught that wanting something or being ambitious or being driven or being loud is like against what women are supposed to be. And I think if you really try to like decenter that and rethink, I do deserve this, I do want this, would a man in the room think twice about asking for this? Because a lot of times it really is half the battle to ask, and I don't think that's the whole thing, because obviously the other side has to receive it. You really have to convince them. Sometimes there are biases for sure, But half the battle really is asking and getting out of your own way and getting out of your own head, because if you don't ask, you can't get a no even. And I think also being really persistent and consistent to a point, obviously. You have to like read the room, you have to read the situation. But I would say like resilience and persistence have been really important for me in my career. And any setback, just really knowing at the core that like this is my goal, this is what I'm good at, this is what I'm passionate about, and also seeing the people around me who are doing it and are asking for whatever it might be, a promotion, more money, like better brand deals, whatever you're looking for. I think that just believe that you deserve it, because there's 1,000 other people that are asking for the same thing that might not even deserve it as much as you do. And I think that's really important, just to, especially as women, non-men in the industry, like really grounding that, because the difference a lot of times is that the men asked and you didn't. And so it's hard, but I think just really important to have that, to just take that step even.
Mm-hmm. And Keren, I mean, this is really your day-to-day advocating for photographers. So do you have any tips?
Yeah, I think confidence. It really comes down to confidence and knowing your worth, and also knowing when it's okay to kind of, I don't want to say settle, but where you're okay with being. I think that it's important to shoot for the stars, but also be realistic of what those stars are and where they are based on your experience at any given time. So if you have no experience and you're coming in as a creator, as an employee, asking for the moon and stars, you might get laughed out of the room. But if you come in knowing where you should be, you've done the research, you know your value, you know your worth, it's a very different conversation. And I think just getting back to you touching on LinkedIn being a great tool, I love LinkedIn. LinkedIn has done so much for me. I have used it in so many different ways, and there's a way to use it to find out your value and your worth by seeing what other people are talking about on the site. And I also think just touching on the mentorship piece, reach out to people on LinkedIn, absolutely. But don't reach out and say, can I pick your brain? Because just as you are worth something, our brains are also worth something. And there's nothing that turns me off more than somebody just wanting everything in my brain that I've worked so hard to gain and to learn. But I'm happy to share that when you come with, doing your research, with an understanding of who I am or who the people on the panel are or who it is that you want to reach out to. So getting back to the question about negotiation, it's all tied in, right? It's doing research, knowing where you want to go, knowing who the right people are, reaching out to them. When I started my company, I raised $3 million to launch the business. And that was a lot of LinkedIn emails, a lot of LinkedIn messages, a lot of no's, a lot of emails asking for connections, asking people to introduce me to various people. And I eventually landed my lead investor through a connection I found on LinkedIn. So being persistent and keeping at it is so worth it, but also knowing your value and not giving up. I would not give up, no matter how many times I was told, not a great idea, you're a woman. Somebody asked to speak to my husband, didn't want to talk to me about my business. I've experienced all of it, but I believed in what I was doing, and I knew the right investors were out there for me. So tied everything into one, but hopefully that helps.
That was nice and succinct, yeah. Let's flip it a little bit. So for me, such a big, my North Star, right? And I know it changes as we age and things like that, but my North Star is like, how do I get successful? But even that term, like, what does that even mean, you know? And I know it's gonna keep evolving and shifting. So at this stage in your careers, what is success? And maybe if you could tell your younger, early career start version of yourself, you know, a tip, or maybe to not have that pressure, right? That beast on your shoulder. What does success look like now? And we can go, yeah, please.
Oh, that's such a great question.
Thank you.
Man, I think it definitely has evolved over time. When I first started out in the industry, when I was an actor, well, I'm an actor. When I first started acting, I guess the benchmark for success was booking roles and getting an agent and getting a good American accent. They were all very external things. And
we have to hear your American accent really fast. No pressure.
Oh God. Okay, so I'm from Australia, Brisbane. Y'all say Brisbane, not Brisbane. Melbourne. I like cheese. I'm lactose intolerant. I do not like cheese.
That was very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was very nerve-wracking. No, they're fine. It's great. I'm fine.
Killed it. She's an actor.
Oh, thanks, guys. So yeah, I think a lot of things at the beginning were very external, like validation, getting other people's validation and getting a yes from other people. But now, moving to America has probably been the biggest change for me career-wise and life-wise, because I was in this little hole in Australia. I thought all I could do was acting and I just needed to book a role. And then when you book a role, you realize that has made no difference. I have to book more roles consistently to be considered successful in this industry. And you're waiting on someone else to give you that opportunity. That unfortunately is the most painful thing about being an actor, is that you're always you're surrendering to someone else's decision of you. So when I moved to America and I realized that people were just doing everything themselves and giving themselves opportunities, I was like, oh my God, I can do that. I can make my own movie if I wanted to. I can write my own story. I was flabbergasted. I went to UCB. It's in LA. It's an improv school. I did all. To my improv friends out there, I did all the way to 401, and then I was like, oh, comedy is not just trying to be funny on TV. There's stand-up, and then there's improv, and there's all these different, skits, all these different aspects of comedy. I'm like, oh my God, my eyes were open. So when I moved to America, I started doing producing. I started doing producing classes, I did writing classes, and I was like, I'm gonna make my own movie. I'm gonna do it. And that was such blind confidence that we speak of. We just got to go out there and do it and believe in ourselves. So I truly thought, even though I had no experience whatsoever, that I was going to make a movie. So I went out there and I found a co-writer, and I was like, let's make a movie. I have this idea. And originally, oh my God, it was a romantic heist movie with Chris Hemsworth. That's his name, right? Chris Hemsworth? Yeah. I was going to play along him. We were going to be love interest. It was going to be very romantic. Yeah. And I was like, this is my pitch. Let's write it together. And he was like, interesting. Okay. Why don't you tell me about your life and tell me about your journey, and let's write something that only you can play. No one else. They can't recast you. You have to write your story. So I was like, oh, okay. So I told them about the fact that I had moved to America for 2 years, and I was only going to be in America for 2 years. I gave myself 2 years to be successful, and if I wasn't, I'm just going to go back to Australia, back to my finance job. Because my mom was like, you got 2 years to do this, otherwise you get your shit together. Sorry, can I swear?
No.
Oh, it's okay. Thanks, Mom.
You're 2 down so far.
Yeah, it's number 3, but who's counting?
No one's counting. And I was like, okay, yeah, so I gave myself 2 years to come here. I had this tea shop when I was back in Australia because I love tea, and my mom's hassling me to get married. Still not married. And then my writing friend's like, oh my God, we should write this story about you going on 5 blind dates, because a fortune teller has told you that within the next 5 blind dates, you're going to marry, you're going to find your husband. And we're like, oh, great idea. And so we just started writing it. We had this outline, and at that time, Amazon had just opened their branch in Australia. So it was they say opportunity meets preparation is luck. Well, that's usually backwards. People say luck is luck. But yeah, I was like, oh my God, that's literally the definition of luck, because we just happened to be prepared. Australia was like, we're looking for a diverse story. Do you have anything? And me and my writing partner were like, yes, we have this great idea about this fortune teller. And they're like, oh my God, we love it. And within 2 weeks, they gave us an offer to develop this movie for Amazon Australia. And it's the first ever feature film that Amazon commissioned in Australia.
Wait, shameless plug, where can they watch it when they all go home?
Amazon, internationally. It's called 5 Blind Dates. And that we took 18 months to write it. They paid us to write it. It's my first ever feature film script. And they were like, do you want to act in it? And I was like, yes. And they let me act in it. They didn't have to audition me or anything.
Yeah.
And they let me co-produce it as well. And we went back to Australia. We filmed it back in like 2022. And then when we were filming, they told us that they had actually decided to remake it in the UK because they loved the story so much.
Wow.
And they also have like a few other territories that have like copied the same storyline. And yeah, they just loved it so much. It just came out this year, actually. It's got Simone Ashley. It's called Picture This. It's also on Amazon. Yeah.
It's so funny though, Karen's like, stay grounded, rooted, don't shoot for the stars. She was like, shoot for the stars.
And don't shoot for the stars. We're not saying don't shoot for the stars.
No, yeah, just kidding. I think that's the whole point of a panel like this, right? To hear our individual stories. And I know we got a little lost in there. So Barbara, what does success look like?
Oh, right. So success to me now, it means like creating rooms that you were trying to belong to, and now you're creating rooms that other people can belong in. So just giving opportunities is my success story now.
Perfect. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, Barbara.
For me, I think originally I thought success was just like climbing, and now it's all about like protecting my energy and working with good people and bringing in people who are smarter than you about things you don't know as well, and just continuing to be curious and learn. Like that's to me success. That makes me happy. I wake up every day being like excited about what I'm doing.
I love that.
You're welcome.
I think reframing what success means to you is really important. So, in college, I was so focused on, I want to produce the next Wicked. Like, that was my goal. And everyone kept asking about my 5-year goal. I was like, oh, it's to produce Wicked, whatever the next Wicked was. And so I tried to do everything I could to, like, get as much experience, get in the right rooms, to really have that, exactly what you said, the preparation and the opportunity. And then I realized that because the world had changed, because digital was so much more innovative and important and exciting, that what success looked like completely evolved every year. And so I would say, like, don't get so caught up in what's the 5-year success, what's the 10-year success look like, because what you want to be doing 5 years from now might not even exist today. And I've always found since then that, like, I don't even think that far down the line. I'm really looking at small wins are really important. Is there a project or a partnership or an opportunity that feels really interesting where I can learn and grow? And I think for me, success is continuing to learn and grow forever until, even as senior as you become, I think you're still continuously learning. And so I always want to be in a situation where I'm learning from others, and eventually, learning from people on my team who are teaching me about, the new trends, the new creators. And I think that really is what defines success for me, is just continuing to learn and grow, and also kind of what Barb said, like really enjoying the work that you're doing and feeling excited and like a part of the innovation that's happening in the industry.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing feels more draining than when you're not happy at work. You know what I mean? Like, it's literally miserable. So, Keren, what about you?
I think for me as well, the definition has changed over the years, and as my roles have changed, as I've become a mom, I think what I look for in success has a very different meaning. But to me, today, helping creators, helping photographers and directors generate income, helping people around the world tell unique, beautiful, authentic stories, helping brands connect with the right photographers to tell their story, that's success to me in whatever form that comes in. So and happiness, being happy and healthy, also really matters to me. So it's changed. I don't care about the same things that I cared about when I was 22, when I was climbing, right? And I just thought that's all that mattered, is just getting to the top. And now it's helping others find success.
Perfect. And we are almost out of time, so I do want to open it up to Q&A if everyone's, yeah? Great, so hands up, and Kyle here is going to help us out, and we'll do a couple. Great. Oh, Kyle, there's someone right in the front. Maybe that's easier.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you could talk about a time when you thought it was like an advantage to be a woman. I feel like we kind of talked a lot about the negative stuff, and I kind of see it as an advantage being a woman. Like, I've never thought as a disadvantage, so maybe you could talk about that a little bit. I don't know.
To be fair, it was in here. We just didn't get to it.
Yeah, true. We're talking. Yeah. For me, I feel like I deal with creative people all the time, and I think that the creative mind is a very, it's very unique, and I think it involves people that need to listen and feel and have a little bit of empathy and understanding, and I feel like genuinely, I think women are really good listeners and really good, innately sensing somebody's internal stuff going on. And I feel like for me, that's been a very positive thing for me working in the creative community. And I think that's like what do they call that? Like the factor where you're just like aware of their emotions. Like
emotional intelligence.
Yeah, emotional intelligence. Yeah.
But can we just say it is not a disadvantage to be a woman?
No.
Let's all agree to that. And I don't want anyone walking away from this panel thinking that any of us feel that way, not to speak for everybody. I think it's an advantage, and how do you use it to get where you want to go, and how do you use who you are, being emotional, being empathetic, being kind. It's about understanding who you are. If you're a man, a woman, however you identify, it's being okay and being confident with who you are. There are other things outside in this world that maybe see it as a disadvantage, and it's how do you stand up to that? How do you fight against that? What do you do? How do I, as a woman founder, go and raise money and build a community and build a brand? How do I do that? And having the confidence and the chutzpah, I don't know, like, what's another word? Having the energy and the excitement to go and do that and believing in myself. And I think I've done what I've done because I am a woman. So it is definitely not a disadvantage.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, that was
Hi, my name is Keren. This question, well, it's not a question, but it's for Shenghu. I did see 5 blind dates.
Oh my God, yay! Thank
And
you
you were amazing. I was like, oh, I seen it. And just for everybody speaking and pouring into us, I think you're doing an amazing job. And I'm always saying that, like, creating your own opportunity is great because then it shows that you're showing up for yourself and people want to help those who help themselves. I feel like that kind of like attracts your tribe. So thank you again for the panel.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah. Can I just add to that? It was like, I was at the YouTube Brandcast thing a couple weeks ago, and it was like, creators are Hollywood. Like, the whole gist is that, like, you can make it yourself. You can find your audience. You can do it yourself. Like, don't wait to be picked. Just do it, I swear.
Yeah.
That's my feeling.
The table isn't there. You make it yourself. Yeah. One more, maybe? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Casey. Again, sorry, it's another question, but like, I really resonated with what you said about not being liked, and I am still a college student in radio and television production, and we have a class that goes over issues in media, and we talked about women, and it came up how like being bitchy or called a bitch is very like scary, you know what I mean, in this industry. It's a very scary thing, and it's like, we have to not be scared to be bitches when we're getting a job done. And I really appreciated saying that because you're never gonna be liked.
Well, here's what I'm gonna say to that, though. Here's what I would say, is that being strong and strong-willed and having an opinion, okay, is one thing. And it may be perceived that you are being that, but you are being strong. People, you have to also remember, people will remember the way that you make them feel, okay? So you can be strong and be confident And you don't have to be the B word to be like, it has different connotations. But at the end of the day, if you're going into it with positive intentions and not being mean, like that's really what you have to take away from that. You can be strong and you can be confident, but you don't have to be mean.
And I think also to add to that, I think women are often perceived that way if they're really direct. And especially in like a corporate environment or in entertainment, there's a lot of like mushy-gushy, like we don't want to give a direct POV, we don't want to give direct feedback, and men are doing that in the room and no one is thinking of them in that bad light. And so I think it's a lot about deliverance too, unfortunately. Like we do sometimes have to pad it a little bit, but I think being direct is so powerful. And at the end of the day, even if some small percentage of people see you as that, I think you need to redefine what it means to be confident, to be direct with your point of view, with your direction, and it is powerful at the end of the day. And I think will have you more respected in the room than anything. And again, you have to come to it with like really positive intentions, and I think that will shine through. And but I've seen that obviously, and it's a tough situation to navigate.
People with strong opinions are usually, sometimes are remembered for being like the most creative or having a vision. The last thing you want is to be like no opinion. Do you know what I mean? That's gonna be mediocre at best.
And also to be excellent at what you do as well. Like, you don't go in there like just saying something just for the hell of it. Like, if you know your worth and you are excellent at what you do, it doesn't matter who likes you. It just matters who respects you. You just need the right person to respect you and to respect your opinion. And you can be likable and respected at the same time.
True.
Yeah.
That's the perfect way to end it, likable and respected. Thank you everyone so much. Thank you to my lovely panel. Really. And I would say hang out because the next session is pretty exciting with some creators from Palette Media, one of our platinum sponsors. So if you'd like to stick around, we will see you in a few minutes. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Keep your mugs.
Yeah, those are your mugs.
Breathe in through your side.
Everyone, please give a round of applause and welcome back to the stage the head of creative marketing for B&H, Deanna Testa.
Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. If you were just in the last panel, welcome back. If this is the first time you're joining, quickly, a little bit about me. I've been head of creator marketing at B&H for about 3 years now. It's a pretty new division, but I'm so excited. So many content creators are a part of our community now, including 2 very special ones who we're going to be chatting with today. And I say 2 because, unfortunately, Recider did have a little bit of food poisoning or something going on like that, and we want to make sure he's okay, so he will be staying home to recuperate. But we have 2 of my favorite creators in the whole wide world today to talk about mastering the visual hook and how to capture attention in seconds. So first up, James Tralie, if you want to come on over. Yeah. Hi. So for folks that don't know, James Tralie is a TV and film producer. He's also an animator for NASA, which I am clocking the jacket. Yeah, very nice. And you've done a ton of different branded work across different companies. I mean, Apple, Porsche, the NBA, PBS, Prime, Hulu. I mean, you name it, you've done it. So I can't wait to kind of hear what you think today.
Absolutely, looking forward to it.
And welcoming back Grace Wells, who's one of our goats, as I like to call it. She's been on a couple of our different panels. Hi, Grace.
Hi.
Yeah, you're Grace. Yeah, if folks came to Build 2023, you might recognize Grace. Otherwise, she is a viral creator who takes ordinary objects and makes them cinematic. So we're so excited today because if I think scroll stopping viral content, I think of the 2 of you. So I can't wait to kind of get into it and see what you have to say. Maybe to start, you can just go into your own story. Like, how did you even become creators?
Yeah, I've always kind of had a weird mix of science and art all growing up. I was a geophysics major in college and never really thought you could do film and science as kind of a career together. I mean, film is science in a way. When you're making things, you know, you're thinking about the animation, you're thinking about, you know, the camera lenses. There's a lot of physics that goes into it. And so I got into making short films many years ago and making stop motion animations with my Lego sets, kind of kept that going. And then found this job at NASA about 6 years ago. So I've been working for our planetary science missions primarily, covering everything from missions to the moon, missions to Mars, missions beyond our solar system, and most recently just worked on a new documentary about the James Webb Space Telescope. So it's been a cool journey and just kind of been following that thread.
Oh my gosh, we live such different lives. And Grace, what about you?
I was originally on a very different trajectory. So I was getting my master's in linguistics when I first started creating content. But I kind of was originally just using it as a creative outlet. I was doing kind of some portrait photography and just practicing with using a camera. And when COVID hit, I decided to pivot into doing more product-focused content because at that time, all of the sort of models that I was working with, all of a sudden I couldn't shoot with them anymore. And so it sort of started as something that felt like a necessity or sort of a creative workaround. And then it became something that I was like, oh, actually, this sort of niche is something that I really think is super fun and that I think I'm good at. And I was able to sort of build a platform based on that kind of content. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And I feel like so many creators have that similar story. Like they were doing something and then maybe the pandemic happened and we all kind of got more creative. And so that's amazing. Let's talk about the visual hook and what that means to you, because obviously no matter what platform you're posting on, it's crowded. There's so much content out there. So how would you define visual hook, and then how do I do it correctly?
Well, I think a visual hook is the sort of initial way that you grab your audience, and it's the way that you sort of earn your audience's view, if you will. I think that what's so interesting about social media is that it's one of the sort of few places where the attention economy is like super, super strong, where we're all sort of
vying for people's attention. And so the idea of a visual hook is how do you stand out in this attention economy where the value of your content is in how much you can capture your viewer and how long they're going to stick around to stick through the full video.
Yeah, and I do a lot of long-form TV, film, documentary, long-form content. And when you're scrolling through your phone, I mean, it's gonna be tough to kind of grab someone for like an hour and a half. So we really have to be intentional about dragging you in and getting you excited to continue watching beyond just a couple seconds. And so, you know, for us, I often think about the cold open. It's often the last thing I actually come to edit when I'm making a production, because you really have to have kind of a holistic view of the whole piece. What's the whole narrative you're trying to tell? What is that visual that's going to stop someone and get them, you know, to maybe move from their phone to a TV to finally kind of experience the surround sound, the beautiful view of the production? So it's tough. And I mean, I guess I kind of have an easier job of it because spacecraft launching is kind of heart-pounding and gets you excited. So it's a little bit easier for that. Outside of the NASA work, I do a lot of 3D animations. I call them dreamscapes. And so for those, I kind of bring the audience in kind of this relaxing, meditative way. So it's almost like a little break from your doom scrolling. It's kind of just like a breath of fresh air. So for those too, it's the same deal. The visual hook is just this stunning kind of beautiful, floral-filled place to just stop your scroll and get you hooked. Yeah.
I love that. And Grace, so much of your content is around like inanimate objects, right? Like you're saying product. So how do you make something like a spoon or a cup interesting? Like what is the creative thought process when you're about to kind of start?
I sort of think about, when I do these commercials for these random objects, I'm thinking about, one, visually, what are sort of the little details in that object that can be teased out and that are actually quite interesting that we might overlook on a daily basis. I'm also thinking about the sort of narrative behind them, which seems maybe a little weird, but when you're talking about like something like a spoon, for example, but there's so much that, again, we incorporate that object into our daily lives that we don't necessarily think about, but it's so instrumental in the way that we go about our day. And so that's sort of how I'm thinking about the ads that I'm making. When I'm thinking about the hooks for those videos, I think in part what's compelling about that content is how seemingly random and seemingly insignificant it is. And so I think in a sense, for me to say, I'm gonna make a commercial for a spoon, that's inherently a little bit interesting because it's like, well, why, like, what is it about a spoon that should even capture our interest at all? And so I think in a way it's almost like counterintuitive where it's like, because it's so seemingly random and seemingly insignificant, that kind of is there's something intriguing about making a piece of content out of that.
And I feel like the narrative element of content creation is so undervalued because they don't think of it as like a film or a commercial or something, but to really give it a story, even if you're gonna use that story or not, right? Like it will really change the trajectory of the video.
Yeah.
So I totally aligned with that. Yeah.
And a story is such, I think we sort of ascribe such a complex nature to the idea of a story where we're like, okay, it's like once upon a time, this happened and then this happened and this happened. But I think stories can also be much more fluid and abstract as long as you sort of have a general direction that the narrative is going in of a very simple beginning, middle, and end. That is still a story, even if it is super simple.
And we're innate storytellers, right? Just like you telling me about your weekend.
Yeah.
Is a story. Yeah, so totally. And James, when you are, I guess, going through your creative process, is there something you do, like tips, tricks? Are you storyboarding maybe? Or how do you get that first visual image?
Yeah, I mean, so for the work I do, I work directly with our scientists and engineers for years on these missions. Even before they're in mission, we work with them to pitch it, to basically get it sold, get it made. And so it's very technical by nature, and it's very easy to kind of get lost in the details. And so I always like kind of keep an idea in mind with storyboarding to kind of get a visual representation pretty quickly. Data visualization is very important for us to kind of see what we're looking at. Often what you get back from these spacecraft, it's spectroscopy, these kind of really jargon-heavy data. And so kind of getting a story out of that can be pretty difficult. And it's these multi-year journeys. I mean, space is far, it's vast, and it takes a long time to kind of tell these stories and make it interesting. So yeah, I'm working years documenting these things in the lab, filming them as they're getting built. We're there when they launch. We're there when they're out in deep space, sending their science back. I'm often hosting these live broadcasts as we're getting the data back in real time, and so we're sharing that excitement with you. The story's happening, unfolding in real time, for better or worse, if it is successful or not. And so it's a lot, but yeah, we kind of keep an eye on the storyboard the whole time, keeping an idea on the script. And what's great about documentary that's kind of non-traditional is you're kind of writing the story in reverse. When you go out and make a narrative piece or a commercial, you're scripting very heavily ahead of time. You know exactly, or pretty much exactly, what you're going to be getting on the back end. But for documentary, you have, for this last project that I just worked on, we had 800 terabytes of footage from 30 years of filming. A lot of stuff.
Wait, where did you get your hard drives?
Oh my God. Yeah, we got our own huge server. So that was dumped on my desk about a year ago, and they said, go, make that into an hour-and-a-half long feature. And so I worked for the past couple months to condense that down and kind of reverse engineer the story. And there's so many different ways you can go with it, right? I mean, 30 years, that's a long time. There's a lot that happens, a lot of people come and go with the mission. And so it's a lot, but it's fun. It's a cool process.
Yeah, wow. And then so much of both of your work is technically heavy, right? So let's talk a little bit about post or even in-camera effects. Are there things that you're thinking about visually, either the way your post-production workflow works, that really kind of helps the visual hook or helps you creatively strategize how the visual hook will play out?
Yeah, so for us, I wish we had GoPros everywhere in space to document the science in real time. Unfortunately, that's not always the case. We do have a lot of really cool cameras on our spacecraft, but we kind of have to fill in between the lines a little bit, but we always keep it based in the science. So everything's very data-driven. We'll be using a lot of the raw data from the spacecraft to kind of build these visualizations out. But it can get very technical, and that's why I said we're always working directly with the scientists. Our team of animators, visualizers, all have backgrounds in computer science, computer graphics, so they're very trained in kind of bringing the data to life. A lot worked at Pixar before coming to us, so they kind of have that little bit of a storytelling, cartoon background to bring to our work. Yeah, as we're filming, I mean, I just said we had 800 terabytes of footage. We're cataloging and documenting so we don't lose track of what we have. We're digging into the archives. There's been incredible resources dating back to the 50s and 60s from when NASA was just becoming an agency that have been digitized, really cool Apollo footage I've used before. And so, we kind of have a lot of records to dig through. So that's always a consideration, is keeping a good track. For you, the public, too. I mean, it's your money that's funding our research. So we want to make sure that you can see what we're doing and documenting that at all.
Great.
So,
Wow,
yeah.
incredible, yeah. And Grace, so much, I can't think of your content without thinking of like slow motion. So are there post-production elements that you're go-to?
I mean, I think when it comes to the hook, I actually feel that the post-production sort of becomes increasingly complicated as the video progresses, and that's very intentional. So the hook itself, which is usually just like a one take of me speaking direct to camera, like super simple and super organic feeling to the platform itself. Then we have kind of like a behind-the-scenes montage that happens where there's a little bit more post-production happening and there's a little bit more of a story being crafted. And then the final piece, which is that very heavily edited, and there's sometimes visual effects and animation and things like that in the sort of final commercial piece. And again, I think that that's quite intentional because it is that sort of beginning, middle, and end of something super simple that grabs your attention, and then at the end, the very exciting payoff that feels a lot more, a lot more high quality and a lot more very heavily thought out.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you touched on this, but I know you're following, it really runs the gamut across all platforms. So how do you think of your storytelling or your visual hook across those different platforms? Does it change your strategy?
I think you sort of have to balance the wanting to optimize for every single platform and follow best practices of every single platform with the sort of reality that as a creative person, there's only so much time that we have and so much that we can really customize each piece of content. So what I sort of like to do is I like to think about, okay, I'm going to start off with the bare bones of this piece of content that I have that's going to be probably the same cross-platform. Like I'm going to post that same video to TikTok as to Instagram as to YouTube Shorts. But what are the different in-app features that I can use to make that piece of content feel more native to that place that I'm putting it on? So it might be adding text in-app to the video, or doing replying to a comment in my comment section as part of the intro to the video, or on Instagram there's Instagram polls that you can add where you can sort of engage your audience and ask them questions about the piece of content that you're posting. So I think that that's kind of a sort of more pragmatic way of approaching wanting to customize your piece of content to all those different platforms, but also sort of recognizing the limitations of, how much time and energy goes into content creation, and we only have so many hours in the day, so it is hard to make a totally novel piece of content for every single place.
Right, right. Sometimes you have to batch shoot. Sometimes you have to think about your own mental well-being and the demands of being a creator, for sure.
Yeah. And I think that all the platforms are quite different in their sort of infrastructure, if you will. So there are so many different ways to switch it up in the sort of back end of adding those different text overlays or adding those different comments and things like that to make it different.
Yeah, for sure. And James, you do quite a bit of brand work. So how do you stay true, I guess, to the same, right, not giving in to the algorithms on the different platforms? How do you not give in to the different brand demands?
Yeah, I've kind of developed a certain style outside of my NASA work for the past couple of years. As I mentioned, I call them these dreamscapes. They're these kind of familiar spaces like a living room or a cathedral that's flooded with nature and the outdoors. And so when companies approach me to work with them, it's often with that in mind. They'll want me to kind of put their product in these spaces or do runway shows in these spaces. Last year I did some work for Porsche and the Met Gala where they had like this kind of floral immersive experience with their cars. So they kind of have that in mind, so it's a little bit easier for me to kind of cater to that and design, my space, in their space, in their environment as well. But yeah, for me, it's very important that I kind of stay true to myself. I kind of keep these styles going. I don't want to, work on something that isn't meaningful to me. And every project's different, which is cool. I think there's a lot of cool technical challenges as well. So I did a project for the Sphere in Las Vegas last year, which is probably the wildest design I've ever designed for. It was a huge canvas, obviously, and kind of making sure that every single pixel is perfect it was a challenge. But it's cool because, like I said, I have a science background, so I kind of geek out a little bit on the details of the the aspect ratio and kind of rendering things out properly for everything. So everyone's different, but it's always fun. Always new.
I feel like you're in the right community to talk about aspect ratio and nerding out. So don't worry about that. And then what's one piece of advice, I guess, to new creators or people kind of still trying to figure out how to optimize their visual hook? Do we have like one good takeaway that you could wish you told your younger self maybe?
I mean, this is like a very practical one, but I think that like big visuals and big actions, I think that sometimes we sort of overthink the way that the intro or the hook fits into the rest of the video. And I think that it can kind of be a moment in and of itself that doesn't necessarily have to fold into the narrative quite so much. So I sort of like to think about, okay, what are some of like the visual motifs that show up in the rest of my video that I can incorporate in the intro that are engaging and exciting? An example is I just wrapped an ad for a client, and the ad was science themed. And so for the intro, I decided I bought some dry ice and I got all these beakers and I had like all these bubbling beakers in the foreground as I was filming my intro. So it was just kind of incorporating like a visual element. Does it really make sense that it's like sitting there on the counter as I'm talking? Probably not, but it's grabby, it's not irrelevant, and it's kind of like this big visual moment that immediately stops you as you're scrolling.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I think for me, don't be afraid to try new things and experiment a bit. I've often found too that when you're trying to fit yourself too much into a box of what you think people are going to like, as opposed to making what you actually like, the content does not resonate as well with your viewers. They can kind of sniff through and see that you're kind of faking it almost in a way and kind of trying to make something that you think will resonate. So be creative, put your stuff out there. Again, I didn't know that this job was even a possible thing when I was younger, and so just follow all of your passions. Just be curious, keep trying new things, learn new software. This industry moves so quickly. Just go down to the expo. There's so many new cameras and new stuff coming out. And so be curious, try new things, and collaborate with other creators. I think it's really helpful to kind of cross-pollinate and learn from each other, see what's working for other people, kind of blend that into your own style. So yeah, be curious.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think, to touch on a couple of things, like for me, color is so important. So is there any elements where like even design comes into the thought process, or if not color, like you're saying props, are there other elements that people can start to, maybe they haven't even thought about that yet?
Yeah, it's sort of similar to what you're saying. Like sometimes I'll just put like things in the background that are interesting. Like sometimes I did like a video that was just about like orange juice, and I decided to just roll the annoying orange video on the TV in the background. Again, like it's just like silly little things that you can incorporate, other visual elements that you can incorporate into the frame that that can grab the viewer's attention. Because I think, for better or for worse, we sort of exist in a social media landscape now where people are so easily lost. And so it's like the more that you can the more that you can sort of jam pack into that first 5 seconds of the video, both in what you're saying and also what's in the frame, the less likely that you're going to lose someone in that first 5 seconds.
Totally.
I get a lot of inspiration from nature. I feel like it does a lot of the heavy lifting for us. So often if I'm feeling stuck in a creative rut, I'll just go for a run or a photo walk and take pictures. I'll use this app called Polycam to kind of scan my surroundings and bring them into 3D software as 3D objects. And for space, the stuff I cover, I mean, space is beautiful and there's always new things. If you look at some of the first images that came back from the James Webb Space Telescope, I mean, the Carina Nebula is just stunning beauty. The color, and it's so vibrant and so dynamic. And you know, just kind of incorporating that naturally just really works so well to tell the story and hook you in visually. I mean, you don't really have to even ascribe any kind of meaning to it. You can just see these images and everyone can kind of take away their own meaning from it, just from the beauty, just the sheer beauty of the nature.
Right, of course. So I think we are so ahead of schedule, so we're gonna open to Q&A, because I'm sure a lot of folks, already hands are going up. So Kyler, sorry for the, great. We're gonna give that over to you.
Good afternoon. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I flew all the way from the Bahamas for this, so I'm super excited.
Oh, welcome.
James, you mentioned that you do, documentaries, long-form content. I'm very interested because I do the same, but I'm very interested in your process for pulling the visual hook for the short form from, you said you had 800 terabytes data. So I'll be very interested in just learning a little bit more about your process for how you condense it and pull something from such a long piece of content.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess just for the visual hook, the cold open, it's almost like a mini trailer in a way. That's kind of at the front of the film to hook you in, kind of tease a little bit what's coming up. You kind of tease a couple of the key graphics. For this film I just made, we'll tease the launch. We'll kind of hint at some of the imagery you might see from the telescope. Also some of the disasters that struck during this mission. I mean, the mission almost got hit by a hurricane and completely lost. The spacecraft could have blown up heading out to orbit. So we'll kind of tease a little bit of that drama. But yes, I mean, condensing all that content down, I think the biggest thing was just organization. Knowing where things were was super crucial so that I could pull things. We'd filmed everything from the most mundane conference meetings that you can imagine to just incredible moments like the launch, obviously. And you find all these little details in there and it can kind of set the scene. I think a lot about establishing shots, kind of drawing the viewer in, setting the scene for what's going on, the discussions that are taking place for these scientists as they're gaming things out, the cleaning room, walking you through that, showing how things are all operating. And always staying true to that script that we put in the first place as we were kind of reverse engineering things. But there's a lot of stuff I didn't include. And that's almost kind of cool in a way because we can kind of do more content beyond this. I did a whole TV series about this mission as well. We can use stuff for.
Where can we watch that?
Oh, it's on. We have a streaming platform that's free. It's called NASA Plus, plus.nasa.gov. The film just came out there. It also just got picked up by Tribeca, so it'll be here in New York at some point in person for you to watch in theaters. So stay tuned for that as well. I encourage you to watch it in theaters because I spent about 2 or 3 weeks with professional sound designers mapping sounds. We had 3,600 total sound effects, and I did a lot of my own original music. And so I want you to experience that in person in a theater with the surround sound. The launch kicks you behind. It's amazing. So yeah, but it's a lot of organization. I think that's the biggest thing. It's just knowing where everything is, tagging things. Yeah.
Great.
Hi guys, my name is Jillian. Thanks for being here. I was curious when you're working on daily content as well as brand partnerships, what sort of systems and tools do you have in place that you use to create that and stay organized?
Ooh, good question, Jillian.
I mean, I think I just sort of think about how I can break down that one sort of longer piece of content that I'm working on, because ultimately when I'm working on these commercial pieces, that will be a 4 to 6 week project that I'm working on, which is very unorthodox for a short form creator. And so it's sort of thinking about what are all the individual pieces of that process that I can break down and make into smaller, interesting pieces of content. Things like the storyboarding process, or the client, the relations with the client, or the production, post-production. So thinking about all the sort of individual moments that I can tease out, even when it is just one project. But to be very honest with you, like from an organizational perspective, a lot of that is, I kind of resonate with what James is saying about ending up, like working on this project and ending up with hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes of behind the scenes footage and then kind of having to retrofit it into different pieces of content and different narratives. So I think it is really just about staying super organized, making sure you know where your favorite takes are from different days on different pieces of the project that you were working on. And that way when you get into post, you can find those little nuggets and those little narratives that you can split into different pieces.
What I think I use the most to kind of stay organized is Blender, actually, the 3D software. I kind of sketch things up there. It's kind of like a canvas in some ways. You can do 2D artwork with it. Just kind of, there's a tool called Grease Pencil where you can kind of just sketch things up, almost like a whiteboard sketch. But also making things in 3D, you can kind of block things out really quickly, throw some very basic lighting on, and oftentimes that'll inspire both my personal projects, my freelance projects, and also for NASA too. Just kind of seeing how light bounces off the 3D models of our spacecraft when we're making these visualizations. It's really fun.
Hi, my name is Paul. By the way, thank you for your I love your passion, by the way. You're really, and expertise, I really appreciate it. I want to talk about, do you ever have inhibitions? Because for me, I grew up with film. I think social media, it's clickbait, it's selling out. Will I get canceled? I'm pretty outspoken. You know, I worry about the consequences about posting. Do you ever get any kind of inhibitions? I'm sure it's probably different for you because you're really into it, you have a following. What kind of inhibitions do you go through and how do you overcome it?
Well, I think for us, I mean, you know, science is hard. It doesn't always go right. I mean, there's fear about, you know, filming something live and catastrophe strikes. It's happened before for NASA throughout our history. And so it's our job to document even in the hard times and stay true to that and share that with the public. I mean, this is life. This is how it's happening. This is, you know, tough. And we can't be afraid to document that story and share with the public. It shows how we operate, how we make these things, how it happens. And so, yeah, it can be scary, though. I've been on live broadcasts quite a bit, and we'll always rehearse for contingencies just in case, you know, something derails. We know exactly what to talk about. We know all the engineering, the physics behind things. But it's very terrifying when, you know, it doesn't always go right. But we have to keep documenting. It's very important.
We're live right now, and I'm terrified. So I fully agree with that. Yeah. Maybe a couple more. Where did Kyle go? He's coming. Oh, gotcha.
Looking at when you talk about 800 terabytes worth of data, at some point there has to be something you remember seeing and you just don't know where it is. What tool do you use to go out there and find it? Because you know you heard it, you know somebody said it, you know it's there, and you just don't know where to find it.
Yeah, there's actually something I use quite a bit. So we filmed, I mean, hundreds of hours of interviews over the course of 20, 30 years. And one of the first things I did when all this content was dumped on my desk was to go through a software called Otter. Otter AI, it auto-transcribes a lot of things and tags specific speakers if it recognizes their voice. And so if I remember, I'm like, we filmed 5 years ago this interview with John Mather, this Nobel laureate. That's got to be somewhere. I think he said this word. You can kind of search up, and it actually does a pretty good job of finding things. And when I upload them, I kind of have it all strung out, all of my clips end to end. And so it'll give me a specific time code. It'll be like hour 1, minute 23, 31 seconds in, they said this exact line verbatim. And I can go right to that time in my timeline and pull that exact clip. Sometimes I have to hunt around a little bit if it didn't get it exactly right. It does really bad with our acronyms. In case you didn't notice, NASA, we love our acronyms. So often NASA will be like Nassau or JWST. It's even hard to say that now. It's like some jargon of things. So that can get hard to search for. But in terms of actual footage, that's a little bit tougher. I don't really have a good way to search for that, especially for the archival footage. I mean, like I said, we've got tapes that are from the 50s and 60s, and there's no easy way to look for that other than just brute forcing it, which I definitely did a lot. But yeah, it's a process.
And I would imagine, I mean, just as a regular creator, Grace, you can probably speak to this, but a normal amount of storage, like maybe it's really just
not 800 terabytes.
Yeah, not there yet. I would imagine it's just organizing when you're dumping, right? In folder systems, color coding.
Honestly, even as I'm filming, like, because the majority of the kind of long files that I have are the behind the scenes content that I'm creating. And so it's really just like as I'm filming that and as I'm creating the commercial piece of content, sort of being cognizant of, oh, I think that was an interesting moment where, I don't know, I was spray painting something or I dropped something accidentally, and like so it's sort of, it's difficult sometimes to keep track of everything, but trying to be cognizant as I'm working of what are some visually interesting moments that are happening behind the scenes, and tagging those at that time so that when I get into the behind the scenes editing process, I can then pull all those sort of moments that I flagged as I was filming them, as opposed to trying to go through everything when it's no longer fresh.
Right, right. And I almost feel like if you are an editor as well, like if you're wearing all the hats, then you're self-editing as you're shooting.
Yeah.
And that's very different from maybe like the film folks in the audience, right? Like a creator knows I have to do everything, so I might as well keep track of it as it's happening. Yeah. Do we have time for, yeah, great.
Hi, I'm Jake. Thank you guys for being here. I make some YouTube videos, and I'm kind of hesitant to use hooks because like I feel like it could be a little like cringe or like desperate almost, and like I obviously still want one that's effective but not really obvious. Is there a way you recommend how to do that?
That's a good question. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not always, I guess, necessary. Sometimes you can just let the imagery speak for itself, or the story kind of breathe. I think there is something beautiful about just easing the audience into your story. I mean, for space, I mean, it's just these vast, amazing scale of the universe. And so oftentimes starting my pieces, I'll just let that imagery breathe with a little bit of music, a sound bed below it to kind of reverberate and kind of get you kind of almost like an orchestra tuning before a big performance. It kind of just eases you in slightly as opposed to just like slamming you with like a rocket taking off or something. I think there's something nice about kind of sitting with that and just kind of letting that meditate almost. And then you kind of get in to the story. So you can kind of experiment a bit with that. I'm not sure what kind of content you make, but you know, have fun with it. Play around, see what works, what doesn't. Share it with your friends, get their feedback. I think that's always helpful. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I almost feel like it doesn't have to be a smash cut, right? A visual hook could be anything. So just the slow, iconic, like, you know, space footage is beautiful in of itself, and you will stop scrolling because it's stunning.
Yeah.
So I think expanding your definition of the visual hook.
Yeah, like think about Star Wars. I mean, they literally have just like a crawl of text on your screen. I mean, that's not maybe the most exciting thing to have your viewers read a block of text to start a film, but it works. You know, it's got a huge fan base. So
yeah,
you know.
And don't you dare call that cringe.
I think too, like when we're talking about these visual elements that you can incorporate into a hook, that only works if there's substance to what the story is and what you're trying to share and what the message is to your audience. And I think that that's what sort of separates a good visual hook from clickbait. Is clickbait is it's very empty narratively. It's just like, oh, someone tripped and fell, or this big funny thing happened, and then there's no real payoff after that. So I think that you have to sort of start with, okay, what am I trying to tell my audience? Why is it interesting? And then all this sort of like visual eye candy that we talk about and these strategies that we talk about for capturing attention are the sort of cherry on top of the substance of your story.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And it really goes back to story. Yeah, totally. Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Emily. So I work with clients similar to both of you in some ways, but I was curious about like how you talk about creative differences when it comes to either their brand guidelines, you know, logos, maybe like what they want to say or show first, when you actually might know what you think the hook might work better in those terms, and just how to work through that with clients without, you know, not being a team player and a good collaborator.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that the best and most that we can do as creators is just educate brands on what we've seen in the past and the patterns that we've seen in the past and how we've seen our audience react to certain visuals versus others, certain hooks versus others. I think that the benefit of having done this for like 5 years now is that I've experimented with a lot of different things, and I feel I have a good sense, at least when it comes to my audience, as to what works and what doesn't. Of course, every once in a while there's a client that's really persistent on what they want, and I think that ultimately I have to yield to that if they're really pushing for it. But I think that it is important to first educate the client as to, this is what I think we should do, and this is why, and this is sort of the evidence that I have for it from my years of doing this. And I think that the best clients are the ones that are receptive to that and that sort of understand that the reason that they're working with that creator is because of that, the years of expertise that they've acquired in creating that content.
Yeah, my clients, if you will, are scientists oftentimes, and they kind of exist in this realm of tables and graphs and kind of like boring stuff because they talk to the same like 5 people over and over in this super niche circle. So it is a lot of what, you know, Grace has been saying about educating them about what we can do. And Sometimes they're a little bit hesitant to kind of branch out and do something a little bit more experimental, but I've gotten them to do things like allowing me to make a Spider-Verse style animation about some atmospheric stuff on Mars. We have a whole cartoon series called The Lucy's Journey. It's kind of a Jetsons retro-futuristic R2-D2 type character, guiding viewers through the solar system. And at first glance, talking to the scientists about this, they'd be like, what are we doing? But it is about trusting the creator and what we do. I mean, this is our job. We do this 9 to 5, beyond 9 to 5 too. Making these things happen. So it is about them just kind of giving us the keys a little bit and having fun with it, trusting that it's going to be cool.
Great.
Hey, my name is Raheem. I'm a content creator. I make YouTube videos, and I also have a video production company. So I kind of sit on both ends of the spectrum that you guys are on. I wanted to ask you, what do you guys think of, like, I guess, retention editing, or trying to put graphics up on screen and flashing things to keep your audience's attention, or should you mostly focus on the context of the video?
Yeah, so when I'm editing TV shows or feature films, I mean, these are long productions. This is, upwards of an hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes. That's a long amount of time to have someone just watching something, and you want to make sure that they are keeping engaged through it. And so the way I kind of break it up is almost like these mini beats throughout the whole thing. There's a great way to kind of map things out using what's called a beat sheet. There's plenty of really cool resources about this, but you kind of just, break out these little, almost like 3 to 4 minute little vignettes throughout the whole story. They're all still tied together, but it kind of guides you naturally through the story, has these kind of, little climaxes, denouement, and then you're kind of back up again to keep you hooked. It's not necessarily about just like flashing stuff in. I guess it is kind of more so just having that consistent flow to it through those mini stories in between. And then there's the overall thread of obviously your overall piece. But breaking it down that way I think is helpful too in scripting up as well.
I do a very similar thing on like a different scale where in my 45-second behind the scenes video, I'm making sure that, every 10 to 15 seconds, there's one of my favorite shots that's showing up that I think is the most visually compelling. Just again, to ensure that if we're ever starting to lose someone a little bit, we bring them back in with something that is super interesting. I also think that sound design, at least in my work, plays a really big role. I'm always pushing in sound effects, even like doing Foley for things that didn't necessarily have much sound when I was filming them. But I think that particularly in a social media environment where things like ASMR content are so popular, sound design, you can't underestimate the impact of sound design on retention. So I'm always really thinking about sound design as well.
Right, and I feel like that's something most creators completely overlook, especially in the post-production side. So if you guys are not sound editing, we're going to talk about that later.
Hi, this is Ruchika, and thank you so much for the wonderful session. My question is, there are a lot of AI tools nowadays, and with the commercial videography or animation, or there are AI creators, like I am on camera creators, like I create content on camera and talk about travel, food, and stories. But there are AI people who are doing this. So it's kind of scary how you can make your authentic voice with it. Thank you. Not without it, sorry. Thank you so much.
Without, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've been doing content creation for NASA since the 50s, 60s, long before AI. And I think for me, I use AI kind of more as a utility. It's to enable me to be more creative. I really don't want it to ever rob that creative process from me. I really value that a lot. I think that's where I get most of my enjoyment. And so, having it do a little bit of the grunt work of organizing my clips, tagging things, I wouldn't mind it handling that for me, honestly. That would be totally fine, so I can actually make the editing and do the cool stuff. Yeah.
Similarly, I feel like for me right now, the biggest application for AI is the pre-production process, because there's just so much logistically that goes into that and to the storyboarding and the sort of all the things that have to happen before we even get into production. So I think that that's really for me where I see the biggest application for AI at this moment. But I'm sure I'm very much committed to continuing to evolve as the technology evolves, and I think that if we just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist, then that doesn't really behoove us ultimately as creators. So,
and I don't think it's always bad. Like I remember 10 years ago, we would have to write closed captioning out for every single content, and now it's like, oh, the application does it, great. And
exactly.
Then, so like I think not being afraid of the tech, but learning how to master the tech. Yeah. One more, yeah.
Yeah, hello. My name is Ola, and I'm director and content creator. And I really love your energy and the way how you're speaking. And my question is, can you share the story, the turning point when you realized that you want to create content?
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I guess I've been doing this for years and not knowing that this was a job that you could do. I mean, I started, like I said, making Lego stop motion animations or little short sketches with my friends. And I think it was when I started to submit my things out to film festivals and put it out in the world and start to get feedback from it. And you realize it gives you that little boost of confidence. It's like, oh, wow, I can actually do this. This is a cool thing to do. And I think, kind of having that experience really, inspires you. It gets you excited to keep going. And I always love doing things like this too. Oftentimes we're just putting our content out into the universe, and it's really cool to be on the ground and meeting people who watch our stuff, really resonate with it, learn from it. And I think that always inspires me to keep going, keep making things too. Yeah.
For me at least, I feel like as a creative person, I'm constantly pulled by new things that I'm compelled to do. It's like once I have one idea and I do that, then I suddenly have another idea and I want to do that. And I think that that's kind of what's led me to where I am today, is just like following my intuition, following my gut, and following through on ideas, even though I'm not necessarily sure like whether they're good ideas or not. So I don't know if there was necessarily one defining moment where I was like, I'm going to be a creator. I think it was a culmination of all of those very small daily decisions and daily, committing to the ideas that I had on a daily basis to lead me to where I am now.
Right. Well, thank you guys so much. If we didn't get to your questions, there'll be many more panels with many other creators. I want to say thank you to both of you so much for joining today, and especially to Palette for sponsoring this. So I don't know if the Palette team is here, but stick around for more of the Palette creators later in the other sessions. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a little.
These ours? Sorry, I couldn't. That's okay.
like most about the camera is how compact and light it is. Yet it does not limit you.
I'm Lindsay Adler.
My name is Johnson Wee.
My name is Lina.
I'm Malva Soler.
My name is Joseph.
My name is Sean Moore.
I used to run away from Flash. It was confusing, it was just extra stuff to carry around, and I never really got the results that I wanted.
Off-camera Flash can seem intimidating, but with ProPhoto, there's just 3 buttons on the back.
Time is precious, especially on a wedding day. ProPhoto's intuitive design and user-friendly interface allow me to focus more on creativity and less on my equipment.
And whether I'm using 8 lights on set or 2, I can change all of the settings right from my camera.
Everyone, please welcome back to the stage your MC, Gabe Biderman.
How we doing, everyone? How we doing? We got a break. We got a little lunch. We're not feeling any lulls, are we? Okay. All right. Right. There's been so much inspiration here, right? I'm like bursting right now, and it's nonstop. It's not going to stop. We're very happy. Our next speaker is brought to you by Nikon. She has traveled the globe, capturing the profound connection between people, wildlife, and the environment. In Wild Hope, Stories That Drive Change, Amy Vitale reminds us that photography is a bridge to empathy and action. So let's please welcome to the main stage, Amy Vitale.
Oh my gosh. First of all, thank you all for coming, and let's give it up for B&H for creating this. This is pretty spectacular. I am blown away because it's a tumultuous time, and then you realize like there's so many beautiful, creative humans out there, and it's been really wonderful to engage with all of you. So thank you, Gabe and B&H. And I want to back up a little bit and just say, I've been able to meet a lot of people and, asking questions like, how do you get started? And I just want to back up a little bit and say that I think it's hard work. and it always feels like, you never really feel like you're there yet. And that is part of it. Like the hardest stories are work. But I'm going to back up and just say, like, I didn't actually become a photographer right away. I became an editor for Associated Press. And the reason wasn't because I didn't want to become a photographer. It was back then, people that were doing the hiring couldn't envision that I could become a photographer. And I think it's really important to just always remember that you have to be so strong inside in this career, right? Like there's going to be a lot of people telling you no, and you just have to tune that noise out and just stay super laser focused on your story. And I actually am much more like this guy. This is where I'm happiest. This is not my normal, like, being in front of people. I've taught myself to do that. But the truth is I really relate to this fellow a lot. And when I began, I was incredibly introverted, and it was the camera that actually gave me that courage, that inspiration. Once I had it in my hands, I suddenly felt like Superwoman. And the reason was because it took the attention away from myself and allowed me to focus on others. And it allowed me to dive into situations I never dreamt for myself. I didn't think I had the courage to do these things. And I'm telling all of you this because we all have infinite courage. and strength inside of us. So tune the noise out and believe in yourself. And don't be afraid to get uncomfortable. That is like the one takeaway I want you to leave with, because it is usually when I'm most uncomfortable that I make the best images and find the best stories. And that can be everything from physical discomfort to, you know, spiritual discomfort to just putting yourself in the places that you may not normally dream for yourself. And this is like the most important thing, I think, to being, you know, a good storyteller. And you know, I really believe so much in the power of photography, and people are asking a lot in this day of AI, like, what does it matter? It matters more than ever. And, you know, I was just on the Adobe stage, like there are tools being made that we all need to start using to, you know, teach and educate the consumers of our work about what is real and what is not. And that, you know, real storytelling does still matter. I see it every single day. I experience it. The power of one image to change people's thinking and, you know, create awareness and understanding across countries and cultures and communities. It's real. And it just takes time to dig deep and find those stories. But I began my career actually covering conflicts. This is in Kashmir, where I lived for 4 years. And I was 26 when I began, and I spent about a decade covering these stories and being asked to bring back kind of the most dramatic, violent images. And I did that. I was told to get close to the action, and you know, this actually was an example when I almost died, because I was supposed to be in this building on the upper right-hand side. You see that building being vaporized. Well, that day I was running late. And as I was running to get there, the batteries in my camera fell out. And in those moments, I stopped to gather them. A helicopter out of nowhere came and, you know, evaporated that building. And this was a really big wake-up call to me. And I'm telling this story because there's lessons in it for all of us. Is like sometimes we're being asked to tell stories that, like, in your heart you're like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? Because in my heart I actually knew that I was only giving one vision, right, of this story, just the violence. And actually all around me there were so many stories that allowed us to actually relate to one another as simply human beings. And that was that wake-up call for me. And I think about it a lot. Like, really, I take a litmus test a lot even today. And it's like, is this story, you know, I have like a few questions I ask myself. Like, is it allowing me to grow in some way? Is it having impact? And frankly, you know, if it's not doing those things, am I earning money and that allows me to pay for the other jobs? But like, ask yourself these questions. But now I want to back up. So I was on the same day walking back to my hotel, and I heard music coming out of this building. And I wandered towards the music, up these dark staircases, and through an open door. This is the scene I saw. Right? In the middle of all of that chaos, this expression of love, you know, and hope, and people just trying to find a better life and dreaming of the future. You know, stories like this give us the sense that people do not stop dreaming ever and hoping for a better future. And what I found on that room on that day was human resilience. And it was not the story that my editors asked for, but to me, that was the story. And I think, you know, all of us, you know, we have access to stories around us that only you will know about and be able to go deep into. And that is what we all need to do, is like find one story right next to you. Sometimes you don't even realize it. It's right there in front of you. And spend time on it. Go deep, because that's what we all need right now. And after about 10 years of covering the horrors of the world, I was actually really raw. And I thought at the time broken. And that was when I really realized this profound truth, that I had been telling stories about people and the human condition, And in the backdrop of almost every single one of them was nature, was the natural world. And in some cases, it's basic resources like clean water. In other cases, it's like a changing climate and loss of fertile land. But almost always, it's the demands placed on our ecosystem that some of us are so disconnected to these days. But that is very often what drives conflict and human suffering. And I realized I needed to start incorporating that into my stories and focusing on that. And then, I had this privilege. This was actually 16 years ago on this day, a snowy, cold day in the Czech Republic, when I set eyes on a rhinoceros named Sudan, and quite unexpectedly, my life changed. I fell in love with this creature, and I can't even explain why, but when you're so close to these gentle, hulking creatures that frankly, you look at them and you're like, oh my God, I am standing next to a dinosaur. They have been on this planet so much longer than all of us as a species, right? I literally felt like I was next to a unicorn. It was so magical, and it touched me. And I think part of why it also touched me is because on that day, I was there because there were only eight of them known to be alive, all living in captivity. And the plan was they were going to fly 4 of them in these big crates all the way back to Kenya in this last-ditch effort to try to save the entire species from extinction, thinking that the room to roam in the open air might somehow stimulate them to breed. And this is how we imagine wildlife roaming the plains of Africa, right? No, this is actually what it looks like today for not just rhinos, but a whole host of species. They have to be guarded around the clock 24/7 because the value of their horn is worth so much. And it's actually, most of us know, but the horn is really just compressed hair. It's the same thing in our fingernails and our hair, keratin, that's it. But, I think some cultures believe there's medicinal value, and it's really driving this poaching crisis. So when I began this story, I wanted to research and figure out, okay, what is the problem, but what are the solutions? Because I wasn't hearing anything about what do we all do? There's so many challenges we have. What do we do? And always the focus on this story was, it's a war, it's a poaching war, we need to arm people, we need to fight the poachers. And I was like, okay, are there other solutions? Like, what do the people living with the wildlife think? Do they care? And I think very little at that time was being said about the communities living alongside the wildlife. And what I found blew my mind. The most amazing people everywhere. We forget that the best protectors are those people who are living alongside of them. And this is Yusuf, who spends 10 months a year caring for, this is another species of rhino, black rhino, and just 2 months a year with his own children and his own family. And if that isn't commitment, what is, right? And everywhere I go, I see amazing people like Kamara here with Khalifi, who are making huge impacts for their communities, for the wildlife, and ultimately for our planet. And I think it's so important to find those stories and shed some light on them. And you know what? You all have stories like this in your backyard. They're everywhere. I just came back from Canada, and there were stories all over. I met people, and it was like, wow, if a good photographer was telling that story, probably a lot of profound changes could be made. So back to Kenya, though. Today in Kenya, and I hope you got a chance to see Thandiwe's talk, amazing. But Kenya is just on fire in such a great way. They've changed the narrative. They've changed the narrative on how wildlife is, how they are coexisting with wildlife. And because of this community engagement, the numbers of animals are going up. So black rhinos, white rhinos, like they're actually having to create more space for them right now. And actually during the pandemic, when other countries, because tourism ground to a halt, the numbers of poaching cases went up, like in South Africa. I think it was like 400. In the same year, 0 were poached in Kenya. Why? Why is that? It's because communities have ownership and engagement, and they understand the value of wildlife to them. And there's just so many beautiful stories everywhere. And I really spent a lot of time in Kenya. It's been now over a decade that I've been working with different communities there. And people always ask me about that. I want to back up and say it's so important to go slowly and develop that trust, build the relationships, let them know why you're there, and make it a two-way street. You know, like photography can be incredibly exploitative. It can also be incredibly powerful. And understanding the power goes both ways is super important when you're working with people and communities. But another community I've spent a lot of time with is in northern Kenya. And you know, when you think of Kenya, what do you think of? This place teeming with wildlife, you know, the cradle of humanity. Well, the Kenya I encountered about 25 years ago, maybe even 30 years ago now, was struggling with, you know, poaching and gangs of poachers who really created insecurity for the communities there. And they left much of the northern landscapes really devoid of wildlife. There were no more rhinos. The elephants had moved out. And as a result, that trickles down to all the other creatures. You know, there is so much, they call them keystone species for a reason. And when you lose those, it takes a little while, but then everything starts to suffer. And so I met this incredible community in Naminyak, and they understood that elephants are nature's eco-engineers. You know, they actually help the people find the water sources, and they start digging with them with their tusks, and then humans come in after and dig wells, and they actually like are huge mobile composting units and tread the soil up, and you know, it allows grass to grow, and then all the smaller creatures and people's livestock thrive, and it's this beautiful web. And the people in this community were like, we want to create a safe environment. We want the elephants. We want also to create a sanctuary in case any of the elephants become orphaned. And now the biggest threat in Kenya is actually climate change. It's not poaching. They've turned that story around. And when I met them, everybody was like, there's just absolutely no way that you're going to be able to make an elephant sanctuary because you have no political power and no funding. And I met them and I was like, of course they're going to do that. And they're doing so many things differently. This is Mary Lengi's, a really dear friend, and she was super introverted, shy, and the elephants literally gave her her voice. She got agency from caring for these elephants. She's like been promoted to be the head elephant keeper. In a very traditionally patriarchal society, it's a big deal. And it changes not just how people relate to wildlife, but also how they relate to each other. It's this amazing story. And so now the biggest challenge actually is, as I said, is like not the poaching, it's climate change. And so what happens is with these ongoing droughts, the wells get deeper and deeper. And in the daytime, people use these wells for their livestock, and they call them singing wells. It's actually incredible. They sing songs, and cows are intelligent too. They know whose song is their own owner, and they follow the music to the well they should be in. It's just magical. But here's the problem. Now, when the wells get deeper and deeper and narrower, at night, all the wildlife comes in. The lions, the hyenas, you know, all of them, and the elephant herds, and they come rushing in. They're very thirsty. And what happens is a young 1-week-old elephant will accidentally get pushed into the well. And I've been there on a few of these rescues. Now, phones are ubiquitous. Everyone has them, and they know exactly who to call. So they call Recider Elephant Sanctuary, and the team comes in, gets them out, and very often, this is when the long waiting game begins. They can reunite those orphans with their own herds right there at the well. And in this case, we waited, I think, 32 hours. And unfortunately, the herd had moved on. And this is Joseph here, and he said, you know, she's getting too weak. We need to at least take her back and try to save her. So at least they have a place to go. They did it. They made this sanctuary, which was a feat in itself. And this is the most vulnerable moment of their lives. In the beginning, like when they first arrive in those first 2 weeks, they have to switch from drinking their own mother's milk to this milk formula that is actually made for human babies. Now, 50% of the time in those first 2 weeks, and this is across all elephant sanctuaries around the world, they die because that change is so hard. They can also die of heartbreak. They are such sentient, intelligent, emotional creatures just like all of us. And it's heartbreaking, actually. And it's so hard. These people stay up day and night caring for these animals. They do not sleep. They're there every 3 hours trying to get them to drink milk. And what's so amazing, though, is to see how the elephants, they're not just cared for by their human, caretakers, but also they care for each other. That emotional, empathy for each other. They're immediately trying to help each other, and the whole herd of orphans will come in and console a new orphan when it arrives. It literally makes me weep every single time. And this is Dorothy. And Dorothy, in the beginning, was the nutritionist, and her job was to make them big and fat and strong. And during the pandemic, everybody got really worried because what if the supply chains broke down? They had to buy this very expensive milk formula. Do you remember we actually had a shortage here in the United States too of the baby formula? Same milk formula that they're drinking. So they got worried and they said, we really need to come up with a plan B. And they started looking to nature for their solution. And they realized, we have a lot of oh, by the way, this is what they drink. Around the clock, every 3 hours, one of these massive gallon jugs of milk, each elephant. It's a lot of milk that they go through, right? So they realize, we have to come up with a solution. Let's start looking at goats. We've got a lot of goats around here. And goats eat the same browse, the same food as elephants, the same green. They thought maybe this could work. I'm so happy to tell you, goats to the rescue. It worked. It worked, right? Everybody was so happy that they had a plan B. But not only that, they went from 50% survival rate in those first 2 weeks now to almost 100% of them survive now. I know, it's beautiful. And the goats are saving the elephants. It's working, and the people always tell me this. They say, we're not saving the elephants, they're saving us. Because here's the other part of the story that was totally unexpected. All that milk formula that they were paying a big multinational company for, now all that money is staying in the community. And actually, the men own the goats themselves, and the women own the milk. And so, for the first time in their lives, women are getting agency from the elephants. I went with them. I know, it is definitely something to cheer about. This is everybody setting up a bank account for the first time in their lives. It was so cool. I know. I mean, it's not the most amazing picture, but it just tells the story of what is happening. And now women are able to take care of their kids and send them to school and pay for, health care and all these things. It's changing their lives. And that is, I love this story. I have so many stories like this where you realize that a lot of the solutions are in nature, and we've just become a little disconnected from it, but also that it is in our most challenging moments that we can reimagine how to do things differently. Maybe the way we're doing things now isn't the best way, right? And maybe we can just like reinvent and reimagine how we can fix some of the things that we're doing now and do them differently. And this is an orphaned elephant named Kapai and Likupanai, who is like the animal whisperer. I love both of them. Kapai, I mean, when I was there when they rescued her, and I would leave for like 3 months and come back, and she would smell me and come racing out of the forest with her trunk in the air and come and greet me. And like their memory is astonishing. But anyway, Kapai grew up, she got big, and last year it was time. It was time to release them back to the wild, a whole herd of 13 elephants. They had been rehabilitated, and they actually had been weaned from the milk at that point. They no longer actually needed milk. And so Recider was like, we're gonna do it differently. We're not going to do it in the old way, because there's real traditional conservation, and they're, again, like reinventing how they think about conservation. And one of the things they're doing is releasing the elephants right there at Recider, because they've got 1 million acres surrounded by mountains, perfect habitat for them. And the day came. They showed them, you know, for 6 months, they were showing them around the landscapes, where the water sources were. And then the day came. And everybody from the local villages surrounding the sanctuary, all the elders came, the women came, everybody was singing songs. And as you can imagine, it was incredibly emotional. Everybody was crying. And all of the herd went running out. And then Kapai, that little baby that grew up, she was the matriarch of the herd, and everybody thinks she understood what was happening. She turns around and goes back and touches her trunk on all the keepers before she leaves. And it was just, it breaks my heart. It was like this beautiful, bittersweet moment, but just again illustrates that connection, you know, that we can have with these creatures that we share this beautiful planet with. And Dorothy and Mary and everybody just absolutely lost it. And at the same time, they were so happy because the elephants did exactly what they needed to do. They went straight to the mountains where it's safest for them, and they're already reuniting with wild herds, doing exactly what elephants should be doing. And so this story may look like it's a story about adorable elephants. It is and it isn't. I actually think it's a story for all of us, for this time that we're in. This is about our home, our future, how interconnected we all are to one another, and that the answers are there. We're going to give a panel talk tomorrow about this, because I think hope, having hope and like really working to seek out the way forward is so critical for all of us. And that every single, I mean, I love this because you are an audience of communicators. And it's like there are millions of stories everywhere I look. And it actually is what led me, I created a nonprofit that uses visual storytelling for environmental stories. So we support and mentor and fund environmental storytellers using their cameras, as well as funding conservation efforts. So I'm also going to show you a quick film that's actually traveling around with the American Museum of Natural History. They have a great exhibit on elephants, and they bought this film for Recider and donated to Recider with this film. And so I also used this as a fundraiser and did $10 downloads, and we raised $250,000, $250,000 just with $10 downloads. So never stop believing, like all of us can be doing little actions, can have profound impacts. But here's the film, just a short
Shaba
clip
has
of it.
witnessed the death of her mother being shot by the poachers.
She was very traumatized. It is so sad to see them suffering.
As Samburu, the elephants are our heritage. They guide us the way.
It is really these elephants helping us.
I know I will cry, but we can't deny her the right to go back to the world.
Before this, our community thinks that we cannot do this hard work to change a wild animal.
Chaba has always been a leader, and she's a female, which makes me very proud.
Thank you. And I just think, like, I want to share some of these things just to the power of each of us to do, like, little acts. They create powerful ripples of change. I have too many slides here. I'm going to whip through this is an older story. I got my access to pandas by dressing up as a tree. It all was led with empathy. You know, I didn't want this panda that was going back to the wild to be scared, so I dressed up and hid behind a tree, and then it opened all these unimaginable doors. So you never know where, you know, just little acts of kindness can open up doors. And it did. I ended up spending like 3 years making multiple trips to China to tell this story. And I mean, that's the other thing I like doing, is like finding a story that people think they know about and turning it on its head. Like, we all think we know about pandas, right? They're cartoonish characters. We see them in Kung Fu Panda. Everybody has stuffed animals. They're in our zoos. But what I discovered kind of blew my mind. They are also a species that's been on the planet for millions of years and actually are relatively unknown to humanity, certainly to the Western world. They were only discovered pretty recently. The first ones were captured alive in 1936. Not a long time ago, really, in the great span of things. So how did they stay so elusive? They really evolved. They became vegetarian. They went from being meat-eating creatures to vegetarian, mostly bamboo. And scientists think they did that so they didn't have to compete with other predators. But I had this amazing journey. It was hilarious to, they did everything to try to breed them in captivity, and at first had zero success and had to do all these wild things, like they would wheel television sets with panda videos of them mating to try to get the males excited. And then Papa Panda finally cracked the code and realized that's not it at all. They actually, the females only have 24 to 72 hours once a year to get pregnant. Tiny window. He cracked that code, and it's led to this very successful breeding program. But then that wasn't enough for him. He actually was like, we need to return these pandas back to the wild. To do that, though, they need to be trained. After one generation in captivity, they don't know how to be wild. So this is where it gets weird. This is also not just, it's not very cute, is it? It's harder to rock this panda suit than you think, because it's actually also, I'm going to gross all of you out, scented with panda urine. I know, really gross. But I would do it 1,000,000 times over just to get close to these creatures. And like, there we go again with getting a little uncomfortable for your best stories. And then I have to ask, who's the wild one? But this story changed my life and also made me realize that, you know, get beyond those headlines. Like, I was only seeing bad environmental stories coming out of China, and you can't imagine anything good related to wildlife is possibly happening. I learned so much, actually. Lessons that I take with me in other stories. But they really performed a minor miracle, and the panda numbers after we published this in National Geographic, they actually were delisted from most endangered because their numbers are going up in the wild. So again, there's hopeful stories. Miracles can happen. They really can. And how did China save an animal on the brink of extinction? I think, one, they built a real community around saving it. The entire nation put their weight around saving it, and everybody from scientists to school children, from foreign tourists to, most importantly, the local community, they got behind it. And I say this because that's a good thing for all of us to think about. Like, we are the messengers of all these stories. We can actually help stories succeed by shining a light on them. And then, you know, the other thing is The panda reminds us that nature is resilient, but we have to give it a chance for it to succeed. And now the question is, how do we turn this incredible story of, success into a solution for the larger problem, which is the survival of all endangered species? I don't know if you all know, but a few months ago it came out that we have lost in the last 50 years around 73% of our wildlife that existed just 50 years ago. If that doesn't stop you in your tracks, I don't know what will. But I do think, knowing that, also knowing that there's still so much to save, but we all have to make it a priority, right? And I'm going to skip over this one and just move to my closing statement here, because I just want to go back to the rhinos, the story that got me on this track. And back in March of 2018, I got a call to hurry back to Kenya because Sudan, that beautiful northern white rhino that I saw in the zoo, he was about to pass away. He lived a good, long life, but he was old. And so Old Pejeta Conservancy, where they were all living, they called me and said, hurry back. So I did, and this was his final moment. And this is Joseph Wachira saying goodbye. And he was surrounded by all the people who loved and cared for this magnificent animal. And, I remember this moment like it was yesterday. It just doesn't leave me, and it's still, every time I look at it and talk about it, it makes me emotional because I can feel it still. It was amazing also to see that Sudan knew that Jojo was there, and he was so sick and tired, and he actually raised his head up to lean into Jojo. And I remember this day so clearly, and all I could hear on that day was the muffled sobs of everybody who loved and cared for him, and the rain. And it was so quiet. There was this eerie silence that really seemed to foreshadow what a world is going to be like for all of us without these magnificent creatures. And we may think that, what does it matter, what do we have? What's the connection to these animals? And I've thought about that a lot too. Because today there's just 2 females left, marking they're functionally extinct. We're losing this beautiful species that has roamed way longer than all of us, and it couldn't survive because of us, humanity, right? And it's so much more than the loss of biodiversity and a healthy ecosystem. It's actually losing our own wild, losing who we are, losing our connection to this world and what we are made of. And, also the wonder and the awe that it brings all of us. Think about it when you're out in nature, taking your shoes off and walking on the soil and listening to the sounds of nature. There's nothing more grounding and healing and beautiful for all of us. We all need these creatures so much more than we may realize. And in the darkest moment when I thought there was no hope left, that's what always surprised me, because there is. It's always there. This beautiful, hopeful twist in the darkest hour when this amazing team from people from all over, from Germany to Japan to Czech Republic to Kenya, working to bring this species back from extinction using advanced reproductive technologies. And so today, they have already created 37 embryos using the immature eggs, which they then, in Italy, they have frozen DNA, and they've made these embryos. And now the next step is to implant surrogates. And this next image actually is going to be on National Geographic Channel. We're doing a whole episode that's going to air pretty soon. But they did a test because they didn't want to use the northern white rhino embryos yet, right? And so they used a subspecies of the rhino, and they had a viable pregnancy, and then quite tragically, because of climate changing and these heavy rains, it actually unearthed a bacteria in the soil that killed the surrogate and her fetus. And it's a really hard image to look at. It's heartbreaking. And, you know, I also believe, though, that they're now ready and the next steps are going to happen. I can't share too much more, but I do believe we will see rhinos roaming the open plains again of Africa. And I think the ultimate challenge and hope now is that, you know, we can bring species back, but also to realize, like, science isn't going to save us for all the species, right? There's so many stories, and the biggest critical issue is like creating space for wildlife. We need to do that everywhere. And so what happens next is in all of our hands, truly. You know, we get to decide what the story is. And I really like thinking about it this way. Like all great movements, social movements, right? You know, Martin Luther King never saw the end of his story. You know, all of these great stories, we're in the middle right now. It looks dark. That is true. But we get to decide how the story gets written, what the ending is. And we all may not even be alive to see the ending. But we all have to get out there and find individual ways to take actions. And I hope we talk a little bit about that in tomorrow's panel. But I just think, like, the stories I shared with you are about people who are living on the front lines of extinction and war and climate change and all the kind of horrors of the world. But they refuse to let cataclysm define their future. And if they can do so much with hope and their imagination and really change the stories in their own communities, imagine what we can all do together, you know? And I just want to zoom out for a moment. This is not my picture. This is a photograph of Earth taken by the Voyager 1 spacecraft when it was about 3.7 billion miles away from our planet. We are just a little pixel, as Carl Sagan put it, in this, you know, fragility and uniqueness of our planet. And Earth, you know, in the vastness of the universe, it looks like, you know, our problems are insignificant, right? But I think that is true, but I also want to zoom back in and talk about what it means to be human at our best, right? And come back to the intimate, because that is what we all do as storytellers. We talk about the intimate, and that is what we can be at our best. Compassionate, connected, and determined to protect the vulnerable all around us, right? That is what we can be. And I'm going to wrap up there and say I also created a nonprofit called Vital Impacts. And if any of you are doing environmental storytelling, please apply. We have 7 grants. We're giving out $50,000 in grants. We also partner you with the best editors and photographers in the business, and we want to make sure your work is seen by the world. We also have 10 mentorships, and we also have a speaker series that we bring into schools around the country. We've reached almost 25,000 kids already in our first year and a half. And, you know, I just think, like, if all of us just take a baby step forward and engage with all the things around us, like, there's just so much possibility. So here's a QR code to stay in touch. And yeah, and I think we have a few minutes for questions, just a couple minutes, yeah? Thank you. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you all.
It's amazing. Woo!
Thank you.
Giving us hope.
Oh my God.
Giving us hope.
Yeah, it's true.
Right? We need it.
All right.
Okay.
Do we have any questions?
So yes,
Please be brave.
we have the light coming around.
So I do conservation outreach and photography for New York City's only endangered nesting species, the piping plover, best bird ever. Sorry,
yes.
Another one, but it's the best one. So the issue that kind of I struggle with is how do we raise awareness for this species where their environment they live in is so fragile and affected by people, and it's a public area, how do we raise awareness but balance, like, look at the pictures, don't come and look at them?
Yeah, that's a really good point. You know, I think that is I think that it's part of like educating people and also realizing like we do need to talk about that when we talk about environmental storytelling, that, you know, I think people's hunger to create beautiful images, they can also harm wildlife. And it's super important to, you know, not be so, in a way, greedy for your images and realize, like, take time. I mean, you've got to go deep and find a story that you can go deep and have a light footprint on, and don't go and like try to do something just because you saw a great picture you want to go and make. Like, think bigger than yourself, because I think it is about ultimately how do we all connect and collaborate and learn from each other and learn what our impacts are. That is the biggest threat to animals, and it's so great that you brought that point up, because I think a lot of photographers in our desire to make beautiful images can actually be really detrimental. I've seen that a lot. I've seen people using drones and baby elephants getting, you know, separated from their mother because it's so terrifying. I've seen so many examples of that. So I think, you know, for anybody interested in getting in the space, really like take time to work with professionals who will tell you. And I mean, that's like my biggest takeaway, is that my best work has taken a decade to create, because I move really slowly. I work within the communities and I let them guide me. And I just really appreciate you asking that question. Thank you. Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
Outstanding presentation, I might say. I had tears in my eyes several times during your presentation.
Thank you.
Partly because I was born in Kenya. I could really relate to what
Be
you are doing.
proud. Your country's doing such great work.
I was there last year for a month. Though I now live in Mumbai, I go there very often and take a lot of pictures. And I'm glad you were able to share those stories of the animals that live there. I also get a chance to visit the tiger reserves in India.
Yes.
And that's a great story as well.
Great story.
Just like the pandas you covered, the tigers have done well, and they're growing numbers.
India is an amazing country as well. I think about, for a country with a very large population, the amount of wildlife that people are still coexisting with is extraordinary. Yeah, there's a lot of great stories.
Just from a photography angle, I got a sense that you use flash in some of your pictures. Is that true? Because for wildlife, have never used it. Is that something you would consider?
I don't actually, only portraits of people and not with the wildlife. Actually, I'm so grateful to the camera. Nikon has been amazing because you can photograph in such dark situations. And so I really think about the animals first, and even people. Like, I am very careful. Very often when I'm photographing people, for example, in remote places, I realize like the flash can be very terrifying to people. And so I'll even just like bring a reflector, and I'll let the kids become my little, like, I let everybody in the communities become my assistants, and I call them my little BBC crew, and they like will be holding the microphone or, you know, the reflector. But I mean, I think that's my style, is to really work alone as much as I can. It's different with film. You know, you have to sometimes bring a slightly bigger team, but it's still pretty minimal. And I like to just tread lightly and work with, you know, just the tools that fit the environment. So I'm very much thinking about how my impact is going to be, because the best images come when you make people feel safe and seen and heard, right? That is like the last thing I want to leave all of you with, is like make people feel seen and heard and not exploited. And your job is definitely to be respectful and go slow, because I think it's important for all of us to also understand that the negative power of what photography can do when you burst into people's worlds with the big camera, taking your images, and that's a whole other conversation to have, but I really appreciate these questions. Thank you.
And speaking of which, we'll continue the conversation if you have a moment afterwards.
Yeah.
Outside,
Yep.
yes. So I know we only got to a few of them, but again, one more round of applause.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Vitale.
Thank you so much.
And then,
thank you, Gabe.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Always, always. She'll be right outside at the speaker's meet and greet table to handle questions afterwards. Next up at 4 p.m., we've got Scott Kelby, who will show us how to harness AI and Photoshop in Lightroom without losing any sleep at night. Thank you. All right.
Every camera is a tool or paintbrush.
It tells the story of where we came from.
Anybody that goes into photography always hopes and wishes that an image could make a difference.
You succumb to this pull to tell stories. And you don't look back, you don't second guess, you just say, okay, let's do it.
The new Paybu card. You can save the tax. Or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. Same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
All right, let's give it up. Let's give it up. We're approaching the end here, but we're gonna end with a bang. Let's see a show of hands. Who here has felt overwhelmed with the rapid pace of technology in post-production? Just 4 of you? Oh, no, all right, there we go. I see some more. All right. Well, we've got the best. We've got Scott Kelby, author, educator, and Photoshop legend. He is here to help us embrace the AI tools of Photoshop, and maybe Lightroom as well, without compromising your creativity or sanity. So let's please give a warm welcome to Scott Kelby.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks. Quick show of hands. How many of you came to this session because you thought there was going to be free food? Anybody? All right, good. I have bad news for you. Welcome. So glad to have you guys here. I want to tell you a little bit about what this is about so you'll know if you're in the right place. So this AI thing, it's got me freaked out as a photographer. But I have found ways to use it that I think that help me to sleep at night. There are things that, as a photographer, that I just don't want to do, but I want to make the use of AI when it helps me productivity-wise. But you're going to see not only where that boundary, I think that boundary lies, but I'm going to teach you all of the stuff. So we're going to go through, I'm going to show you how it all works and how, I want to show you how I'm using it in my own workflow, and you can see where I'm like, I'll do this, but I ain't doing that. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through all of that stuff. So let's go ahead and get started. So, and a lot of people that say, I'm not going to use AI, they'll say, oh, I'm not using AI, I'm not going to do it. And I'm like, look, Photoshop already has a very, very robust set of AI features before. All of these features are AI-based. So are all of these features. We've been using AI in Photoshop for years. But it's actually, these aren't the ones that make us lose sleep. These are the ones that we've been using. We just think of them as production tools. It's the ones that I want to teach you that are the newer ones that we struggle with a little bit, and that's what I want to talk about. So a lot of it is how you look at it, how you look at the tool, right? And then it's really how you use it. It's those two things. So we'll start with Photoshop, because most of the stuff we're going to talk about is Photoshop-based. Or I'm going to do some Lightroom at the end if we have time. But I'm going to basically talk about 7 major areas that we're going to discuss. There are 2 basic things that we do in Photoshop all day long, and they are generative fill, and I'm sure you've heard of that one. And the lesser-known one, which is really, really powerful, is generative expand. And so that's what we're going to do. Generative fill, actually, I look at it strictly as a production tool, right? And I'm going to give you a perfect example. All right. One of the things that I do a lot of portraiture, and one of the things that I hate like you can't believe is reflections in glasses. And I've tried all the tricks. You know that one time somebody was doing a headshot of me, and I went to go do the headshot, and the guy handed me a different set of glasses with no glass in them. He said, hey, wear this because we don't want reflections. And I put on a set of glasses that look absolutely nothing like me. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And he's like, but you don't understand how hard it is to get rid of reflections. Yes, I do. It is very hard. So in my studio, one of the things we used to do is we would take the light and try to get it so high that you couldn't see the reflection, and then you try to tip it. It was a mess. Now it's fixed in 12 seconds. And I've tried over the years, I've done different things. I've done this thing where I would take the portrait and I would tell my subject, all right, I'm going to shoot this shot, and my assistant's going to come. Don't move your head. I'm going to take a second shot, and then I'm going to mask the 2 together in Photoshop. but now it's so easy using generative fill. And this is a typical thing that I would use generative fill for. So here's how it works. You just get the lasso tool and make a very loose selection around the reflection. Just very, very loose. Hold the shift key so you can make a second one, all right? Just make a very loose selection like this. And then you're just gonna go down here to this little generative fill, just click it and just hit generate. That's all, that's it, 2 clicks. And it takes about 12 seconds or more. And I know, it's crazy. It's gone. Now, it also gives you 3 different variations, so you can look at and choose if you want, and you'll notice that the expression in the eyes change a little, so you have to make a very careful decision about which one you want, but it's 12 seconds. And when I think about how much time I spend either dealing with it in person or dealing with it later in Photoshop, I'm like, it's kind of groundbreaking. I want to give you some tips that'll help you to understand like what just happened and how to make it work for you. The first one is, this is a big question I get. Do I leave this blank? When do I leave it blank? Or when do I type something in? Like, what am I supposed to do? So basically, I leave it blank almost all the time, but it's when you want to remove something. There's something in the photo you want to remove. Now, we've been removing stuff in Photoshop since Photoshop 1.0, 30-something years ago. The clone stamp tool was born to help us get rid of stuff. So I'm thinking, this is it. This is what I want. This is the main tool that I wanted to do. I wanted to remove stuff. All right? So about 99% of the time, I actually leave this blank and I just hit the word generate. I don't touch anything else. I make a selection and I hit generate and boom, it's done in 12 seconds. All right? So that's the process. You make a selection using any tool that you want. You can use the rectangular tool or whatever. It doesn't matter what tool you use. Then I click generative fill. Because you got to tell Photoshop, what do you want to do? You made a selection. What do you want to do? I want to use generative fill, and then you're going to click the button called generate. That's it, all right? Then you wait 12 seconds. Why do you wait 12 seconds? Because your image has to go to Adobe's cloud, where I imagine like Taylor Swift does something to it and sends it back, and then it happens. The whole round trip takes about 12 seconds, depending on your internet connection, all right? And when you're done, I mentioned you get these variations. It gives you 3 different looks, and you get to decide which one you want. I will tell you this, in my experience, it's rarely the first one that it gives you. It's usually number 2 or number 3. And if you don't like it, you can just ask it to, see the word generate? You can just ask it to generate again, and it'll make another 3, and another 3, and another. It'll make as many as you want until you come to the one that you want. But every time you do it, it generates a brand new set of eyes and the whole 9 yards. So that's why I say, like, you can look at the variations here, and the first one looks pretty good in this case. The second one, it kind of replaced the reflection with a worse reflection. The third one, the reflection's not so good, but the first one nailed it. It's not normally that way. It normally is number 2 or number 3 is what makes the difference. All right, so when would you type in a prompt? When you want to add something to your photo that wasn't there, or you want to change something in the photo. So someone's wearing a blue shirt and you wish they were wearing a blazer instead, you can do that. This is the stuff that makes me lose sleep. I feel dirty when I change stuff there. Like, if I take a picture of like 4 buildings, if I went here in Manhattan, I shot 4 buildings, and you see an airplane or a bird right in between the buildings, I have always been able to do that in Photoshop. I could go find a picture of a plane I took 2 years ago, select it, and stick it in there. But I never did that stuff because I felt dirty. Every time I looked at that photo, I knew I cheated. So it felt weird to me. I always felt like, well, I know that Photoshop does all this stuff, but I would just, this is how stupid I am, I would have to wait for a plane to fly over. I would just do it. I don't know why, it's just something, but that is the stuff that makes me lose sleep. When I'm adding things, like if there's this nice shoreline and I say, you know what would look good there? Lighthouse. Photoshop will add it. You just type in the word lighthouse and make a selection. It'll put a lighthouse right in there. And it'll give you 3 different lighthouses to choose from. And every time I would look at that shot, I would always know I cheated. I know that there's people that go, I have no problem with that. And that's cool. I'm just telling you how I feel, that I feel weird when I do that. And I years ago, I did, and we'll talk about this later, but years ago I had a picture from Maine, and everyone's seen that lighthouse in Maine, the famous one. Well, the day I was there was just no good sky, and this is before sky replacement was built into Photoshop, and I put my own sky in there. And I'm telling you what, every time I looked at that photo, I always knew that wasn't the sky that was there. Don't worry, I got over it. But at that point, I used to look at that and go, So that's why when I see that prompt, I generally leave it blank. Because I know if I'm typing something in there, I'm about to change something dramatically in the photo, or I'm going to put something there that wasn't supposed to be there. So why don't I type in stuff? Why do I not put that? Because I want to sleep. I want to sleep at night. I don't want to be like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. All right? So here's the main thing that I use generative fill for. I use it to do things that I could already do in Photoshop, but it's so much faster. So much faster, as you'll see as we're going to go into this, all right? All right, my number one thing I probably use it for is removing distractions, just distracting things on my image. And let me give you an example why this is so better than things like content-aware fill or the healing brush or any of that stuff. So for example, this is an awful shot, but whatever. There's a garbage can right in the shot, which is making an awful shot even worse. So let's go ahead and I'm going to put a selection around this garbage can, and then I'm going to use content-aware fill because that was the best thing that we had. So I choose fill, I hit content aware, and let's see what kind of job it does. Oh, it looked like it chopped the tree right up. Here, let's zoom in. That's nice, perfect. Oh, and it added a little extra tree. All right, so let's try the healing brush instead, right? The healing brush is a very famous tool. Let's go get the healing brush. Let me make the brush a little smaller, and then we're just going to paint right over this thing. Hang tight for a second, and that'll probably do a pretty good job. Ooh, ouch. All right. So I'm going to instead get the lasso tool. I'm going to lasso around it just like I did with the first one, just like I did with content aware fill. But instead, I'm going to hit generative fill. I'm not going to type anything in. I'm going to hit generate. And we'll wait our 12 seconds. And let's see how it does. Now, every time it does a different thing, so you never know exactly what you're going to get. But that's a whole lot better. Here's version 2, that's better. Version 3 that's not bad either. Any one of the 2 or 3, I think, would be fine. They would either one. But there's another little tip that you want to do. You want to, if you look right here, there's a little up arrow. This ups the resolution of what you just did. Now, if you click on it and you see it's too small to enhance, you don't have to worry about it. That means that the size of your fix was under 1024 by, 1024 by 1024. So as long as it's 1024 on the side, if you do something small, don't worry about it. If you do something big, you got to hit that button. And it runs another AI on top of the AI you just ran to make it look better. And it makes a big, big difference. But don't be surprised if you click it and you get that little warning that I just got that says this is too small. If it's too small, it's too small. Don't do it. But if it doesn't do anything, you'll see it say the word enhance, all right? Here I'm going to give you another example with this image. Look at that wall, how it's dirty here. This is in Santorini, and look how dirty that wall is. And I was like, I could clone it down. I could do it. It would take me an hour, but it's probably worth it because I kind of like just the emptiness of this shot. And let's go here, and I'm just going to hit generative fill and hit generate. And it's going to save me however half an hour it would have taken to make it look realistic. And let's take a look at what it does. We're going to get, again, 3 samples, and we'll see how it goes. The most fun part of all this is the waiting. Look at that. Let's look at one of the other variations, though, because we might can do better. Oh, yes. Oh, that's the one, number 2. Number 3 is kind of meh. Number 2 is pretty good, all right? And that's probably big enough that I would up-res and do the up-resolution, but that's quite a bit better. Here's an interesting thing. What if you do this and you want to remove a garbage can or whatever you want to remove, and it doesn't? It just doesn't do it. I've had people email me and say, Scott, I wanted to remove this thing from a swing, and it put another thing there. It just puts another one there. So instead of removing the thing I wanted, right, like there was a squirrel on this chair, and I tried to get rid of it, it put a bigger squirrel. Instead, it replaces it, all right? I'm going to give you 2 ways to deal with this because you're absolutely positively going to run into this. Number 1 is to type in the word remove. I know it sounds stupid, but it tells it, no, 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 don't put another squirrel there. Just remove whatever was there. Just type the word remove, and it actually works. All right, that's number one. Number two is you can just go back and make your selection larger. Because here's what's probably happened. When you made your selection, if you touch the edge of anything, it thinks you want more of that. So you've got to get the whole thing. And let me give you an example. So let's take a look at this church. And if you look closely, you see how my selection kind of got a little bit of the roof on the left and a little bit of the entryway at the front. Like, you can't touch any of it, right? Because here's what happens. If you're touching any of that church and you go, and so you can see my selection here, and go and we just, let me move this out of the way, hit generate, it's probably not going to remove the church because I've got part of the church, a little tiny bit of it, a tiny corner, and a little bit of the roof. And so it thinks, oh, you want a different church. Well, how's this one? No, it's bad. How about this church? No, it's worse. So just go back, get these tools, and just make sure you're not touching any of that church. You got to be a nice, clean selection, and then just do the same thing. Hit generative fill, hit generate, give it a second, and give it 12 seconds. Come on, you can do it. Now there's no church. So those are your two tricks. Type remove. If that doesn't work, just make your selection bigger. Just go well outside it so it doesn't touch anything. All right, so that's the key. Make a larger selection. Now, there is another tool that you can use that also is great for removing distracting stuff. You can choose the remove tool. Now, the remove tool will let you go and trace, all the way down there, right? But you don't have to do that because you can trace every line. But if you choose that, look up there at the top. There's a new thing called Find Distractions. And there's one called Wires and Cables. You just choose it, wait for it, keep waiting for it, and keep waiting. Look, I know. I'm a travel photographer. Let me tell you, the day that this came out, I was on the floor in the fetal position. But as a travel photographer, that pales in comparison to the bane of travel photography, which is tourists. They have no right to be there. I'm trying to make serious images. These people are walking into my shots and they're taking selfies and the whole 9 yards. So I'm in France, I'm in the Montmartre area, and I see this couple in the window of this little cafe, and you can tell they're in love. And I thought, I love this picture of people in love, but I hate the tourists that are around them. So here's what we're going to do. Look at them. Look, you can see the love. You're going to select these tourists. Just make a loose selection around the tourists that have every right to be there. And then these, hold a shift key so you can add more tourists because there are more tourists. And let's just get them. And I like the way I left that guy's head. We'll just leave that. And this is not great selections. Let's move over here. Look at this. This guy, come on. This guy. He's looking at that couple in 11 saying, I wish it was me. All right, then you got these people over. What is it, half a person? That's the worst. All right, you get all this and make sure you get their shadows and everything. All right. Once you've done that, we'll kind of move over here. And let's hit generative fill and just generate. And let's see what we get, another 12 seconds. And that was not the greatest selections I've ever made, as you well saw. But the important thing is I hate people. I don't want them, whoa, look at that. Look at that. And look at the love in their eyes. It grew stronger. I think their love grew stronger. Look over here. All right, now, you've got other options that are weird. And actually, either the third or the first one I'm going to go with the first one. They're actually pretty good. And there's those guys. Yeah, look at this. It brings the romance of Paris that is ruined in every other way. All right, so there's a couple of things. This next one is a surprising thing. If you're a portrait photographer, this one really surprised me. And I thought one day I would try it, and I did, and I was like pleasantly surprised. And what it is smoothing skin. Now, it's not really, you're not going to run this on someone that's 80 and they're going to look 14. but what it is for is gradations in their face. So when you take a picture of someone, if the gradations in your lighting is really smooth, it's a smooth gradation of tones. So I will run this on anybody that has like hot spots or gradations that don't move smoothly. And what's amazing about it is, I'll just do it I'll tell you what's amazing while we're doing it. Let's get the lasso tool again and just select these little hot spot areas here, right around here. Let's get this. Let's get all of this. And I've been teaching tricks to get rid of all these hot spots and stuff for years. And in 20, 25 minutes, you could have all these gone. But it's your choice, 25 minutes or 12 seconds. It's up to you. And what's amazing about this is, let's hit generative fill and then just generate, is that the skin that it replaces it with is like better than what we've been doing with frequency separation and all these complicated techniques that we've done. It puts pretty good skin in there. It's pretty amazing, and it fixes a lot of the hot spots. Let me zoom in so you can get a little better look here, and you can see the difference in the gradations of skin. But there's pores. There's all the pores and stuff. And while it did remove the like kind of oily looking areas, it left the highlights. And I did the up-res here to enhance the details a little bit, but that's quite a big difference, and you do it in seconds. When I think of what we do with painting all this stuff in with frequency separation, all the stuff we've been teaching for years, I'm like, this looks great. And just don't forget to up-res it. Don't forget to hit that button. I hit the button all the time because the worst thing that can happen is it says, we don't need to do it. It'll just prop up little things that says you don't need to. The best thing that can happen is it doesn't. All right, I do have a few exceptions where I actually do type something in, but they're very specific. So for example, reflections. See the reflection there? I did that in Photoshop without using generative fill. The thing is, if the subject that you want to make a reflection on is straight in front of you, right? It's like horizontal to you. Doing reflections is a 10-second trick. Here, I'll just show you one. Here's a car. I guess you figured that. And then I'm going to select that much of it right there. You put it up on its own layer. You press Command-J on Mac or Control-J on Windows, and you get just that. You go to Free Transform. You hit Flip Vertical. Drag it straight down, and what? No. Yes. Yes, you get, but that's easy. We've been doing that in Photoshop for years. It's like the easiest thing in the world. You know what's not the easiest thing in the world? If the car's not straight flat in front of you. If you do it to a car like this one that's parked on this, oh, you're trashed. It will not make a good selection, and you have to tweak it, and it's just a mess. But with generative fill, not only does it do it perfectly, it does the reflection just like it would really do it in real life, but it gives you all kinds of options. So I'm going to actually type in the word here. I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to type in reflection. Now, I could already do this. I've done it many times on cars at an angle, but it's a pain in the butt. Look at that. I know, it's crazy, and you get different versions. And if you don't like any of these versions, if you're like, they're okay, just hit the generate button again. You don't have to make another selection. It'll use the selection you used before and say, how about this one? No? How about this one? Ooh, I like that one. Ooh, that's good. That's okay. I like that one. I like that. Ooh, yeah, that's the one right there. By the way, I'm going to just zoom in on the back window here. Let me just show you. So look at this mess. It's picking up the roof of it. This is shot in an air hangar. It's picking up the roof, right? So I'm just going to select the area of the roof you can see reflected in here. All right, now, if you want to remove something, remember, if you want to remove it, you don't have to type anything in there. Just make the selection, hit generative fill, and hit generate. Give it a few seconds, and we'll see what happens. But I kind of already know what's going to happen. It's going to take it away. And that, I've cleaned up cars before. Cars are the worst because it's like shooting into a mirror. It reflects everything it sees. It's just the worst. But that makes it so much easier. But here it comes. I've been kind of saving this. I'm going to turn you on to the thing that I use this the most for. This is the most, has changed for me everything, is fixing compositional mistakes, of which I've made a million. It's where you do that little thing and you look at the picture and you're like, oh, I cropped it too close. I didn't do this right? And this is where the other tool, Generative Expand, is unbelievable. All right, so I'm going to just show you. This is not a great shot I'm going to show you, but you can see where I made a compositional mistake. I'm just standing too close to the subject. This was taken in my hometown of Tampa. I'm going to get the crop tool. So the crop tool is what activates this. And you're going to make sure you choose generative expand from up there in the toolbar. And you're going to go, you know what? I was just too close to this manhole cover. I was just too close. And so I'm just going to hit, I don't have to hit anything. I'll just hit return or enter. Or you can click the checkbox up there in the, it's not there now because you've already hit the return key. But if I hit return or enter, then it just does it. And take a look. Done. It's a compositional mistake, and I get multiple choices of how to fix my, it even knew that the first letter was N. I love that. So that's an idea. How about this one where I cropped the bride too close? Her arms cut off in a bad way. It's just, there's a lot of not good stuff happening here. I'm going to pull down the bottom, and I'm going to basically pull the top up a little. Look how close it was to the top of her head. All you do is hit the return or enter. Give it its time, you know, it needs its time. All right. Any second now, I'm sure. There's one dress. I'm not crazy about that one. But there's three. There's like, oh, that's better. That's better. I don't know, 2 or 3. It usually is number 2 or number 3. Yeah. But you have options, and look at all the space above her head, right? It was really tight when and those are my mistakes that I made in camera. Here's one that every time I saw it, I bothered me, and so I rarely shared this photo. It was taken over in Queens, and I cut off the bottom of the, and when I look at this image, that's all I see. I cut off the bottom right there. That is what I see when I look at this image. Maybe no one else is noticing, but it drives me crazy. This is where you go up here and choose generative expand. And I'm just gonna, there it is. Oh, well, it's nice to zoom there, sorry. I'm gonna pull it down a little bit and just hit generate. Let it marinate. Come on. Look. Come on, this is real Photoshop magic. And I have different ones I can choose from. And like I said, it's usually 2 or 3. One sometimes works, but I mean, that's pretty good. And this was shot in Alabama. Birmingham, I believe it was. All right, and this one, I'm just too close all the way around. Tip of the hat to Stu Greenberg, who took this shot first, and I ran over immediately to steal it. Hang on one second. And look, you're asking for, you know, a couple of inches all the way around the photo. I don't know if it's going to be able to do it. Wink, wink. Look at that. I mean, it's just, but this is so great for fixing compositional mistakes, all right? But there's one other thing. You can take the same idea, right, from this, and there's the third version, right? You can take the same exact idea and apply it to something you might not have thought about, restoring old photos, right? So here's one, and you got the mom and pop there, and they got the Christmas tree and the whole 9 yards. And let's go ahead, and I'm going to go back and deselect all that stuff. Let's hit the crop tool because his legs are gone, which is unfortunate. Let's grab the crop tool. Here we go. We're going to pull it out, and then we're going to, you know, drop a little more in here. There we go. Maybe a little, you know, her fingers are cut off. It was just an unfortunate. I did not take this photo. This was taken in the 1960s, so 20 years before I was born. That's not kind. And let's see where we go. But this, when you start opening up that old shoebox, it's just incredible. Now, I'm not liking the shoes. That might not be my first choice. And that's not, but it still looks damaged. It's so good. That's okay. Look at that. You got mom's hand in there. You got the dad's feet in there. Let's just hit generate again and see if we can do any better. But that's the thing about it. If you don't like it, you can just hit another generate, and that's a big foot, Dad. And there's one, and I don't know. Oh, there's baby crib. That's good. What happened here? It's a better night than I thought. Anyway, all right. So there's that. Let's move on because there's another set of filters that it does one amazing thing. It does a couple of good things, but this next one, I want you to be sitting down for this. All right, this is a picture of my brother Jeff. All right, so he was in the Navy, and we're going to go take a picture. We're going to use a neural filter. So under the filter menu, there's this big thing called the neural filters that brings up its own window. And the one I want to bring your attention to, it's totally AI-based, is colorize. It basically does, watch. I know, right? I'm going to show you something even better, right? I did one of myself in my prime. Come on. All right, now, this was taken for a band picture, and I had my super cool on. All right, what instrument did I play in this band? Look at the tie, that's the giveaway. Keyboard player. Back in that time, this is the late 70s, early 80s, but what did the rest of the band look like? Oh, cool. Very cool band. All right, everybody look to the left, okay. But it got worse as I got older. There I am again. But it's this next one where I'm at the Mac. This is the 80s now, in a band. My best, ready? Let's go. All right. True story, to this day, see the drummer on the right with all the long hair? Still play with him. I still play with the guy on the far left with the hat, Tony. Still plays in my band. The woman in the middle was the girl singer. I married her 35 years ago. I know what you're thinking. How did she land a hunk like me? And I'm like, I don't know. I felt bad for her, and it worked out. All right. All right, let's move on. Let me see how I'm going to do on my time. I'm doing surprisingly well. All right, next. This next one, you're going to have to come with me on a journey because people are very hesitant to do sky replacement. It's based on AI, and it does a wonderful job. But I will tell you something. I was the last person in America to do sky replacement. Here's why. So I'm sitting at a bar with a buddy of mine. We're at another conference like this, and we're talking, and I tell them, I said, this is like a highly, highly respected landscape photographer. Everybody would know him. And I said, hey, man, that one shot you did out there in Utah, that was the sky you had that day. And he goes, well, that wasn't the sky. I'm like, what? He goes, no, I replaced the sky. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, yeah, I took that sky in, like, I don't know, Arizona. I popped it in the Utah shot. I'm like, no. And he's like, yeah. And he goes, we all do it. And I take it, what? What? These are my heroes. And he's like, yeah, we all do it. And I said, and so he looks at me and he goes, so let me get this straight. You get up in the morning and you have all your gear with you and you hike out there and you're like, you have a headlamp on, you're hiking out there and you're trying not to fall in a snake full of pits, and you get out there, you've done everything right, and if there's no clouds, you never show those photos? I'm like, that's right. He says, you're stupid. And it was at that moment that I realized, so I started talking to everybody, all these other photographers, and they're like, oh yeah, they've all been using it for years. And I'm like, why am I the only one not using it? And here's the moral of the story. I'm now in that group. I now replace skies. I don't like to do it, but I get it. I understand it because we have no control. We've done every single thing right, but when it comes to that point, you know, the sky does. I went to 4 days to Arizona on a photo trip, and we never saw a cloud the entire time. So here's what I did to sleep at night. Ready? If I was in Arizona and I opened the photo and there was no clouds, I would only use other photos from Arizona taken in the past. Until that one day, I took a sky from Hawaii and I dropped it into Arizona, and I'm like, that's out the window. This looks perfect. All right, sky replacement's built into Photoshop. It's the easiest thing in the world. You just go, basically, and you can see this one needs a sky in a bad way. In fact, this is from that stupid trip. You're going to go and and choose sky replacement. It's one of the few features in Photoshop that is named actually what it does. Because so often you're trying to figure out, what actually does this do? And up here, under the edit menu, it's just called, sky replacement. Something went really wrong when they named that one. Because there's a department at Adobe where they try to name it the farthest from what it does, and they can give a trophy to the engineer and all. Anyway, whatever sky you use last, it just puts it in there. It just pops it in. Done, right? And this has been in Photoshop now for like, what, 3 years, 4 years? And you can go and click on this little icon here, and you can choose any one of the sample images that they give you. And by the way, don't do that, because if you put it on Instagram, people will line up to go, that's a sample image from Photoshop. And they call you names, and they mention your mother, and the whole thing gets bad quick. But you just upload your own. Just like everywhere I go now, I just shoot skies, right? Because these are still sample images, but you can just upload your own, right? Just stick, that looks bad. That one was better up here. That doesn't look bad at all. But there's all kinds of controls over what you can do here. You can flip it, you can do all this stuff, and just, I'm not gonna take you through all of it. But anyway, we still have a couple minutes left, which is unbelievable to me. So we're gonna switch over to Lightroom's AI, because Lightroom has a bunch of AI stuff too. However, Lightroom's set is limited compared to Photoshop's. Photoshop's is wide open, it's the Wild West. This one's, Lightroom's got, it only has these basically. It has these AI-powered stuff, but they're pretty good. I'm gonna show you 5 of them in the 10 minutes and 47 seconds we have left. All right, the first one is a new one that they just kind of added. It was in Camera Raw first, and they added it to Lightroom, and it's called the Adaptive Profiles. So you know that there's an auto button, right, in Lightroom. You just hit auto, and it's in Camera Raw too. You hit it, and it does a decent job of getting you a good starting place. Now, for years, it didn't. We used to call it the overexpose button. You'd click on it, it would overexpose any photo by 2 stops. But now it uses AI, and it's not bad. Well, Adobe decided to do something more, and they come up with this new generation of stuff, and it's called an adaptive profile. They have one for color and one for black and white, and you just choose them, and it looks at the sky, and it looks at everything, and it tries to balance it. And so it actually does take into account the sky, and it analyzes every single photo on its own and makes its own judgment. So I'll show you here. I'll take a photo, and we'll look at both, all right? So we'll look at auto. Here's auto. I'm just gonna click the auto button here. That's been there forever. And it did not a bad job. It's not kicking. But you can see it moved the sliders, right? It's just, that's what it does. It moves the sliders for you. It says, well, this is what I'm seeing, and it moves the sliders. All right, and let's just reset that. Now, the adaptive profile is found under the word profile, and it's just right there, adaptive color. That's the one. Choose that one, right? And here, let's actually choose it instead of saying it. And you can see it actually did a better job. All right, so let's go back and forth. Here's the default. And there's adaptive color there. That's pretty good, but look at the sliders. None of them have moved. So you're starting in a better place. Now you can adjust everything, and look right under, by the way, while I'm tweaking this, look under the word adaptive color. There's an amount slider that you don't get with the auto. So that's kind of nice. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. All right, so you have all those sliders. So you're basically, it just gives you a better starting place. It's like if you're playing baseball, you're starting on second base. So I kind of like that. All right. Unfortunately, at this point in time, this only works on RAW photos. So it may one day work on JPEGs and TIFFs, but for right now, it just works on RAW. That's number one. Number two is there's an AI-powered removal. So it's using technology from Photoshop, which uses technology from Firefly, but who cares? It's pretty good for this stuff. You paint over the thing you want to go away, and it goes away. So you're going to click on the, see it's got scaffolding there? That's not good. That's not good. Go to the eraser tool, and you're just going to make sure that you have this little checkbox turned on. Use generative AI. Right? That says use the advanced technology to get rid of the stupid scaffolding here. And just paint over it. And this is, again, in Lightroom. It's also in Camera Raw. Just paint over it fully, because if you leave any of it, you know what happens. And then you hit remove. And you give it its prerequisite time. And you can add and subtract if you made a mistake, if you painted too much or painted too little. You got to give it its time, and then we'll see how it does. Not bad. Not bloody bad. And you get 3 choices again too, right? So if you don't like what it did here, you can go over here and you can click through to number. Now you don't get a preview like you do in Photoshop. You just click through and see what it looks like. Here's number 2. Here's number 3. Number 3 is not good. And then if you don't like it, you can just hit generate again, and it'll generate 3 more for you, just like Photoshop would. Give it a sec. Keep way, there we go. That's not too bad, right? and then you can tweak it as you want, once you get to that point. All right, there are people masking tools, and this is really great. You probably already know about these because they were released well over a year ago. But the people masking tools are a big jump up from select subject. So select subject was figure out what the subject of this photo is and choose it. So you had 3 things that you could choose right here. The select subject, select sky, select background. In this case, we'll choose select subject just to select her, and then you got to edit her as one whole thing. And that red tint shows you what it selected, right? That gives you the AI selected all this, and then to make the red tint go away, you move any slider, even a little bit, and then it just shows that, all right? So that was it. But what they've done is they've taken this up a notch, all right? So now what they've added is, instead of just that, they have a thing called Select People. And you click on that right there. And then it shows a little thumbnail of her face. And if you click on it, give it a second, you can now do just facial skin, just body skin. And if you put your cursor over it, it highlights what it's going to select. Body skin, eyebrows, eye sclera, the iris and pupil, lips, teeth, hair, clothes, all that stuff. All right, and then you choose one you want to work on. We'll do close. You hit create mask, and now all the sliders are yours. And I'm just going to pull back the highlights because it's just a little bright because the light is right above her head. So it was just a little bright where she was. All right, and there you go. You click again, and you can choose another area. If you want to do her hair, for example, we can do create mask, and then go to the highlights. I'm going to pull back the highlights in her hair. Again, just because her head is so close. You can see the edge of the softbox in the shot right up there. So that's where we're at. All right, number 4. This is an absolute game changer if you're a patient person. So they built in AI-based noise reduction that works phenomenally well, better than anything we've ever had before. I'm not scared of shooting at 20,000 ISO anymore because Lightroom will wipe it out and keep amazing detail. So we'll take a look at this image here, and this was shot at 8,000 ISO, which is a pretty good ISO there, 8,000. That's quite a lot, and if you zoom in tight, you'll see that looks like it was snowing on my image. Quite a lot of noise at 8,000 ISO, especially since I brightened it a little and all that stuff. So let's go to the detail panel, and you'll find a thing called denoise, right? And it gives you when you click it, it's going to bring up this little window here. Though they just updated all this stuff today, like a bunch of new features. All right, and it shows you the enhanced version. You can see right there, the noise is pretty much gone, but the detail is still there. And it gives you an estimated time of 25 seconds. Here's what I've learned about that estimated time. It is always wrong. It's always way, 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 way off. It says 25 seconds. There's no way. I've had people tell me, I've had people write me and say, I have kind of an older computer, and it took 31 minutes to do that. So, so whatever time it says there, just know it's a super big liar face. But you do get a preview of what you're going to get there, so that's good. But it is, yeah, it's extremely, extremely lying. And so I'm not even going to make you wait for it because we have to end in 3 minutes and 24 seconds exactly. There's another thing called super resolution. I only use it when I'm printing. So a lot of times we have a gallery at our offices, and we make these 24 by 36 prints for the gallery, and so I have to basically double the resolution, and that's all super resolution does, but it uses AI, and it's brilliant, because when you blow the image up to twice, it almost looks sharper than it did before you blew it up. It's kind of crazy. So we'll take a picture of this shot. Again, this was shot in Tampa, and it's my hometown. So look at this size, all right? So the image is 6,000 by 4,000, right? And so you're going to go over here, and you're going to right-click, and you're going to choose Enhance. Though now, in the new version, you can just choose it, if I haven't downloaded it yet. All right. And there it is, super resolution. Look at the estimated time, 4 seconds. Come on. I'm not falling for that. But let's just try. It's going to double the size, 4 seconds. Sure it is. All right, here we go. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, 4 1,000, 5 1,000, 6 1,000, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So it was close. But look, the size is now 12,000 by 8,000. It literally doubled the thing. It doubled it. So those are the 5 things that I wanted to show you inside of Lightroom that are AI-based. So, by the way, Photoshop's Camera Raw has all those features that I just showed you. So if you use Photoshop and you use Camera Raw or you use Lightroom, they're in both of them. Okay. So here's the message that I want you to take from this, right? As photographers, we can use AI and use it very responsibly, right? We can do it as a production tool to speed our work, to do things that we could have done on our own. Also, I want you to consider using this thing that Adobe has created with a consortium of other companies that are called content credentials. And basically, it embeds into your photo what you did to the photo. So someone can see by looking at the metadata that it embeds in there what you did. And he can see if you did generative AI or what you did, if it's a composite or everything, it'll be embedded in there. I know there's some people that say, I don't want anybody knowing what I did, and there's some people that said, hey, I think it's important for us to be transparent about this. It's in beta right now. When you go to export the file, you'll see content credentials is right there. And there's a lot more to it. You have to go to a website and sign in and all this kind of stuff. The first time you have to do it, just so they know who you are, and then there's a place for them to put your photos where they can go and they could find what you did to that photo. And you can go in also in Photoshop. There is the content credentials beta panel that comes up, and it tells you, now, here's what I found. It doesn't always do everything you did to it, that's what I'm hoping on. No, I'm kidding. No, it doesn't always keep it in there, but it does. Look at that, combined. You composited or reordered content or did something naughty, it says it right in there. All right? So just use it to do the things that you could already do in Photoshop, right? And that way you avoid ever feeling dirty, you don't feel icky, you don't feel like a cheater or a faker. You're just using the latest tools to help you to get the work done. So the less time you spend messing around in Photoshop, the more time that you can spend behind the camera. One last thing, I got to share you a wonderful quote from Richard Avedon. This was done, he made this quote, of course, well before AI was the thing, but it kind of sticks. All photos are accurate, but none of them is the truth. All right, thanks, everybody. All right. Look at that. Right on the money.
You are on the money, as usual.
On time.
And we all really appreciate you making us still now go back to editing, but spend less time.
There you go.
And get a good night's sleep. Folks, we've got time for questions. Who here has some questions? Raise your hand. We got a couple
Make
over
them
here.
really easy, if possible.
Hey, I just got a quick question. When you regenerate and get 3 different new ones, is it a way to go back to the old ones if they're better than the new ones that you got, or is it just lost forever?
I hope you guys heard his question, because his question is on the money. Because every time Photoshop generates something, think about that word generate. It creates a new set of eyes, a new mountain, a new whatever it is every time. If you don't save a Photoshop document with all those, you can't go back to the old stuff. You would have to save a Photoshop document with all those generative, like if let's say you did 12 of them, you'd have to save those, and it can go only to those 12. But if you've closed the document and reopen it, that generation is gone forever. It's a little tricky, because it's like what's on screen right now is what you get to keep. If you hit the little trash can to delete it, or you close the file without saving it as a PSD, like you flatten it and make it a JPEG, those generations will never come back. You'll get different of everything. It generates every one of them from scratch, which is what makes it so wonderful and at the same time weird. So to answer your question, if you want to keep those other generations so you can go back, you have to save it as a layered file in Photoshop document. Great question.
Hi.
You have to at least beat his question.
Big fan. My question is, I've been using AI for a while. What's the deal with fingers?
I'm sorry, what's the deal with what?
Fingers.
Bakers?
Fingers.
Oh, fingers.
Yeah.
Another great question. I think you did beat him. All right. So the deal with this is this. So if you've looked at other AIs, like let's say Midjourney or any of the other ones, you'll notice their fingers and their hands are on the money, because this is what Adobe decided to do. Adobe had in their agreement with their stock photographers that they were allowed to study their photos to create this generative AI. And they actually paid the photographers. They made a fee and they paid them out. What Midjourney and all the other companies did is they scoured the entire web for every single photo out there. So let's say that Photoshop's fingers and stuff were trained on 5 million photos. The other companies were trained on 500 million. The difference is Adobe thought we're the tool that content creators use to make their living. We better do this ethically. So they didn't do what everybody else did. I'm not calling on Midjourney necessarily, but just all these other companies that their stuff looks so great. Because the thing that in Photoshop is the most messed up are fingers. Like they'll add a 6th finger or a finger growing out the side. You'll see it for sure. Like you'll have to regenerate a couple of times to get the fingers. But that's what it is they used a very small set of fingers to study on, where some of these other ones literally studied like every image on the web, they scraped all of it. Where Adobe said, we're only going to do the people that signed this agreement, and we're going to have to pay all those people. You know, can you imagine how many they had to pay for the millions of images that they did? But there was only the ones that were in Adobe's ecosystem, and that people had a licensing agreement that said, yes, it's okay to study off our things. So, but you're right, they are messed up, and I don't know when they're getting better. But they do. They just announced a new, like the beta of Photoshop now has a more advanced engine, but I haven't downloaded it yet, right? Today was release day, and supposedly things are getting better, but fingers are, they're a roll of the dice. There's a question right back there. Oh, he's got a mic though. Oh,
Hi.
Hang on tight, we'll get you the mic next. I'm sorry.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yes. So I do most of my work in Lightroom and then use Photoshop as a plugin. So when I return back to Lightroom, it's in a PSD format.
Yeah.
Can I do denoise after I return it with a PSD file?
I think denoise wants to work on a raw file.
Okay, so I should do it before.
Yeah, and honestly, I would in my workflow, the very first thing I do is denoise.
Okay.
Like if I notice it's a really noisy photo, denoise it right then. I'll also give you another tip. I use a plugin. Since you mentioned plugins, I use a plugin from On1 software. Now I have to tell you, they sponsor my podcast, so but I'm not telling you that this is what I use. It's like $69. And it's lightning fast. It's like 4 seconds. It's like zippy. It's very good. And it does about the same job or maybe even better than what Lightroom's does, but it's very, very, very fast. But I do it first. The name of it is On1 No Noise AI. So it's from On1 software. I think it's on1.com. But I'm telling you that they do sponsor my podcast. But I would just tell you, I'm telling you like I would tell a friend, yeah, we use it, Eric and my co-host, we both use it because it's just faster. It does essentially the same job, just really, really quick. Thank you for your patience over there.
Hi, quick question. The adaptive profile, I saw that you had to take out Adobe RGB. Does that mean that, what happens to the color space then once you use this adaptive profile?
This is completely different than the color space for output and stuff like that. So Adobe sRGB and Adobe RGB are only when you go to export the files. When you go to export the files, that's when you'll see Adobe RGB and Adobe sRGB. But the profiles that are there are the same boring ones that have always been there. Adobe Color, Adobe Landscape, Adobe Portrait. And they're kind of based on the profiles that you could have chosen in your camera if you were shooting in JPEG. So yeah, they're still there. They're just in a different spot. Any other questions? Oh, right
yeah,
here.
one more. When you're taking a picture of somebody with thick glasses,
yes,
and they're not looking straight into the camera, you get that weird distortion on the side of their face that's through the glasses. Will the generative fill take care of that, and what's the right selection for that?
Honestly, I have not tried that particular thing, but just as a general rule, I don't shoot people with thick glasses. It just, it's like, you know, if they have glasses that thick, they're never going to tell if I use generative fill or not. So. No, I'm sorry, I just have never tried it, so my answer would just be a guess. Sorry. Another question over there?
Yeah, quick question. So I noticed for now AI tools work really well with realistic images with real people and elements inside. But when I tried it with artwork or like stylized images, it has hard time to maintain the style when you generate new element or expand the image, which is stylized look. So
right.
Any plans from Adobe to improve that part also?
If they have that, if they have an idea to do that, and I knew about it, I couldn't tell you. They're really, really close-lipped about whatever they're working on. But it would be a great thing to go by the Adobe booth tomorrow and just ask. The product managers are right there. The Photoshop and Lightroom product managers are literally working the booth. And they will tell you as much as they can tell you without breaking their own code. But I can tell you I don't know of anything that they're doing in that, but they do all kinds of secret stuff. I would go up and ask them. They're actually extremely, really, really nice people. They're the most regular people you'll ever meet, so you'll enjoy getting to talk to them because it seems like these are the wizards doing this crazy stuff, but they're just the nicest people, and they would love to talk to you about it. Go ask them and see, and I'll bet you'd be surprised that they might let you on to something I don't know about.
Hi. Is there a difference between using the camera raw function and using the Photoshop function for like selecting one of the things that I saw, the people masking tool?
So in the beta that just came out today, they now have a lot of those selections came out literally, I think, today. So you used to be able to just do select subject in Photoshop, and then you'd have to go to the masking tools to get hair and clothes and all that stuff. But today, they added all that up to the top menu. So you go select people, and it'll bring down a list of all the things, and it's more things than the mask will choose. So it's kind of the next generation of that stuff, and it's straight in Photoshop. You don't have to go to Camera Raw. It'll do, you know what else it'll like? It's taken it another step further. It'll do the clothes on top, your pants, it'll do your jacket, it'll do all these things separately, much more so than masking does, which I imagine it's going to make its way to masking, but right now it's just straight up in Photoshop. So yay you, good question. All right, yes?
Scott?
Yes?
An old-time NAP member here.
Oh, yeah.
For those of us who've been around that long, we were taught to compose in the viewfinder for 100%, and that's the way it was going to be. Now, you're moving bricks, you're moving things, you're taking from here and there.
Yeah.
Should we be leaving room around the center of the image
Yes.
to work Photoshop magic and
Yes.
throw out the old rules?
Yes. Here's the problem. To be honest with you, if I asked everybody in here, where's your image going to be seen? 90% of us would be Instagram this big. Looking at it at 100% size today is just not very realistic. That worked fine when our cameras were like 6 megapixels, but now that people are routinely using 50 megapixel cameras, I never look at them at 100%. You know, I try to look at them, I probably work at 25% a lot, and I know that it's going to wind up being this big. The world's going to see my image, and let me tell you something. You can get away with murder at this size. Instagram is the best thing that's ever happened if you're not really on your game. It's magic. So yeah, we just look at a much smaller size. I probably look at 25% or smaller most of the time while I'm working. And if you look in Lightroom, like for example, you never see it at 100% unless you go choose 100%, and then you're like looking at somebody's elbow in a portrait. It's like so zoomed in. And that's because the megapixels of the camera's tape just gotten so big that it just doesn't make sense to look at that zoomed out thing that we used to do. Now I see Gabe on the stage, and that usually means that question and answer time is over. Am I right, Gabe?
You're right. No, well, it can continue right on outside. So
Right out
let's
the
give
door.
Scott another big hand, folks.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks. Appreciate it.
And then Scott will be outside in about, just give him a couple minutes. He'll meet you right outside and to answer any more questions that you might have. I want to just wrap up, folks. I can't believe it. This is day one wrap. Just a moment ago, we were here doing the welcoming comments. I want to thank all of the speakers, all of the sponsors, and all of you here for showing up with such energy and curiosity as well. You guys have jam-packed the Javits today. It is absolutely insane. Have you felt the energy? All right, exactly. All right, so for those of you who aren't ready for today to end, remember, we've got the buses, we've got the boats. Hopefully you've got your badges. If not, there is some limited wait list. You want to get down to registration ASAP. And folks, don't forget to share and tag B&H Photo for your favorite highlights of the day. And we'll see you right back here tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. for day 2